and welcome everybody to Romania, to the sixth stop of the Grand Chess Tour here in Bucharest. We start day one in front of the Triumph Arch, one of the most iconic places here in Bucharest. Every single 1st of December, the Romanian army parades underneath the arch. We have a chess parade of our own. Let's go to the studio and start this exciting day with Jen, Maurice, and Alejandro.
Thank you, Cristian. I am Jennifer Shahade, and welcome back to our Grand Chess Tour coverage. We are in Romania for the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Chess, and I'm here with Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez.
Well, what a pleasure to be here, Jen. An amazing series of tournaments that we've had in the last couple of months, but it's good to be back on the Grand Chess Tour. We have some amazing games coming up for you, and I'm excited to cast here at the Superbet Rapid and Blitz.
Yes, it's going to be a great event. Let's take a look at the cast of characters we have as some of your favorites, including a very confident Wesley So, who just dispatched the world chess champion in Norway. Fish are random, but still, that is one heck of a confidence builder.
I think a lot of people don't see it as proper chess. In my opinion, that still demands the calculation, the positional strength, those things, the confidence that makes a great chess player. And I think Wesley So, coming out of a huge demolition of the world champion, is going to feel very confident as a top seed here in Bucharest.
And then we also have some of our favorites, Fabiano Caruana, Levan Aronian, Vishy Anand, Karyakin, as well as some colorful wild cards to round out the field. But let's take a look at the format before we go deeper into that. 10-player round robin, rapid chess, 9 games, and the time controls game 25 with a 10-second delay. There are 2 points at stake at each rapid game, and that means that there will be 1 point at stake for each blitz game. The schedule is familiar to those of you who are Grand Chess Tour fans, as we will have 5 days of non-stop action, 3 days of rapid, followed by 2 days of blitz and potential playoffs. Live coverage beginning at 2:50 local time in Romania, and meanwhile in the studio here in St. Louis, it'll start at 7:50 each day. And with us, we have Grandmaster Maurice Ashley to go over some of the possibilities as we eye towards London.
Well, thank you, Jen. And indeed, we had so many events before this one. It was Abidjan, there was Zagreb, there was Paris, there was the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, and the Sinkfield Cup. But it's come down to these last couple of events, and for some players, time is simply running out. They've got to perform. As you see here, the cast of characters that make up the Grand Chess Tour 2019. But several of them have already played 4 events, and that is crucial for the possibilities for London. Well, atop the list, we see Magnus Carlsen and Ding Liren. They are virtually guaranteed the top 2 spots. Not even disasters could keep them out of making it to London. But other players, they are hanging on by their fingernails. Fabiano Caruana and Sergei Karyakin are the best of the lot. They have to win here. No question about it if they want to have any chance of qualifying. Jan Nepomniachtchi, of course, will play in India, and he will have to win that event as well. Good luck with that. He'll have Magnus and Ding and Hikaru Nakamura to face. And we see there Hikaru Nakamura, he's simply knocked out, no chance to win at all. And Shakhriyar Mammadjirov, who's playing here, but they could play spoiler. Who could they be spoiling? Well, we're going to find out some more as we jump to Grandmaster Cristian Chirila in Bucharest.
Thank you, Maurice, and welcome everybody to Bucharest. It's a beautiful setting here at the Stejarii Country Club. Yesterday we had an amazing reception. Boris Becker, the famous tennis player, was in the house. He played a game against Fabiano Caruana. Maybe he tired the challenger a little bit. But of course, Maurice, you mentioned Fabiano and Sergei, who are in a position, in a must-win position. They have to score big in this event to even have a chance to qualify to London. 3 other players that are sitting quite comfortably right now. Of course, I'm talking about Levan Aronian, who is sitting in the 4th position right now with 25.5 points. Of course, he's coming from Batumi, Georgia, where the European Team Championship was going on. And he only led his team to a 4th place position. Surely a disappointing result for him. He likes that gold medal. But of course, he has a lot of energy. He's in pole position to qualify to London, 25.5 points. He needs 6.5 points average from the past, from the next 2 events. He's going to play here. He's going to play also in India. So he's in a great position right now. The second player that I want to focus on is, of course, Vishwanathan Anand, who is only 1.5 points behind Levaronian, and he still has 2 events left. This one in Bucharest, and of course, he's going to go back to his home country, where he is simply a god. He's going to gather the strength and energy of his people, and he's going to try to deliver a message in India and qualify for the Final Four in London. And of course, the last but not least, the new world champion, of course, Fischer Random world champion, not regular chess, Wesley So. The energy is high for that one. The confidence is high with this one. So definitely, we're going to have some fire on the board. I'm looking forward to some exciting games.
And let's take a look at what we have for our first quarters, as the round 1 pairings are, of course, set. And we've got some really good matchups, Alejandro, as I love this Fabiano-Lavon battle, as it's going to give us a lot of insight into whether or not Fabi can do it and win this event and give himself a chance for a ticket to London.
I think Maurice mentioned it. Fabiano needs to win the event. He actually needs to win clear first to really secure that spot in London, and he will not do it if he doesn't start with a victory against Levon Aronian. He needs to start strong. He has the white pieces. He traditionally does well against Levon. Remember that he won against him in the London Chess Classic last year in the top 4. So I think this is a game that's very important for Fabiano. But I also like this matchup of the wild card Vladislav Artemiev playing against Vishy Anand. Vishy, who has really good chances, in my opinion, still to make it to London. He needs a couple of good results. He had a really great performance here in St. Louis, and I want to see him. He's traditionally been a very strong rapid player. He even won the Rapid World Championship just a couple of years ago, and I want to see him in London in that top 4. So I will be rooting for him. On the other hand, Vlad Artemiev, he's been the talk of the town this year. He won Gibraltar. He had an amazing performance in the World Team Championship in Kazakhstan, and I know he's trying to make a name for himself against the very top players in the world.
And that will be the youngest versus the most experienced pairing.
That's a good way to get it started. I think Artemiev is going to have a great event, and I want to see if he's going to actually fight for the first few places.
That's a good question, as a matter of fact. I think you got to wonder, will a wild card win? We've seen wild cards get destroyed. I mean, just absolutely. Well, not Magnus Carlsen, but he's nobody's wild card. When he didn't play because of the World Championship year, nobody wants to see Magnus across the board. But here's one wild card, of course, Lee Kwang Yim, who's won a World Blitz title, won it back in 2013. So he knows that he can play some quick chess, and he's going to be upsetting quite a few players. Will he be the one? Will it be Anton Korobov of the Ukraine? Or, as you mentioned, Artemiev, they really have some decent chances they could make a run. We did see Yu Yang Yi put it together when he showed up. So will this be the one? No Magnus, no Naka, no Nepo, and no Ding Liren. All the big-time favorites are playing in India, so this one is certainly one they might be able to steal.
Yeah, and speaking of the wild cards, let's talk about Anton Korobov. He's not a household name at the top level of chess. He's not a 2,700 player, but his rapid skills are just impressive. You saw the list that we had at the beginning. He's actually the number 2 seed of the tournament, despite his standard rating or his classical rating being almost 100 points lower than the average of the field.
Number 6 in the world in rapid, as a matter of fact.
He's an amazing rapid player. I've seen him play Blitz. I've seen him play rapid. He's just a beast. I remember that I was pretty happy with my 4th place in the Aeroflot Open. I was just trailing that guy by miles. He won the Aeroflot Blitz Open easily with Sergei Karyakin, with Le Quang Liem, with some of the big stars of the Blitz chess world, and he won it no problem.
And here he is.
Here he is. He's ready to play. Let's see if Cristian has other thoughts from Bucharest.
Well, of course, one of the big matchups also, I think, is the one between Anish Giri and Wesley So. Wesley, of course, as we were mentioning, he's coming back from that huge victory at the World Championship, Fischer Random World Championship in Norway. But Giri has more or less qualified the candidates. That was a huge boost in energy for him, surely. And in this one, his only role is to play the spoilers role. So he's definitely going to try to kick in first gear in the first game against Wesley So.
Well, I think that...
And there we go.
The wild cards and the players who no longer have a chance to qualify for London, on a positive note, they can just focus on trying to win this event, and that is the great thing about the Grand Chess Tour to me. It is really prestigious to become the Grand Chess Tour champion. I mean, that is an incredible title you have for life, but winning any event is also a title in its own right.
Actually, just a small correction. Geary does have a maybe 1% chance if he wins this event and he gets at least second place in the next event. Good luck with that. But if he does that, he will overtake Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and have a real chance of qualifying. That would virtually qualify him unless the other players ahead of him, like Wesley or Anand or Levon, they would actually both have to, all have to do badly. But still, there is a chance for him to qualify if he manages to win both events.
I think you got it about right, Maurice. Probably about 1%.
And the thing about this 1% is more of a psychological effect on the players, that as long as there is this 1%, they cling on to this hope and they play differently. And you'll see it a lot of times. As soon as the hope is gone mathematically, their play changes. It can be looser, maybe the pressure is off, there's a lot of different things, but it is different.
Opening move being made there as they start.
And it looks like somebody played C4 for Fabi.
C4 for Fabi. Let's see if it stays.
That's
he has been playing
insane.
He's had a lot of
really?
C4 games lately in the Grand Swiss. He did employ C4 quite often, so it wouldn't shock me if he stays.
It looks like he's not instinctively bringing it back.
There
it is.
There you go. It's just a tap.
Yeah. Yeah, because, like when somebody makes a move that somebody doesn't want to play, they usually instinctively pull it right back.
Right.
Yeah.
But we're off, and this is a topical variation already. I guess we're starting with the game between Fabiano Caruana and Levon Aronian. But this English opening has been thematic for the past 3 or 4 months. It just seems that you see it in every tournament, at every level, and especially in the World Cup, I saw a lot of scintillating games with this specific variation.
By the way, we should point out, it is extraordinarily important to do well in Rapid. Rapid has double the points of Blitz, and you find almost always, the majority of times, the player who wins the Rapid wins the entire event. So don't think because there are 18 Blitz games, there's a lot of room to catch up. Good luck with that. Usually it's the player who wins Rapid, and so these players have to get off to a great start, and will be trailing, otherwise they'll be trailing a leader that'll be very difficult to catch.
And we already have an amazing position for us, guys. This is starting off the tournament in the correct node. As you can see, Levon Aronian has played the move G5, trapping this knight on H4. This is all theory, but it's very, very strange theory. You can see already Fabiano playing the move D4. This goes into incredibly weird channels if Black takes on H4. The problem is that after Bishop G5, your position more or less collapses. You don't have a good way of defending the knight on F6, and you lose a ton of material. For this reason, Levon very quickly played the move H6, not only defending the pawn, but also the square on G5 that allows you to take the knight on H4. On the next move, it is still trapped on H4, but this is obviously not the end of theory. Let's see what Fabi has prepared. He has played the move Bishop E3 pretty quickly, and this is already a mess. I don't remember the move Bishop E3. Then again, I'm not very familiar with the move H6.
Now if G takes H4,
already on the board, G takes H4, and immediately Bishop takes H6.
renewing the threat of Bishop G5.
Yes, you don't really want to take this rook. It's not a very worthy rook. It doesn't do anything for the moment, and that would put you behind in material, 2 pieces for a rook and a pawn. You actually want to keep the bishop, threatening the king on G8, and especially this Bishop G5 move at the moment is a big difficulty for Black. This bishop on B4 is also tactically trapped.
So get rid of that beast, said Levon Aronian.
And he took
knight
on
takes D5,
D5.
takes D5 both on the board, and an immediate knight E7.
And now we see how Fabi can continue. There's a couple of ways to try to regain material. Of course, you can always take on F8, but as we said, that relinquishes the initiative. There is an idea usually to play the move Queen A4 that tends to trap the bishop on B4, but I'm not really sure if it works at this moment.
So what you're
Agent
saying
gives
is
it as the #1 move right now. Best move is Queen A4, and that bishop will be trapped with the A3 idea, as you mentioned.
What about C5?
Yeah, the problem with the move C5
I'm looking at the A5 square,
Right.
trying to untrap my bishop as you guys are trying to play A3.
is that usually I can take on C6, And if you take back with the knight, d5 will hit the knight, and you don't have a good way of defending this bishop on b4.
And if I were to play queen a5 there?
Then,
After knight c65.
Then it's okay for white, supposedly, because here I can still regain my piece. I have a3 at the end, but I can also throw in bishop takes f8 before I go and try to regain my material on the queen side. Either way, it's really murky, no matter really what happens. And it seems like Fabi is either remembering his theory, or he's a little bit out of theory. It feels like white should be better in this particular position, because after queen a4, I'm having difficulties giving back the piece for black, but achieving equality.
Why queen a4 instead of queen, I guess we have to play queen a4, right?
Yeah, the reason,
not the a5 square. Queen b3, there would be just bishop a5.
And that's a little bit of a detail. If you play the move queen b3, then the bishop will be happily posted on b6, pretty safe, out of harm's way. You need to make sure that the a5 square is unavailable for this bishop on b4. That's why queen a4 is the most natural move to me in this position.
Yeah, queen a4. Fabiano still thinking in this position, but likely he's seen this and kind of trying to remember his theory, right?
He definitely knows the idea, because it's a very common motif of the position, that the whole variation hinges upon the fact that after queen a4, the bishop doesn't have a retreat. He might be thinking whether he wants to throw in bishop takes f8 first or not, and I'm kind of curious on how it changes the evaluation of the position. Because if queen a4 is going to trap your bishop, you might think, why don't I just capture the rook first, and then try to capture this bishop on b4. I'm assuming there's kind of some tactical trick if I take back on f8, but I'm not really finding it. Of course, queen a4,
bishop d2,
the bishop, it relinquishes, it relinquishes the d2 square, just an extra but important tempo that black has, and that would force me to play e3, otherwise black plays e3 himself. And that should be good enough to escape with the bishop.
We've seen Levon get up from the board looking very relaxed, like he knows he's okay. That's a bit surprising in this sharp position. Can you imagine the players of the past looking at this position and saying, this is how the English transpires in the modern era? Like, it's supposed to be a solid, quiet opening. I remember when I used to play it, I remember people saying to me, man, you like to play that slow, boring positional stuff. Take a look at this kind of position. There's nothing like that here. And I don't know who decided to pick this game, because it wasn't us. But somehow it's turned out to be the wildest game of the round. All the other games are pretty much going along solid lines. The games will proceed apace to some end games. Even end games are appearing already. This one, though, this is no end game. This one is wild. I have a variation here on the board that could have happened, but I'm going to show you what has transpired. He did not take. He did not play queen a4. He actually immediately played bishop takes on e4. Now down material, but collecting pawns, he hopes will be enough as the king side is fractured. We'll see if this works out for him.
Yeah, I mean, e3, queen h5. There's some really dangerous ideas here that don't involve trapping the bishop on b4, but involve trapping the king on g8.
I think it's one of the difficulties for white when you have these choices over the board. Do you capture the material with queen a4, or do you believe in your initiative? And it's not an easy call, especially in a rapid game. You see these bishops on h6 and e4. You can see, as you mentioned, this e3 and the queen swinging to the king side. It is all very tempting. But black is up a piece. Will this be enough? We'll find out very soon. Let's see if Cristian Chirila has some insights for us.
Talking about Sergei Karyakin needing to win this tournament, and he's playing a scintillating game against Korobov. Of course, we have the typical Najdorf after a6, and here you can play bishop e3, you can play bishop g5, you can do anything. But bishop d3 is a very strange approach. You usually don't put a bishop there. Maybe you can put it on e2 and then on f3, but on d3, not so much. And in this position, Korobov chooses to go g6. He's taking the dragon approach. And now, okay, you want to play the dragon? Of course, the bishop on d3 is not ideally placed in the dragon, but still, is a dragon. It's considered to be a suspicious opening. Bishop e3, bishop g7, we're shifting gears, f3, b5. Queen d2, bishop b7, and I think we have some more moves. This is the position we currently have on the board. Of course, most likely white is not going to castle long side anymore. He's going to go short castle, but the structure for black looks terrible. It looks like white is just having an incredible advantage already. This square on b5 is going to be a weakness forever, and I don't see the counter chances for black. Of course, if you go short castle as black, at some point, I'm always going to have the option of launching an attack on the king side, even if I castle king side. So I'm seeing Sergey as the definite favor in this one.
I mean, you're dissing the dragon, and I'm reading on Wikipedia that Dracula is actually derived from the dragon. So I don't know. I'm not so sure the story checks out.
Yeah, I don't know.
Dragon is playable.
The dragon is a trash opening, but
what?
It's complete garbage. But moving on, we do have a couple of games we should update. This one particularly between Anish Giri and Wesley, so definitely not the most exciting one of the round. Let's just take a look at the kind of endgame that they've gotten themselves into. You could claim that white is minimally better because he does have a bishop against the knight. The king is a little bit more active. You can see it in the center of the board. As maybe we can pull up the position.
If we could get our king to the d5 square, that would be amazing, right?
Yeah,
If that pawn were an e5.
If the king could jump to b5, then of course white has some chances, but it's very far from doing so. As soon as it lands on d3, I'm going to have this knight jumping to e5 with check, preventing you from moving the king further up the board. This should end in a draw with good play, but of course, if anybody has some chances, it's Anish Giri. In my opinion, we have so much action everywhere else to be spending too much time on this game.
Yeah, we don't wake up for 4 a.m. for this game.
No, definitely not.
But Bobby's game, on the other hand.
Yes, Fabi's game is definitely the one that we have to keep our eyes on. Levon is now taking his sweet time on how to respond to bishop takes e4. Of course, in preparation, queen a4 is what the engine was throwing out. It is the natural way of recapturing the material. But I like that Fabi is adding a little bit of fire here to the game, seeing how he's going to continue. Bishop takes e4 doesn't have a real threat, because e3, queen h5 still takes some time, and even when you do that, f5 needs to be considered from the black side. So
well, I could be threatening just to renew the idea of queen a4 with an extra pawn. As black here, how do you feel about sticking something on f5, like a bishop f5, a knight f5?
I think the most natural thing for me to, at least from a human perspective, is to put the pawn on f5. And the reason I want to do that is that it creates space around the king. And it's one of the typical ways of defending a king, to give it some space and to remove space from your opponent. On the other hand, it does kind of strategically weaken all of my squares. And this bishop on c8 just feels like it's really, really awkward once that I put my pawn there. So perhaps f5 has to be done with quite a bit of care.
And now with bishop c2 and...
I would probably put the bishop just back on g2. I don't think this diagonal will open anytime soon. And I do think the d5 pawn will be important at some point. If I retreat my bishop to c2, I'm worried that this pawn could be capturable at some juncture. Not right now, but at some juncture it might be capturable. I do think that I would consider the move rook e8 in this position. I just don't see what's wrong with greed. I don't know if queen a4 works, but I would definitely check it out.
So rook e8 and then after e3, at that point play f5.
Yeah, at this point, I already have to consider the possibilities of queen f5, but as I said, f5 is still in the air. Maybe here bishop f5, or even the move knight f5, because I take advantage. Well, knight f5 blunders queen g4 check, sorry.
Yeah. After f5, how does queen h5 work, by the way?
Probably queen h5 just checkmates me in this position. With the rook on f8 instead of e8, I had the move queen e8 and queen g6. But without this possibility, it's very likely I just get mated.
And unfortunately, that for you, that pawn on d5 stops you from being able to make a king walk, right? So if takes on e4, queen g5, king f7, queen g7 is just made.
That is just made. This king is definitely not escaping. So already, every move that Levon has to make now has to be done with quite a bit of care, because white has very simple but difficult to defend against threats. At the moment, after bishop takes e4, you're looking at both queen a4 and making sure that e3 is not a decisive threat. You kind of feel e3 is dangerous, but you don't know how dangerous.
I will say also that there's a little bit of hustle from Fabiano Caruana playing this kind of position, not going back for the material. Queen a4, he no doubt knew, but probably knew that also Levon looked at those kind of variations and maybe felt comfortable in that kind of position. Fabi said, you know what, let's dance a little bit. Let's play something a bit unclear. I'll keep the sacrifice material, I'll let you keep it anyway for now, and then just build up that pressure and force calculation in this kind of time control. Time matters.
Look at that time expenditure from Levon Aronian. He is a very responsible player when it comes to time management. Very rarely gets into supreme time trouble, even in rapid, and it's taking him a long time to respond to this natural
look at the position. Look at the position.
It's a mess.
It's a mess.
It's totally warranted. In my opinion, this is exactly the kind of chess we would like to see. Levon, out of book after bishop takes e4, he is under pressure. Even if you see a computer might say black is better, doesn't matter.
No,
when you get
no,
this over the board, there is no such thing. There's no such thing as an evaluation. It's unclear, and you're just trying to cross the river. Very difficult waters to tread on.
For us, engine analysis is always important just in case of a blunder and such, but even the objective evaluation becomes irrelevant at this kind of speed. And the faster it gets, the more irrelevant it becomes. So we'll get the factual analysis, maybe one side might have been winning. Yeah, but so what? When you're under heavy pressure, and Levon is indeed under pressure, he knows he has to start off very strong. Another player who has to start off strong is Viswanathan Anand, and I really like this position because I haven't seen this kind of situation happen. Take a look here, a reverse Grunfeld by Artemiev playing the move d4 in this position, and after cd4, knight takes d4. Now bishop g7, typically white is aiming for the c4 break, or if you have this kind of position, you want a c4 break. E4 looks a bit difficult to do. After knight b3, knight c6, you start wondering, how is this move going to happen? He said, I'm not going to play it. I'm just going to play knight c3. It's like, well, your knight's blocking your c-pawn. That's traditionally not correct. So, oh, maybe you're going to go for the e4 break. He said, nope, I'm going to play something completely different. A4 in this position, and after castles, A5. Just constraining this side, B6 is not so easy to play right now. So instead, Anand played rook E8, and after rook to E1, rook to B8, looking to maybe get this pawn push going. And, I mean, still, we're wondering about this C4, E4 break. He said, nope, I'm going to play the move bishop to F4, hitting the bishop, and after E5, hitting the rook, excuse me, and after e5, bishop to g5, d4, knight to e4. Look at that big center, all the pressure already on the board. This is a wild one in the making as well.
And we haven't taken a look at one game. We've kind of left it in the dark so far. One of our wild cards, Le Quang Liem, extremely strong in rapid and blitz chess. He's facing against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, who's had kind of an up and down year. He has had some good results. The Grand Chess Tour really didn't go his way, but he did win one of the legs of the Grand Prix against Maxime Vacher-Lagrave. So some good results here. This came out of an Italian, and it seems like Black got everything he wanted. He has a strong pawn center. He kind of finished his development. Only the bishop on c8 yet to be developed. White does have some good squares. This knight on b5 is very annoying for the Black side, almost forcing this bishop to retreat to b8, something that Black doesn't particularly want to do. But strategically, it feels like White's position is sound, but not going anywhere. Black has the domination in the center with these pawns, which eliminates this kind of breaks. You don't have c4 because of d4, you don't have d4 because of e4, and I'm not really sure what Le Quang Liem's plan is if I simply hold on to the center, finish my development, and slowly improve my position.
What's your plan of finishing your development? So you mentioned bishop b8, and then how are you connecting your rooks and finishing your development? Are you sticking rook a6 at some point? Bishop
Yes.
b7?
I think this is a lovely resource when you can do it. Rook to a6, bring it back to the center via e6 if necessary. You can also swing it to the king side once you move the knights. This rook is kind of logically going to go to the e8 square. And it seems that we have a different move, but we have Cristian Chirila with you guys.
I want to draw your attention to one of the more important games of the round. Of course, I'm talking about the one between Anish Giri and Wesley So, because this one, from a practical perspective, it looks quite difficult for Black. And the engine agrees with me. In this position, White has pretty much everything, but he doesn't have that second weakness. He has the weakness on b6. He's going to try to target that. He's going to solidify his position with a move such as f3, king b7, and I found a very interesting plan, of course, with the help of the engine. Bishop e3, which makes a lot of sense, king c7. I just want to sit with Black. Of course, I cannot move my knight because then I'm going to lose the b6 pawn. I just want to go king b7, king c7, and just say, what do you have? What do you have against that? Well, this is what I have. I'm going to go g4. I'm going to expand on the king side and try to force you to create that second weakness. h4, king c7, bishop d4. Now I'm starting to attack your pawns on the king side. And of course, e5 is the right move in this position. g6 is already a blunder. And after this one, white is winning with a simple plan. I'm going to go g5, solidify the pawn structure as it is. It looks quite healthy for black because you cannot attack the pawns on the light squares with the bishop. But I can do this. I can put you in a Zugzwang. King b7, bishop g1, king c7, bishop h2 check. And after king b7, bishop d6, suddenly you have no more moves. You cannot move the knight to f8. You cannot move the knight to b8. You cannot move the knight anywhere. And if you go king to a7, I'm going to penetrate via c6, and this is just game over. This is looking bad for Wesley. It's going to be a difficult defense. But let's go back to Maurice. He has some breaking news.
Indeed, that would be a big result if Anish could defeat Wesley So, one of the contenders for London for sure. But take a look at the double blunder that happened in this game. First of all, you've got this dragon setup. It's looking more positional for white now. He's got the b5 square. Looks like he's got some control over the position. You'd expect black to make some kind of piece move. But the move e5 is just outrageous to your eyes when you first see it. You think, wait a minute, you block the bishop along the long diagonal and you weaken your pawn on d6. Is this positionally founded? Well, he played this move to chase the knight out of the middle of the board. Karyakin missed a completely crushing blow. The move knight to c6 would have simply cleared all the cobwebs in the position. A devastating move because after bishop takes on c6, bishop takes c5, the d pawn is pinned. It is under fire right now. It's going to go down, and this position is simply horrible for black suddenly. But
one question. After knight c6, bishop c6, bishop c5, what if bishop b5? What is the problem?
Bishop takes on b5 is met by the move bishop to b6.
Yeah, that probably was what was missed by both players, right?
Yes, and now knight takes b5 and then a pawn and everybody is golden. So this position here, bishop c6, bishop c5. Sorry, he didn't play knight c6. He played the move knight back to c2 and gave his opponent a chance, queen to e7. Korobov is still in the game as took a chance with e5. I guess you got to bluff sometimes. It is a hustle out there.
The problem is that even when your opponent falls for the bluff and plays the move knight c2, this move e5 makes such a bad impression.
Yeah, that's what I thought when
Right.
at first when Maurice was making faces at e5, I just thought he was bemoaning the positional qualities of the
I
move.
was.
Yeah,
as well.
Before we notice the tactical details that it's a tactical blunder, the move, I mean, you're just not getting d5 in anytime soon. If you could, e5 is obviously justified, but at the moment, I'm worried that white is going to play at some moment b4, force me to take on b4, and after I take with the knight, I have so many pieces eyeing this square on d5. You're never going to get that break in. This pawn is going to start rolling up the board, and as Maurice mentioned, this bishop is just dead. This seems like a very clear advantage for the white side. Even though Sergei didn't find the killing blow, I think he's clearly in the driver's seat in this position.
Yeah, usually when you want to play e5 in the Sicilian, you don't put your bishop on d7.
Yeah, and even if you do, it's because you have a very clear way of continuing in this
Yeah.
moment.
d5 is going to follow. You're going to play e5,
Right.
and usually you got d5 coming behind it.
At least f5. At least
or
say
F5,
that have
something.
something, but you're just not getting anything in this position. It just looks terrible. Let's jump back to the game that's keeping our attention, Fabiano Caruana against Levon Aronian. We have a couple of moves at Levon. Well, he validates me a little bit by playing the move I had suggested, rook e8, and very quickly, well, maybe not that quickly, Fabiano replied with the move queen d3. It does bring the queen closer to the king side. It's a bit of an awkward move. It does seem like e3 was a more natural way to do things, but since bishop h7 is not really a threat as far as I can see, it's just a check. It's a bit of a curiosity, this move queen d3. I'm not really sure about it.
Trying to play maybe to introduce the idea of taking on h4, which would bring a queen g3 check into the position.
Yeah, I can see this idea of g takes h4 happening. It just doesn't feel like the correct move order.
Or queen b5 is also now introduced into the position, although we could have just played queen a4 straight away, so that doesn't seem very distinct. By the way, Fabi did think for almost 5 minutes on this move. We were away from this game for a
5
while.
minutes it is a considerable thing. And then Levon played the move queen d7. I actually quite like this move. In some ways, it gets rid of this threat of queen b5 you were mentioning. So the bishop is pretty safe on b4. And it also, if necessary, can jump to the king side and defend that way. You were mentioning this idea of taking on h4 and putting the queen on g3. Well, I got rid of that because I can always counter with queen g4. Let's remember that black is up a piece. He'll be happy to simplify the position. I see that Fabi has played the move king h1.
That's a cute little move right there, the rook going to the g line. That would get me scared. I mean, it's not necessarily true that you're going to die immediately. You can bring some things over to that side, but it's not easy. He's going to be chopping wood on g6 if you're not careful. Now he just played knight f5, spanked that move down.
I like that
with
little
confidence.
twist he made.
Yeah, you saw
Knight
that.
f5. On the other hand, the knight on f5 is very committal. It blocks a lot of your pieces out of the action. You can see the queen on d7 and the bishop on c8 run out of squares because of this move knight f5. I'm assuming this bishop has to retreat from h6. I don't really think it can stay there. Well, f4 seems pretty safe to me.
F4 seems like because it doesn't block the g file. So.
Right. I mean, bishop g5 or bishop f4 look like the most natural moves to me. I don't think I can make g takes h4 work. I run out of pieces if I give up my dark squared bishop. I assume that bishop f4 is the move in this position.
And this one is so complicated as well. It's not resolving itself for black. The bishop on c8, the rook on a8, the bishop on b4, all out of play. White for the moment is essentially up material because those pieces aren't working, but white hasn't figured out how to break into the position. And he wants to just open up a line so his rooks can stream in along the g file. If black shuts that down, then he has to somehow build does white because he knows black just needs a few moves, gives him 3 or 4 moves, and black will start exerting the influence of that extra piece. But for the moment, white is in it. So it's a delicate moment in the game that what's going to happen next to keep the pressure on black and keep him on his back foot?
I think that's a very important point, Maurice, that you were mentioning. It's that black's position doesn't get immediately better. And a lot of the times we see that attacks, when you sacrifice a piece, you're under the clock. You have a few moves to make that initiative work, or that piece is going to manifest itself in a powerful way over the board. But in this position, the king's safety is just a permanent weakness here for black. So even if you do have a free couple of moves as Levon Arena in this position, I don't think it's as easy to untangle this position, especially after the move knight f5, because now your pieces, as you mentioned, are not coming out as swiftly. And that's perhaps why Fabi takes his time to put the king on h1, saying, yes, you're up a piece, and yes, I should be against the clock to actually create threats. But since your pieces are so tangled up on the queen side, on the knight on f5, I'm going to take my time to bring my last few pieces, which are the rooks, into the battle.
And he has chosen to move bishop g5. Tough choice there, because the nice thing about bishop g5, we look at the f6 square.
Yes.
We put pressure on h4. The negative, the g file is now interfered with. And Fabi decided to go for that move after a couple of minutes think. I mean, he doesn't have all day, right?
But it does feel like once the bishop comes to f6, that black's position is extremely dangerous, because normally a bishop on f6, you can kick it out in many ways. You can attack it with a queen, a rook, a bishop, something. But here, the bishop on f6 is untouchable. There is no square from which I can target this bishop, kick it out of the board, specifically the f6 square, and safeguard my king. Once the bishop's there, I just don't see how to remove it. I'm even thinking of just throwing away my pawn on the f7 square, playing the move f6, so that I have a little bit of room on the queen side for my pieces.
And how
Alejandro, you're accurate to a fault. The move f6 is necessary right now.
Oh, wow, okay.
Absolutely necessary in order to get any kind of coordination, because he's about to get stepped on. His queen is tethered to this knight. The bishop is tethered. Nothing can move. It doesn't matter what's happening over here. Your pieces are frozen, and it's white who's preparing g4 ideas, rook g1 ideas, capturing on h4 ideas. So black has to hurry up. It turns out the only way to play. He could also sacrifice right now. Rook e4, another bout of desperation where he'd be a little worse. He'd be clearly worse, though not totally lost. But this line, bishop takes f6, queen h7 is actually better for black, according to the engines.
Oh, that's a very beautiful trick.
I mean, what an amazing idea, because now
e4.
the rook e4 threat with knight g3 and picking off the bishop comes into play. So actually after f6, you can't take on f6. So Levon has to find this. This is the one flaw of the bishop to g5 move, that this f6 idea is possible. Will Levon find it? Because his other chances look absolutely grim.
Yeah, I'm also looking for ideas in this line to get rid of my bishop on b4, play bishop d2, try to trade off the bishop for the bishop on e4.
Yeah, I think this weakness of the bishop on b4 is why the entire line can be played for white, because if the bishop was, for example, on f8, I think white could resign. I mean, you're just down a piece for nothing. But the bishop on b4 is never getting to the defense. It takes so long for this bishop to come back, and it's just this concept of one misplaced piece allowing the entire variation to exist. And I love the move f6, queen h7. That is such a beautiful way of getting rid of your problems. This queen on h7, exerting the pressure on the e4 bishop. Because the king's on h1, there is this knight g3 check type of tricks. And
yeah, let's show it. So, for instance, if a3 here or something.
well, I think the natural move is to take on h4, right?
Okay.
Because you would like to open the rook on g1, but unfortunately, I think I can just take on e4 in this position. And it doesn't matter if I throw in rook g1 and I just move my king.
He found it.
And he did find f6.
Yes.
The point is that if queen e4, I have knight g3 check. I have to take the knight, and of course, this queen is just completely hanging.
Levon Aronian is the one who told me. He said, the one thing about a strong player is this. If you give a strong player a situation where there are lots of moves, lots of good, interesting possibilities, it's possible they'll screw up the position. But if you give them a position where there's one move, you don't have any real choice because your position is terrible, you just have to find a move, and somebody says, look, it's the moment, you need to find something, that they will invariably find it. He's the one who keyed me in on that idea that strong players, I don't care how difficult the move, just make sure it's only one so they don't have to look at plenty of them. And here he goes. He finds the one key move, f6. And now the position is really turned around because the queen is able to shift and reorganize itself with tempo in this position on the bishop. That's why bishop f4 was better, and now f6 gains that critical tempo so the queen can unravel the entire position for black.
Now, it is an important pawn. Once I take on f6, queen h7, as long as I protect myself from your trick of rook takes e4, I think the position is still very murky because you don't have any other threats that I can see. I could play perhaps rook g1. Does that actually work?
So you're talking about bishop f6,
queen h7, and I want to get to your king while defending from the threats. So I was kind of wondering if I can play the move rook g1.
Interesting.
The problem,
So what were you going to say? Go ahead.
Yeah, the idea is that if you take on e4, I can take on e4, knight takes g3 check, and I can retake with check.
I love it.
So that, and you cannot take on well, you have to take on g3, but that loses, of course, because queen e8 is actually checkmate. So let's see if I can reverse the move order.
Knight g3 here.
Knight takes g3 check,
Rook
but I
takes
think
g3 because the queen is hanging.
the queen is hanging.
hanging.
So that also loses for black. So at this point, I'm wondering if I can instead play pawn takes g3, but that looks a little weird.
Well, king f8, getting off the discovery is just the move, renewing all the threats. And it's still back to the rook e4 concept and the knight g3 move, and this is a serious position for.
Yeah, it's a weird position because I feel like even after bishop f3, I will have ideas of simply playing e4, kick out your knight. I still have a lot of pawns. Material balance is 3 pawns for a piece, so it's not like Fabio has no chances in this position, but it is a very strange kind of position.
I'll show you a crazy line.
Position.
Here's a crazy line. Queen g6 in this position. Take a look at that. Queen g6 attacking the bishop.
Okay.
All right.
And now your bishop is just hanging. It's
kind of trapped.
It's kind of trapped. Bishop h8 looks pretty weird.
Yeah,
but the problem is
I'm not playing this move.
the problem here is bishop takes h4 is met by knight takes on h4, pawn takes, and then queen takes on d3. And look at these white pawns. Have you seen any pawns worse than these in your life?
No, this is pretty disgusting.
And bishop d2,
Probably not.
And the bishop is totally.
And the bishop is totally safe.
Yeah.
Black is fine. You can argue. I have 3 pawns. Is it 3?
It's
How many
4.
pawns? I have 4 pawns.
You can argue the whitest of material, and that is a laughable concept. No, this looks great for black. I think f6 is a very powerful move. Fabi's starting to think, should I take this pawn? I'm not sure he has a choice, though. Bishop f4 just seems like a worse version of the previous move, and it still allows queen h7. I don't see the big difference. I still think he has to take the pawn on f6 if he wants to continue the attack. Bishop f4 feels like too much of a concession. Perhaps we should go around some of the other games.
Well, we should look at this game. That was a horrible, this move, e5. And after what did we have? A queen e7 sighting back here. Yes, he didn't play the knight c6 knockout punch, but he knows he's got the great position. Your bishop on g7 will be bad forever. The pawn on d6, it ain't going nowhere. This one is on lockdown. So he just played slowly with rook a3, and as you mentioned, Alejandro, b4. Now we've got everything controlled. c3 is covered by the rook, so this knight has no trickery against his position. A takes, knight takes, and d5 is just smelling rosy. And so he decided to play d5 himself. Look at the tactics along this long diagonal because of the knight and the rook. But it turns out after takes, and takes, there's nothing for you to do that's going to hurt him. This pawn has just suddenly become too powerful. Even if you want an exchange with a discovery like knight e4, which it actually doesn't look like you win anything after queen a2. So e4 played, now just rook back, e takes f3. This is the position. Looks a little bit wild, but the engines give g takes, and this pass pawn, two bishops, an anchored piece. Black has released his position, but he is completely busted. And we're going to go to Budapest with Cristian, who wants to jump in.
We're here in Bucharest, Maurice, not Budapest. But of course, I want to talk about the same game that you were mentioning, the one between Karyakin and Korobov, because Korobov actually missed a huge chance. And you were mentioning after b4, the final position still lingers around the d5 square, the two bishops, and white is just being dominant. But in this position, Black had this move, knight c takes e4, an incredible sacrifice. Now, if you take with the f pawn, which looks very normal, I'm going to take a takes b4, knight takes b4. You have a lot of control over the d5 square, but you're also very tangled, and I'm going to go d5. This queen is going to attack the knight on b4. You cannot move the knight on b4 because you're going to lose the rook on a3. I also have a second threat, and that is to play the move d4, and that is just a fork. You're going to lose one piece. So the position explodes. Actually, Black is better in this position. White, after knight takes e4, he had to recapture with the knight, but after bishop takes e4, f takes e4, knight takes e4, to be honest, from a practical point of view, I prefer Black. Of course, the engines still give White a slight edge. Nevertheless, this position looks wild and is definitely preferable to the one that they have in the game. After queen e2, I can take on b4, knight takes b4, play d5. Sorry, after queen e2 in this position, I can play d5 first, open up my queen, have a nice center, have a beautiful knight on e4, ready to jump to c3. The position is just wild, and Black would have had a great chance to strike back and find counterplay.
Well, thank you, Cristian. But there is one game that's capturing our attention, Jen. This game between Artemiev and Anand has exploded. We left it off more or less in this position, as we can take a look at the board, this reversed Fianchetto Grunfeld that we had. And in this position, Vichy played the move b6. Now, when I play b6 here, it's just a blunder. I blundered the exchange. When it's Vichy Anand, it's a deep sacrifice. Knight takes f6, bishop takes f6, bishop takes c6. And there's no really decent move for the rook. Because if I capture on g5, of course, after bishop takes e8, I'm still down the exchange. But once you analyze the position, it's not just material balance. You see this pair of bishops is monstrous. This pawn on d4 really hinders White's position. And these rooks, for the moment, are just not doing anything. Vichy thought, this is my chance to get huge compensation and play for the win. And I love that he's done it. After the move h4, he brought back his bishop to h6, and Artemiev starts trying to break out of the position because he's so contained at the moment by the pawn structure and the bishops that he needs to give the rooks this activity. But after c3, Vichy said, not so easy. Rook c8, and now you cannot take on d4 because bishop c2 not only forks the queen and the knight, it actually just traps the queen on the d1 square. For this reason, knight d2 was played, a little bit of an awkward move. The point is that after e4, which was played, let me just
I love that move, e4.
Yeah, e4 was absolutely great. Let me just go back to this position. e4, putting down the pressure. e3 on the works. So much compensation here for the former world champion. Knight f1, pawn takes c3, e3 being played, weakening that king on g1. Queen a4, it's a little bit of a loose move, but it's difficult to find moves here in the position for Artemiev. Look at that time situation, by the way, 2 minutes for the young Russian player.
And the problem is, if we just try to take off one of the bishops, like knight e3, and compel you to take on e3, you'll do so happily as your you're just going to invade with the bishop and the queen, right?
It's just completely weakened. I mean, you're not going to survive this.
No.
Artemiev says, let me just put my queen out there, but bishop d7, of course, I don't want to trade my queens when I have such a huge attack. Queen d4, the queen is centralized, congratulations, but it has to go back to f2. I pick up a pawn. Now it's a pawn for the pair of bishops. A huge attack. The king on g1 feeling very unsafe. The move rook d1 was played. I think we have a couple of moves. No, bishop f8 was played by Anand.
Threatening bishop c5 now.
What a masterpiece.
Bishop
This is
d6.
a
masterpiece.
Masterpiece. Let's get it clear.
Amazing.
This game is astonishing. Watching this, it looks like an over-the-board game. The sacrifices that he made to get to this exchange sack by Anand. This is simply gorgeous.
It's a gorgeous game.
When you as a player, you look at it and you say, "Who's playing this?" This is Vichy at his finest. Just an incredible start for him.
He's demolishing Artemiev.
And look at Artemiev with just 1.5 minutes on his clock compared to 16 plus for Vichy. Vichy has not only been playing brilliant chess, but he was doing it fast, Alejandro.
I'm in shock. Are you guys in shock? I'm in shock.
It's a beautiful way of sacrificing the exchange, because normally you sacrifice for the exchange for one pawn and you say, I have enough. But fully sacrifice the exchange, that's difficult
in a position that just looks like it's sitting there. It's like, wow. But he was able to assess that he had complete dominance in the position. We saw Magnus Carlsen play a4, a5, a6 against Wesley So in that Fischer random that turned out to be not so good. And now we see this lone pawn sitting on a6, a future victim in this position as well. Just absolute master class of rapid chess played here.
And bishop b5 just attacking that pawn, and that's what's so beautiful about that. Vichy down in exchange, but playing on both sides of the board.
I mean, the pressure is just not going away, and that's the beauty about this pair of bishops. The king is so permanently unsafe on h2 that I can take my time and improve myself also on the queen side. This knight on f1 is just not going to participate in any attacking way. It still needs to get to e3 and to d5 before it does anything. It's just a little bit too slow, and the bishops are just controlling the entire board.
And that pawn just got snapped off. Bishop takes a6, played by Vichy.
Yeah, not surprising. Now we have equal material, the exchange for two pawns, but equal.
I'm actually surprised that he took the pawn, to tell you the truth. I thought he wouldn't give the rooks any chance. Rook a1 just played in the position, but still.
I think if it was a slow game, he finds a way to continue the attack, but playing under pressure, it's probably just better to take the material, keep your positional trumps, and make him think.
Well, but the thing is, when you have all that extra time on the clock, if you could just spend 3 minutes right there and find a kind of real squeeze move that forces him to look at the board. This one, he got a quick rook a1 in. Of course, he's dead anyway, so maybe we're just splitting hairs. But Vichy's still playing. Beautiful chess, lots of time on the clock. Artemiev is going to have to show us something. What an introduction to the Grand Chess Tour. You come in and you get your teeth rattled immediately. By the way,
tough draw indeed. Bishop e2 not on tap because of rook a2. So what do you think Vichy's going to play in this exact position?
There's a couple of tempting moves in this position. I mean, if I have time to calculate if bishop b7 actually works, because I'm very tempted to make this battery kind of function, bishop b7, queen c6. Of course, I give the chance of bishop b7, rook takes a7, so I'm not really sure if I do want to give up my pawn. But
bishop b7 was played.
He did play bishop b7.
So your thought is that after rook a7, queen c6, you're just going to play rook b7?
Yeah, without calculating too much, I kind of assume that between the moves bishop d6 and the threat of checkmate on the diagonal and the fact that you don't want to weaken your second rank by playing e4, something should win. I don't have to calculate it. Something should win.
This is terrible. It's awful. Everything is in Black's favor.
Right.
This is a completely busted position. He should take this one home. A position that we should also remember this one. Take a look at what's going on. After f6, Fabi decided, I see all the threats. I can't take on f6. Let me take on h4. But here came queen h7, and he's really regretting putting that bishop on g5. Now he played rook to g1, and then the calm, cool bishop to d7, saying, I am unraveling now. Remember when Black was stuck, a bishop on c8, queen on d7. He couldn't figure out how he was going to unleash anything here. White playing for the initiative. Now it's all Black. And after queen to f3, rook takes on e4 has been played. Queen takes. Well, yes, queen takes played on e4 as well. Now, there's no knight g3, but now the move rook to e8 on the board as he continues this attack. incredible position, but what's happening here exactly? Queen G4 check, King F7, and again, there's no way to really change this construction on this side of the board. There's some kind of threats of Rook G8. There's also there's actually a Rook E4 that's back in the position in this game. I mean, just absolutely pure attack by Black. All these chances are favoring Black in this position. Fabi in real trouble.
Well, those rooks just look so useless. It doesn't matter that you're up any kind of material.
And we've got just 10 seconds left for Vladislav as he suffers against Vishiana.
But after Bishop D6, he can just resign.
It's game over.
I mean...
And he almost did just lose on time.
Is there any problem with taking on E3?
Because...
There's no mate. There's no. Nothing.
I'm actually Bishop. I'm not even sure which what the fastest win is. There must be more than one way.
He's taking
on.
That's resignation, no? Oh, he's taking on B7.
Yeah, but I think I have both Rook takes G3 and Bishop takes G3 both work. I think.
And Vichy's going to continue along this line, very forcing, taking with check, and things are hanging. If Queen takes on B7, looks like you can
just resign, right?
Yeah.
Queen takes B7, you're up.
Your Rook is hanging on E1.
He'll just resign after Queen B7. There's just down too much material. There's no perpetual, right? Let's just show that real quick, that Queen takes E3, Bishop takes E1. There is no Queen E8 and Queen E5. I have F6.
Okay, this is the last gasp, but after
Rook E5, that's it.
And now
the Rook's solid and he resigns.
What a game!
Excellent game by Vichy Anand.
Wow.
What a way to start the tournament.
And the first winner of the Superbet, Vichy Anand, drawing first blood with Black against a very promising wild card.
And I'm wondering if the second blood will be drawn by Anish Giri. I think his position is completely winning. We had seen Cristian demonstrate exactly the winning technique for that endgame, and I think he's going straight for it. Black seems to be almost, if not already, zugzwang in the position that we have on the board between Giri and Wesley. So you can see that this knight on D7 is pretty much stuck. And unfortunately, for Black, you have to make a move at some point. If you could just maintain the fortress and not make a move, I don't see how White makes any progress. But you are running out of moves. This knight on D7 cannot move because the pawn on B6 is just needs defense. But you're kind of stuck moving the king. The king cannot go to A7 because of the penetration on C6.
It's also A5 to watch out for.
You also have to watch out for A5. So the only kind of decent move that you have at this point is the move King C7, but again, I can try to keep the zugzwang up. Bishop D4, you have to move the king. Again, you cannot move the knight, you cannot move a pawn, so you have to play King B7. And the question is, if I have a great way of improving my position, where do I want to situate my bishop so that this is a winning position? I'm trying to
get it to D6, but then you have King A7 again.
I have a couple of ideas. I was wondering if I
era.
could put my bishop on D8, but I have to time this appropriately. Let's try to win this endgame. There should be a win. I just don't.
King C7 has been played, by the way.
Yeah, it does feel like King C7 was the only move, and Bishop, I'm pretty sure is going to go to D4.
Yeah, it looks like he's pointed towards that square, Bishop D4. He was about to touch the bishop there. So you were saying you wanted to stick your bishop on D8, right?
Right. If this bishop gets to D8, I think the way Cristian demonstrated, you're just dead lost because you actually take control of the C7 square from the king, and that means that the king cannot move anymore, and you will be zugzwanged.
So Bishop D4, King B7, Bishop F6, King C7.
Yeah,
right?
and he might be.
And then Bishop E7.
So I see what he's doing. He's playing Bishop F2 first.
Yeah.
So that on King B7, then I think I play Bishop D4, King C7, and here I think I can play. Can I play Bishop F6 here?
Where you're looking at Bishop F6, Knight at, yeah. Sure, right?
Yeah,
Knight
yeah,
F6, Pawn F6, King D7, we're going to be too fast.
Yeah, this is just a winning endgame, and if you put the king on B7, I'll play Bishop D8 as I intended. The only question would be, what if I play against Knight C5? But I think I have A5 in this position.
Looks good.
Looks pretty good to me.
That's
so you have to go Knight F8, but I'm assuming there's a win here.
And Giri looks confident. He's just flying through now with the moves. And here we have the position. After king to C7, he needs to find this move. And it looks like Bishop F6 will be all she wrote. Wesley So, having tasted the blood of Magnus Carlsen, winning beautifully in Oslo. But you know what? Chess is a fickle game. Anything could happen in your very next game. You're only as good as your last victory.
And we have Cristian with our first winner in Superbet Rapid Blitz, Vichy Anand.
Of course, I'm here with five-time world champion Viswanathan Anand, who just simply destroyed Vlad Artemiev from what looked like a very, very strange and loose opening from white. Vishy, take us through the game and explain to us what you think are the critical moments.
Well, I was trying to improve slightly on my game with Hikaru, but Vladislav went first. A4 castles, A5 hadn't really entered my thing. But if you realize this becomes like E3 Grunfeld.
Yeah.
So, in fact, it just colors reversed.
Color, yeah.
And I think there as well, black sometimes plays A5. And I spent a few minutes trying to understand the subtleties, and I realized it's too much work to do over the board, and I just tried to make some moves. And here, I must say, I initially just miscalculated. I thought this would be quite safe, but I felt either knight d2 or maybe knight c5, and I'm under some pressure. So I wasn't completely happy with what I did. And then, if that is the case, then instead of rook b8, I should play maybe h6 and just take away the square.
Were you expecting him to take the exchange?
Well, by this stage, I had stopped expecting something, and I just thought I'll play bishop f5 because I have to do it, and then we'll see what he does. And if he goes knight c5, I was going to play b6 actually,
okay,
and offer the exchange again, takes. So if he does that, I was going to play b6, and I didn't see anything shattering, but I was.
Vishy, we have to interrupt you because there's some results coming in, but thank you very much for joining us. Okay. Maybe stay for a second. Congratulations, and let's go to the other games and see exactly what's happening.
Thank you, of course, to Vishy and Cristian. And what's blowing up on the board?
Well, we got to go to the Fabiano Caruana against Levon Aronian game. Everything that Black wanted in that position, he has got. The king is finally safe on f7. The knight on e3 is a monster. That bishop has retreated back to b6. He's up material.
D5
He's just taken on d5. This looks horrible, not to mention the time situation.
Yeah.
This is all Levon Aronian destroying Fabi from a very murky position for sure. But this resource, f6, shook the American player. And at the moment, I just don't think he's going to survive. There's way too much going on for Black in this position.
Yeah, so many trumps, as you mentioned.
May I jump in, though?
Right.
Even though he is definitely lost, there was a move missed. And, when you don't play the top move, and we see it happening in the Karyakin game where he was completely winning, but now he's in a very murky position against Korobov. You can't just say, I'm better, so what, I'll play any old move. These players are fighters. This position here, Queen d5 was not the optimal move to play. Actually, he had a killer blow in the move Bishop to g4. What a move to find. The threat of taking on f3 or mating, and of course, you can't capture here because now Queen d5 is a knockout punch. So this was possible. Instead, he took on d5. The move g4 came back into the game. He's still definitely worse here. Now the move c6 and now g5 on the board and keeping things close with f5. This is a position to win. Bishop back to f2. Still all in Black's control, but he didn't miss the most decisive blow. Will it be that he doesn't win because of it? His position looks so good, so delicious for Black right now that it's hard to imagine.
No, this looks terrible. I think from a practical point of view, it's very difficult to play for the white side.
And we have Cristian with a quick thought.
Huge breakthrough for Anish Giri, who is just simply winning. Wesley played the move h6 because he was in Zuzwang. And now Anish had this amazing blow. Bishop to d8, check. I'm going to sacrifice the bishop to distract the king from the defense of the pawn on b6. King takes d8. Now I'm going to take on h6. The knight has to go to f6 to stop me from pushing my pawn to h7 and promoting. And now I'm just simply going to take the other pawn. Then I'm going to start pushing my a pawn down the board, and this is just simply winning. There's nothing you can do. The knight cannot split into two defenses on the king side and on the queen side. This is just simply game over. If he sees bishop d8, and he has played it, I think this is just going to be resigned anytime soon. What an amazing technical masterpiece by Anish Giri.
I love bishop d8. That is one to show your students if you're telling them about the power of the outside pass pawn. How about two outside pass pawns?
One game that's curious to me is this game between Karyakin and Korobov, because Maurice had mentioned it became murky. I was wondering, how did it become murky? But it was this position that I'm trying to see it over and over again, trying to understand how Karyakin decided that after bishop a6, queen b3, you can see that his rook on d1 is hanging, and normally you move it. I'm assuming that rook d2 is a good move in this position, perhaps.
Actually, the other rook was
the other rook. Then
active.
maybe it's a little bit difficult because you do want to keep that defense on the pawn on a5.
But he's not taking it because of the pin on the line, so you would actually keep it.
I understand, but it just feels unnatural to move the rook from the A file, I think, because that is such a strong passed pawn that perhaps he decided, well, let's just take on b7 and push it to the end. But the problem is that when you give up this exchange with check, you give a couple of options of black returning this material with rook takes b7 at some point. And this is exactly what happened. Now material's even. This pawn is not strong enough to really create that much trouble. And even after the move queen c6, this king is quite exposed. I'd still rather be white, but I'm not really sure by how much. As we see, Anish Giri has won his game, was to resign after the beautiful bishop d8 check, a nice little finesse to finish that game.
And hey, that 1% has gone up a little bit.
Yeah,
starting with a win.
It was really a classy game, though. This is the kind of game that you would. This one has ended. It looks like in a draw between these two players. We hadn't followed this too much because there was a little bit of action in the game, but still was keeping well within bounds. But I got to say, two players who have played really well, really consistently so far are indeed Anand. A beautiful game, sacrificing the exchange the way he did. That's a high-class kind of chess game. And Anish Giri, who didn't play for much, it looked like. You know, we were saying, looks draw. But, you know, Anish, he is the master of the draw, as everyone calls him. He knows the difference between a draw and an edge that could possibly win him the game. And that bishop proved to be superior to the knight in the end.
That's right. And we still have 2 games remaining as Levon putting the moves on Fabi. Well, you were just updating us on Karyakin and Karabakh.
Yeah, this endgame must be a draw with the blockade that black has on the d6 square. Karyakin plays bishop h6, hoping that this pin on the back rank does something, but that's the problem. The king on g2 is a little bit too exposed. After queen e2 check, this must be some sort of perpetual. I think this will end in a draw momentarily.
What a fun round. And, you know, it's always amazing when you start the first round of the Rapid with a game that very well might be the game of the tournament.
And it's not a great start for a couple of the people that need to win this tournament. Not just win a couple of games, they need to win the tournament. Karyakin, he had it in the bag, in my opinion, against Korobov, both strategically after the move e5 and tactically after the move e5. But this will end in a disappointing draw.
Right.
And Fabi just getting outplayed.
And here they are,
Murdered.
claiming a draw.
Claiming a draw, but okay, there's no real need. Threefold is obvious at this point. We assume an arbiter is on hand to finish the game. One would assume so. As we can just move to the Fabiano game. Well, let's take a look at what's going on. This knight is cemented on e3. The king on g7 is extremely safe. I mean, bearing an awful blunder, this just has to be game over.
More food, just snap some lunch on d4 has been taken.
Oh, this is...
although it looks like the Indians are not happy when you got too materialistic here, but still.
Actually, the move rook d1 is a bit annoying.
And it has been played. Rook to d1.
Yeah.
Is
Actually,
on the
I really
board.
didn't like bishop takes d4. Perhaps I'm missing something.
And that has complicated matters. This is his only chance, hoping that his opponent loses focus as that move, rook d1, has been played. However, it looks like bishop h3, according to the hinges, is a monster move right now.
Because you want to play bishop h3
and queen g5, right?
Yeah, perhaps first bishop g2 to force the king to g1, and then I will take on g5, and some discovery check must win the game after that. Of course, do not take the rook on d1, because I can take back on d1, and this bishop will be lost. Actually, even this may
Even
be
this
winning.
after rook e2 looks...
Rook e2.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just don't have to be afraid of any discovery, because check, I can just move my king. I think even to g6 looks fine. And you just can't get to the king in any way. Your pieces are not coordinated. There's no discovery with the bishop because the rook is on pre. And okay, this is, you're just going to get checkmated. Yeah, you're just going to get checkmated.
Terrible.
So you can't even take the rook.
And
Yeah, he has taken the
decided he's taking the rook.
Well, that's pretty bad position when you can take the rook.
And play bishop c5, another way of accentuating the desperation that is White's position. Multiple ways to win. And Levon is just confident. This really will virtually put a nail in the coffin of Fabiano Caruana. To lose immediately, right out the gate, in a rapid game, that's 2 points. This is not what you want, obviously, to have happen. But Levon.
But if you're a Levon fan, this is amazing for him.
Exactly. Another great game by Levon. The players that we're looking at, Levon, Cristian mentioned Levon and Anand playing beautiful chess. We mentioned there are 3 players that you're looking at. Wesley Soto took it on the chin, went down in this round.
Queen f4 played, by the way, but now we can just drop back the queen to e6, and everything is defended, and we're up a piece.
Right. I think.
And indeed, that is what happened. Queen e6, bishop c5.
Prolonging the suffering at the moment. You're down a piece. No reason to play on.
No reason.
Both victories with black, Anand and Aronian, those are the guys that we're looking at. I think those were dominant performances.
Great games. Absolutely great games.
This bodes really well for their chances for London.
Although it took a mistake. It took that move, bishop g5 by Fabi. That was a real mistake. But since
a mistake?
Since the move bishop g5 was played, yeah, because after f6, White's in trouble.
I understand, but
after that move, let's just say, after that move, Levon has played like a total genius.
Yes.
Like he found f6, pure defense, and then just like a train has completely run over Fabiano since that moment.
I mean, hats off. This was a great game by Levon Aronian. Just understood the position better than Fabi. That move, f6, changed everything. It put Fabi on the back foot. He didn't know how to react. Put the bishop awkwardly on h4, and then he just did not improve his position.
No, he was in big trouble after that. There were some crazy lines he could have taken and put his bishop on e5, some bizarre computer lines you had to find to save that position. But as we said, the beautiful play by the black, with the black pieces, players looking confident. We're always looking for the players who are in form. Right now, what Anand just did, I mean, he better not keep playing like that. How do you stop a player that plays chess like that? That was insane. Just intuitively beautiful exchange sacrifice. And, somebody stop this one, because look at that queen on e3, the extra piece.
Cristian there? Can he throw a white flag?
Checks.
I mean, this is throw in the towel, Cristian. Come on. This is just down a piece. There's no reason to play.
Well, that last move, queen f5, does tickle a queen f6 check threat, although
it is the one and only threat in the position, right?
So is rook e6,
rook e6
simple and shuts everything down forever? Yes. Yeah. That looks just like an empty threat, and he's decided to just back his queen up and chase the queen over to the king side. He's got to play queen g4, and now queen d4, and that c-pawn can push. What's the time situation? How bad is it?
5
seconds for Fabi.
That's why he's still playing. He has so little time, he doesn't have time to resign.
That's what the increment is for.
We do see that a lot.
Yeah, but okay, this doesn't really deserve any more time. I mean, there's no threat, right? After queen f5, I can play c3, I can play rook e3.
We've seen strange things happen in rapid chess, to be sure.
Remember, Levon has less than a minute, too.
He is at 37 seconds and not playing very confidently, displaying great technique. He's let go of the rope a little bit, has Levon, looking around, wondering what he should do. This move, h4, h5, might creep in. Look at that, repeating moves, and now finally advancing the pawn to c3. Kind of hard to imagine how you deal with that, but here comes the h-pawn, as we mentioned.
Well, there's the counterplay, h5, h6, g6, and you'll promote those pawns eventually. Maybe not this life, but eventually.
Well, now there's this potential of the c1 queens, and then takes on e2 with check.
I think the other way around.
And he'll break into the position, so he moved the king away.
Yeah, because the other way around was stronger. You play take on e2 first.
And then continue. But now there's a bishop d7 threat he had to look for, and here it is, bishop d7, trapping the queen and finally forcing resignation.
Right.
Nice game, Levon Aronian, win with black. That brings the number of decisive games in this round to 3, as Anand, Aronian, and Giri are all tied for the lead.
A great way to start in Bucharest, for sure. I just love the way Anand and Aronian played in this round. They showed that they want to be there in London, that they're not afraid to take the risks necessary to beat their opponents. And honestly, they made their opponents look bad. Artemiev has had such a year. He's played such great chess. And he just looked like he got massacred out of the gates there by Anand.
That's one to take a closer look at, guys. I mean, to look at it slowly, because some phenomenal attacking moves by Anand. And then another great game, Anish Giri, that instructive endgame technique.
Great game.
Bishop over knight, power of the outside pass pawns, and throw in a sweet little tactic to win most gracefully.
I think that bishop d8 is just a nice little detail that makes you really satisfied with your game. Like, you played a nice one, but that little detail just nailed the coffin. But I really like, you were mentioning the Anand game, just the way that he was able to evaluate this position to me is amazing. Because if you give white one more move, couple more moves, you can start thinking it is an exchange. You do manage to untangle. Imagine you put the knight on e3, or if the knight even gets to d5.
That's the dream.
Then you get a dream. The knight to d5, the queen to d4, you support it with c4, put a rook on d1. I mean, you're just kind of naturally making some moves, but you just don't get there. And Anand evaluated this perfectly. But of course, we have another winner with Cristian Chirila, right from Bucharest.
Yes, we're here with Anish Giri. Of course, we've had some tactical battles, but this one was an endgame masterpiece. Anish, take us through the game. Was this preparation from the beginning till the end?
Not exactly, but of course, fortunately, unlike the chess 960, you are able to prepare like a couple moves here. So I was aware of the first few moves, and this position occurred on numerous occasions.
All the way until...
Yeah, like this light piece endgame has been played before. Even Wesley had a game in the Isle of Man here, I think. But I was just curious if he's going to handle it very precisely, because in that game, after 96, the pawn went king e4, and after a 5 check, there were some forced issues.
And potentially the black king
yeah,
comes
the king somehow came very
center.
fast. And here the difference is that the point is that if f5, then knight d4 is important. And then if I take, there is an illusion that this is sort of a fortress, but it's not, because I go king c3, king b4, and pick it up. So the knight would have to switch to c6, but it cannot do all at once.
That's
and of
not
course,
how the knight moves.
No, not yet, no. And the king also not in time yet. So king f8 is a better move. And then after knight d4, well, we got this endgame. I'm not sure. I think the point of this endgame is that basically if the king was on c6, it must be a fortress, I assume, because knight has enough squares, and then it comes back to d7, and you've got, let's say you put a pawn on g6, all pawns on the light squares.
Optically, it looks very close to equality, but he just doesn't get there.
Yeah, the thing is, if he doesn't get to c6, then it is much more interesting, because I cannot win by zugzwang because he goes king b7, c7 endlessly with bishop on e3, but I do have an idea that once the king is on b7, I can plant a bishop on d6, and having a pawn on g5, it is a zugzwang.
So you knew all this?
Well, to be honest, I didn't look at it today, but I think the position with bishop on d6 and pawn on g5, I sort of was aware of that possibility.
It's interesting because the engine is showing already quite a clear advantage for a white, but it doesn't look like much.
Well, it's all about the bishop against knight is all about the zugzwang positions.
Yeah.
If you've got no zugzwang, it's a draw. If you've got a zugzwang, you win. So the engine's evaluation is actually very confusing. I see it says like 1.1. Yeah. I don't know if it means winning or drawn. It's to be analyzed further. What is very critical is, okay, let's say I do manage to push even the pawn to g5, suppose. But the question, of course, is, okay, let's say if you would put this position, I would guess this is some sort of a zugzwang position. I mean, you have some pawn moves, but probably you'll run out of them. But the question, of course, is what happens after e5. And I was really thinking about various versions of this position during the game. I think what I actually checked once, a long time ago, is that the endgame is not an easy draw. I'm not sure if I checked if it's winning or if it's drawn. I don't remember. But I think, yeah, this here is a question. You know, I have lots of interesting ideas. Maybe like in the game, you know, push the h-pawn, then go f4, e4, and push the bishop on f6, like in the game, because here it's a sort of zugzwang, and it's very fun that after h5, which is a little more tenacious than h6, because I don't have the check, I go back, and I do exactly the same, thing, and we sort of back to square one here. And this is probably a zugzwang because...
Can you actually explain why the move a4 is so important?
That's a good question. There were, I mean, knight c5, I've got a5.
I think so.
For example, yes. And otherwise here, I think he runs out of moves. So maybe the toughest is this, but then I think this is a zugzwang. And it's actually a mutual zugzwang because I'm also out of moves probably. But yeah, it's important that it's black to move.
But even if you lose this position, I think it should still be winning.
I don't think so.
Really?
King C7. Oh no, knight, you've got knight B8 as well, huh? You've got at some point knight to B8, yeah. Yeah,
and now you get the knight to C6.
Yeah, the problem with this position, let's say you would be right if you would have to go king B7, but you've got this move knight B8 to C6. And knight is much better there because you've got knight A7 check as well. Or knight on A6, you've got knight C7 check. So that would be simply a draw. So it is actually important that here I'm winning move by move. But after H6, I was thinking first to do the same, but then he will trade AG, and then he trade E5, and a lot of pawns are traded, and there are some drawing chances. But in fact, yeah, then I spotted this move, I just wins on the spot, because I've got, the knight is bad against the corner pawns, the side pawns, but when you've got two, you should manage.
You got two of them, of course. Yeah. Beautiful game, congratulations, Ani. We'll let you go and prepare for the next one.
Thank you.
But thank you for stopping by.
Thanks.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, and let's take a look at our standings as we have 3 players at the top of the table with those fat 2 points for winning a rapid game. Levon, Anish, and Vishy all tied for first. Meanwhile, of course, we have 4 players with draws, and a little typo there at the end. We'll get that fixed with 2 instances.
Poor Artemiev. He might have felt like he lost 2 games, in fact, to relegate him to the bottom, because that game that Anand hit him. I mean, I remember losing a game a long time ago to Mark Ginsburg. No, was it
Wesley's the one who's missing, by the way.
Yeah, Mark Ginsburg beat me in a blitz game in the park, in Central Park, in Washington Square Park, from that famous video where I won against a hustler. But I remember playing against Mark Ginsburg, and I lost. I was not even an IM yet, and I lost this blitz game where I was completely winning. He tricked me, and he won the game. And Vinnie Livermore, who was played by Lawrence Fishburne in the movie Searching for Bobby Fischer, he was standing there when I lost the game, and he said, 1 is good for 2. And I lost the next one also. He was right. Psychologically, that blow really hurts. Will Artemiev come back after taking it on the chin in this game? Will Fabi come back after taking it on the chin in this game as well? Here is a moment, guys. This is one you just relish. You look at these types of games. But the point we were talking about is, how does Black unravel? This position looks terrible. How do you figure it out? Well, the way to do it is by playing F6 and Queen H7. If you can pull those moves together, you get away. Well, first, Bishop F4. Don't play Bishop G5 because he wants to play F6 anyway. And now take a look at what the engine suggests here. This move, hard to find. Really hard to find. He wants to play Queen H7. How do you play prophylactically, as the late Mark Dvoretsky would say? Retreat the bishop to F3. Get it off of this E4 square for 1 so it's not under threat. And now the move Queen H7, can we get it in? No, because of this beautiful Queen B5 suddenly hitting the rook and the bishop. Those are world-class moves to find. You need time on the clock to be able to find moves like that. Fabi did not find it, played simplistically, and got a run over. We're going to jump back to Bucharest for the winner of this game, who is standing by with Cristian.
What an incredible game by Lev Aronian. Lev, first of all, congratulations. That was super exciting. Take us through the game. Were you aware of this piece sacrifice with knight h4?
Yeah, well, I think I already played it maybe 3 years ago. This is some old prep, which I think I worked on actually 4 years ago for the candidates. Or maybe 5, I don't know. Anyway, this position is more or less kind of a tabia. There are zillions of options for white and black, moves earlier. But what Fabi did is also very interesting. The point of this position is that it seems that Queen A4 is very strong, but in fact black is doing fine after Bishop D2.
Wow.
It's
the bishop comes back. The bishop is actually lost on F8. So
yeah. So therefore he played Bishop E4, Rook E8. Queen D3 was an interesting move. I wasn't sure about Rook E8, but I thought, oh, what the heck. I analyzed during the game this, and I thought.
So you were out of home-cooked preparation, I guess.
Yeah. Bishop E4, I was not aware. And I thought here I have many options. After AB, okay, Queen F6 is very interesting because Bishop E3 is very risky. Takes on G3, and then, but also Rook E2 should guarantee me a decent position. So yeah, Queen D3 was most principled. Queen D7, King H1, this is all very natural. Knight F5 I probably have to play. And here, yeah, I saw this f6 idea, and I somehow believe that bishop g5 shouldn't work. I was thinking that maybe Fabiano will play bishop f4. The position is very balanced because I will probably have to play h3 to stop the mate and try to bring my bishop. I mean, my position is kind of awkward at the moment, but white's center is slow to move.
Can you actually explain us why bishop g5 is worse than bishop f4 and why this f6 move is so important?
Yeah, the point of the position is that black is behind in development, but white pawns are a bit far from influence. They're not influencing anything yet. So if I play slow after bishop g5 and he gets some time to slowly push his pawns, like h3, I don't know, maybe bishop f3, something like this, e4, and then despite the material advantage, he will get in the game, and structurally, you know, white has the center.
And the bishop on b4 obviously is not playing.
So while I'm moving my bishop, he will conquer the center, and then e4, g4, rook to g3. Then it could be very dangerous for me.
Yeah.
So
looks like it.
Therefore, I need to act very quickly and develop my pieces, not counting the pawns at this moment.
So f6 looks beautiful. Also, it opens up the queen to go potentially to h7.
Yeah, it's a tactical idea. And here probably he should have came back as well. Maybe bishop f4 here as well is the right move. Actually, here it already doesn't work. But, I mean, it's not that good anymore.
So when was the point of no return, in your opinion?
It's hard to tell. I thought that this looks good for me. Well, we were mainly considering something like this with Fabi. I don't know. This is bishop e5 takes here. He needs to open up the center. Maybe this was the way for him to proceed. But I'm definitely doing fine. I can take on d4, take on e4. My bishop comes into the game, and yeah, this bishop is not bad anymore.
No, this was just after that. It seemed like he just lost the trend at some point.
And then yeah, here I mean it's kind of surprising. White has a material advantage, but since his center is not moving anywhere, it's a completely lost position.
Beautiful game, beautiful start. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And we'll see you in the next rounds.
Thanks.
Guys, back to you.
Thanks so much, Levon, for taking the time to explain this fascinating game. But we have 3 victories and a very exciting rest of the day. I'm particularly excited about some of the round 2 matchups, as it's the winners versus the losers.
Yeah, that's going to be a great second round. I think a lot of people need to come back into this tournament, get their head back in, because those were some tough losses, especially by Vladislav Artemiev. I thought against Vishy Anand, he just got wiped off the board.
And this is what I'm talking about. Wesley So, who lost his first round game, is going to be playing against Vishy Anand, who won his first game. Still, Wesley, with memories of Norway, not far behind. I think he'll bring some confidence with the white pieces. This is going to be a great battle. And then also we have a wounded Fabi versus a triumphant Anish Giri, who's starting with 2 whites.
Yeah, I think Anish feels confident after that win. He got the type of positions he excels at, just a slight pressure. Wesley more or less fell apart, and I think Anish will be going with a great mindset into the next round.
And we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to leave you with a segment from the opening ceremonies.
Welcome to Bucharest, everybody, to the 2019 Superbet Rapid Blitz held here at Stejarii Country Club. It's a beautiful playing hall, a beautiful setting. We have a lot of celebrities here. Boris Becker is in the house, Fabiano Caruana, and a lot of strong chess players. Let's go and get the drawing of the lots ready.
Thank you for all you grand chess masters, and I wish you all a lot of luck. For sure, there can be just one winner, but I suppose all of us will be winner to have the opportunity to be here and to enjoy such a big tournament, first time in Romania. So good luck, everyone, and thank you.
Thank you very much for coming, and let's make this tournament we would like to present him our Grand Chess Tour jacket as an honorable member of the Grand Chess Tour family.
We had an amazing opening ceremony. The drawing of the lots was made. Everybody had a lot of fun. The organizer put on a show for us. Now we're ready to go back to the action.
In the marshal itself, I've never been over one big line to one little short night.
Be surprised. Be intrigued. Be delighted. The World Chess Hall of Fame in St. Louis is nothing you'd expect and everything you love. 3 galleries highlight the history, culture, and creativity behind the game. Explore chess in ways you never imagined. It's a one-of-a-kind cultural institution where rare artifacts and world-class art play together. The World Chess Hall of Fame. Mind, art, experience.
Founded in 1839, the University of Missouri is steeped in tradition. With more than 30,000 students, Missouri is known for its high academic standards, music program, and athletic tradition. This fall, another competitive team will be added to the campus and its long-standing tradition of excellence. I'm Cristian Chirila, the head coach of Mizzou's chess team, and we will compete against the nation's top collegiate programs and represent the Tigers all around the country. Mizzou Chess, coming fall 2019.
And welcome back to the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Chess in Romania, Bucharest. Our penultimate stop on the Grand Chess Tour, not including, of course, the finals. And what a bang it started with.
Some of the players needed to win this tournament. They started off in the wrong foot. Fabiano Caruana and Sergei Karyakin. Sergei only got half a point from what I think was just a completely winning position. Fabiano got demolished by Levon Aronian. But two players that are hopeful to make it to London just increased their chances. You can see that Vishy Anand and Levon Aronian started off with a win. Anish Giri did as well, although his chances to go to London are severely diminished compared to the other players.
Now, you know who's sitting back right now and thinking, all right, I need some more bad results to come in for some folks, is one Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, the only player who has completed all of his events right now. He will not be playing here, nor will he be playing in India. He has already put up a score, and he's like, I'm there. Right now, he's the number 3 player, but it's a precarious third-place spot trying to go to London, and he needs some players to get knocked out. We knew that Fabiano had to win this event. By winning, he would have surpassed. By winning, I should say, he will surpass Maxime. So, a loss by Fabi. Maxime says, yeah, just keep losing. I don't mind that result. As you see there, Maxime has 36.8 with Fabi at 25.5. A win here gets him 13 points. He gets to 38.5 and would surpass Maxime, with Levon most likely going to qualify as well, passing Maxime. So Maxime is looking at those players who have a chance. A Fabiano losing. Sergei needs to win to pass Maxime as well. A draw, Maxime's not happy with that, but he'll take it. Any little point counts that he knocks him off. And Wesley So losing as well. He needs Wesley to have a poor result because Wesley had some good chances to make it. But if Wesley keeps playing like this and gets a poor result, he might play himself out of the event because India is going to be fiery. You got to face Magnus, you got to face Ding Liren, you got to face Nakamura and Nepo. Those are players who might just be the first 4 in that event. There won't be a lot of points up for grabs there. So they need to play well here. This is their best chance. So Maxime, after round 1, it's only round 1, feels a little bit better about his situation.
Ooh, and it's a big time here on the set, guys, as we are going to go through our predictions. And I think that Cristian Chirila is going to also play with us over in Romania. But who wants to start?
Man,
Alejandro?
I have to say, out of all the tournaments I've picked of a favorite, this one is so tough. Everybody seems so even. You can pick some of the wild cards. It's not a crazy pick at all. I'm a little bit biased by the way the tournament started, just the way that some of the players played. It's hard not to pick Aronian, but you know what? I'm going to go off a bit. I don't think I've ever picked him to win a tournament, so I'm going to pick Vishy Anand.
All right, Vishy Anand, great choice. Maurice?
That's such a great choice. And after seeing the first game, you think, I got to pick one of those top 3 players. I'm going to stick with the player that I thought would be a good chance to win. There were 2 players I had my eye on. It was Wesley So and it was Sergei Karyakin. I finally settled on Sergei because he's such a phenomenal blitz player and he has never won one of these. I'm going to say he's due. But that first game, not impressed. Should have been able to beat Korobov that first game, but I'm going to stick with him anyway and avoid those other top players, although, wow, the way they played, they had great chances to win.
And I'm going to go with Levon after that round 1 performance.
I mean, I cannot blame you. Levon played amazingly, and when he's on fire, he just continues to be on fire. It's very easy for Levon to just start a tournament kind of poorly and not really make a name for himself in the event, but sometimes he just catches on fire early, and you just don't stop him. And Levon, we know that he won here in St. Louis. He's hungry for another victory. He needs a couple of points there to qualify for London. He just wants to seal the deal right here.
And let's hear what Cristian in Romania has for us.
Well, guys, you picked absolutely everybody that was interesting, but you left one that I find interesting, and that is, of course, Anish Giri, or how we like to call him here, Dracula. Of course, Anish Giri, I think he's going to put up a very good performance in this one. He started off very strong with a beautiful victory against Wesley. So, by the way, this is a very interesting fact. The highest rated rapid player right now in this tournament is Korobov. Nobody picked Korobov. So I'm not going to pick Korobov. I'm going to pick Anish Giri. But Korobov is definitely in contention as well. He escaped in the first game against Sergei Karyakin. He's just starting to play against these guys, starting to feel them, and I think he's going to put up a good performance as well. But I'm going to stick with Anish Giri.
Point, Christian. We saw as we started the show that So was the highest rated Rapid in the tournament, but because of his first round loss, he's probably swapped.
With Korobov.
Yeah.
By the way, you guys all picked the 3 winners from the first round. Talk about biased. I know somebody wanted to pick Wesley So, but after you saw him get punched in the face, you ran away from him. No way in the world, you guys. I'm surprised. The only thing I'm impressed by is that Christian didn't pick Fabi as he always does, or I should say usually does, because he did pick Magnus after a long think, a long, hard think. Christian, we know you wanted to pick your boy Fabi, but I'm impressed you decided to go off him right now and go with Anish.
It's because he saw the first game. Look at him. He knows that he saw the first game and there was no way he was picking.
You always accuse me of picking Fabiano, but actually in London last year I picked Hikaru Nakamura to win his mini match against Fabiano. You forgot about that.
That's
Maurice.
the exception that proves the rule. Excuse me. You picked him like 7 times out of 8. So yes, I'm impressed.
Then during the Singfield Cup,
you decided.
I chose Magnus.
Yes, I did mention that. I did mention that. Let's get to the games.
Loyalty is an admirable virtue. But let's take a look at the games and see Wesley So versus Anand. This looks like it's going to be a thriller.
I think it's where we have to start because Vishy Anand, again, repeating the black pieces, but he had a great result. And this is a tough one. Wesley So against Vishy Anand. And we have a reverse Benko. So for me, this is already what I want to take a look at. A little bit unusual. I want to explain some of the details of this position. After the moves knight f3, d5, c4, d4 has picked up a lot of steam. And specifically this position after b4. A few ways that black can deal with this expansion on the queen side. Very popular has been f6 and e5. Putting that pressure on the center, establishing the dominance in the dark squares. Now, g5 has picked up some steam as well in the latest couple of years. It looks like a blunder of the pawn, but it becomes very complicated after knight takes g5, e5, because the knight kind of runs out of squares. So if the knight retreats, I keep attacking it with e4, the knight has to go all the way back to g1, and even the pawn on b4 will be hanging. So that's one way of dealing with the position, but instead, Vishy plays the more traditional c5 reverse Benko style. The point is that you don't really want to take on c5 very commonly, because after knight c6, e5, bishop takes c5, black develops in a very harmonious manner, pretty much gaining advantage for the position. Wesley decides I'm going to put the bishop on b2, just increase the pressure on this square, and we have a lot of new moves. Let me just refresh the position. Knight f6, g3, double fianchetto style. This closing of the queen side is very typical for the structure. And the funny thing is that in this kind of positions, white is actually down a tempo compared to the normal Benko, because this bishop would rather be on c1 than on b2, because after I play the move d3, it's ready to jump to the g5 square. So it might seem unusual, but actually white is down a tempo compared to a normal position, because of this bishop on b2, a position that we see very commonly with the colors reversed, what this bishop still being on c1 instead of b2. I like black's position just as a matter of principle, having the center, having more space on the important parts of the board, especially because the queen side cannot be opened up, but it's still just a game. And I think after d3, castle's short, both sides have chances in the position.
And let's go on to the other game between the victor and the loser from round 1, as, of course, all the players who lost are going to be super hungry as Anish Giri and Fabiano face off.
A little bit of a wrinkle here in the move order. Let's take a look from the beginning of this game. Giri started the game with d4, which Fabiano has a big repertoire against, but he decides to play the move e6, inviting Giri to say, I could play e4 and transpose back into the French defense. You would be wondering what black does in that case. We won't find out because Fabi's not traditionally a French player. He plays it once in a while, but not very often. c4 played instead. Bishop b4 check is kind of the point, that you can play bishop b4 immediately. bishop d2, a5. You could take on b4. That leads to completely different type of scenarios, but let's focus on what happens in the game. a3, bishop e7.
So isn't this weird that you put your bishop on b4 and then after a3 only to drop it back to e7? Can you shed some light on that?
Absolutely. There's a couple of details here. The bishop on d2 is actually misplaced. The bishop is slightly better placed on c1 because the queen actually controls the center. So the bishop on d2 is not a developed piece. It doesn't add value to the position in many cases. But more importantly is the inclusion of the moves a3 and a5. If black gets on time to play something like d5, bishop d7, and a4, he's going to clamp down on the light squares of the queen side. And this is a very common plan in this structure with the moves of a3 and a5. It does give up quite a bit of development time, so it's not necessarily true that black's going to get everything that he wants, but that's kind of the ideal. And we will see in the game that after d5, which was played, knight f3, knight f6, at some point, black will try to use the fact that he has this possibility of a4 at some point. Geary develops the bishop, says that I don't want it on the inside the pawn chain, puts it on f4 so as to play e3 and not hinder it. And we have this as, I believe, the current position. Traditionally, I think black is not fully equalizing in these positions, but it does create a little bit more of an imbalance compared to the normal queen's gambits that we've seen at the top level. It's an attempt to muddy the waters. I think Fabi knows that he cannot just settle for some kind of draw, and he wants to play more in some sense, not go into a theoretical battle, not defend a slightly worse position, just say, I have my chances, you have your chances, let's go for it. I don't care if it's as theoretically sound as you would play in a classical game.
And then Levon versus Sergei Karyakin.
Yeah, this one is trying to find it.
Rounding out our other winner from round one.
Definitely a Berlin, I can just tell from the structure. E4, I mean, of course, Sergei playing the Berlin almost exclusively with the black pieces these days. D3, we don't see so much of the endgame nowadays. Instead preferring this move d3, bishop c5. Bishop takes, and we have a very traditional approach to this structure. Let's just go to the current position and explain what's going on. Basically, black establishes a very solid structure on both the queen side and the king side with the moves f6, e5, and a5, b6. Everything's protected. You have the pair of bishops as black, but white has the dynamic possibilities, and they're really enhanced with this move king h1 with the idea of f4. And you would be wondering whether you put the knight so as to be able to play f4. And Levon answers that pretty simply, the knight retreats to g1 so that I can play f4. No other reason than to do this. Let's update what's happened in the position. Knight g1, knight f8.
Why do you think you played knight g1 instead of knight e1?
It just has more possibilities on g1 than on e1. On e1, I stuck to returning to f3, whereas on g1, I could go to e2 if needed. So there's quite a few reasons why on g1 it's more flexible. But the main one is that on e1, it just has to return at some point to f3, whereas on g1, I might have at least an idea of what to do further. So knight f8, f4, making this break in the center, taking, knight g6, bishop g3. I like white a little bit more practically, but black is in a very solid situation here.
Not a super important moment in a, or I should say matchup, in a game between Shakhtar Mamedyarov and Artemiev. Shakhtar simply eliminated from any chance of going to London, and Artemiev is a wild card. So just a game. These two are playing basically for pride. Artemiev saying, I just lost a bad game. Maybe I can play against someone who hasn't been doing so well in any of these events. But just a curiosity, take a look at this moment after the move e6. This move weakening the dark squares a little bit, but preparing d5, very solid. b4 played by Shakhtar, 3 pawns abreast. Well, if 3 is good, then why not make it 4 after the move a4, queen d7, a4, just pushing his pawns down the board, not developing anything behind it. Of course, queen takes on b4, runs into bishop a3 to be sure. He's not going to fall for this one. But a4, instead, he played to break up the structure, which is something we would expect. He played the move a5, testing why is he putting this move in. Now, I remember playing something like this a long time ago against a good friend of mine, Clotaire Colas, back in the days in Brooklyn. And the move b5, he also got in a pawn to c5 and to c6, and my knight never came out. ever in the position. Now, this is the kind of thing you have to be careful of. A move like d5, for example, of course, is going to run into bishop to a3 yet again, so there's no pushing there. So expect to see the move b5 land on the board. Talk about advancing pawns. This is Anand's second game in a row with black. And look at his pawn formation as well. Black having extended down the board against Wesley So. He's playing. Black looks like he's got a lot of space. White is looking for someday when he can play the f4 move and then to get that going. So Anand with black for the second time, an important moment for him. If he can do well now, who knows? It might just set the wind to his sails. And I believe we have Cristian in Bucharest right now also with a comment as well.
I think it's important to go to the battle of the wild cards as well, the game between Korobov and Lequang Liem. Korobov, the number one player in this tournament in terms of rapid blitz ratings. He's playing against Lequang Liem, who is no slouch. He is a former Blitz World Champion, so this is a big battle, and I think this was an important key moment. In this position, White has to focus in the center, has to go Rook fe1, potentially Rook ad1 afterwards, and break with the move e4. Instead, he chose a strategically dubious attempt via b4. The problem is the bishop on d6 and the queen on e7 right now create this beautiful battery on the a3 f8 diagonal. And Lequang Liem understood that, bishop d7, protecting the pawn on c6, preparing this move, this very important move, b5, to solidify the structure on the queen side. I'm going to break with a5, and then your pawns on a3 and b4 are going to become huge weaknesses. And that is exactly what's happening right now. Bishop a2, a5, immediately attacking the pawn on b4, queen to b2. I think we have another move on the board. Rook a takes b4, a takes b4. Now the pawn on b4 is going to be a weakness forever. And I think black has amazing chances to score a huge victory in this one. And white simply doesn't have any counterplay.
And interesting game it will be indeed. But meanwhile, key moment from the game between Levon and Sergei Karyakin, two of the tournament favorites, where something big was missed.
I think this is Sergei's second time in a row he just believes his opponent and doesn't even check to see if there's a killing blow. This move of Levon Aronian is a howler. He played the move queen d2, extremely careless, and let's just put it bluntly, Karyakin didn't even think about it, because had he thought for 2 seconds...
Think it at home, guys. Those of you in the audience without an engine, what do you do here for black?
I mean,
look at the loose pieces in the position.
If you take on c4 in this position, white has to take with the b pawn because the queen is hanging, and then you realize the queen is hanging, and then you just say, who's defending this pawn on e4? I'll just take rook takes e4. And guys, this is a very basic tactic. It's not like I need an engine to see this one. Rook e4 is just a free pawn, an important one because it's the central dominant pawn that white had in this position. And Sergei just missed it. He just played the move bishop b4, saying, please move your queen out of this wicked spot. Away from the tactic. Puts the queen on c1, and now we just have a game, complicated as it is, a huge miss by Sergei Karyakin, in my opinion, who just keeps falling for this. It feels like every time somebody blunders against Sergei,
it's crazy.
Sergei just believes them.
We saw Wesley blunder against him. Was it in Zagreb?
In Zagreb, yes.
Missed an easy win. And this position where he just could have stolen a pawn right away. Completely insane.
And he did play f5 instead, and now pawn takes f5, bishop f5.
Yeah, he still has a good position.
Yeah, I was going to say, I do like black with that.
He has the pair of bishops. He has solved this problem of the center space. f5 is a very desirable move. So in many senses, his position is still great. It's just the fact that he keeps missing wins.
We saw it in the last game. I mean, the last game, the same thing happened.
Well, can you imagine if Yaz were here, missing that free pawn?
Oh my God. Yasser, he must be watching somewhere and just... being so upset. Free pawn plus the pair of bishops would have given Sergei a winning position, no doubt. And quite a big mistake by him. We have scintillating games. I have to agree completely with Cristian, though. This position between Anton Korobov and Lequang Liem is just going horribly for the Ukrainian player. The tactics of the position will not lend himself to the position because black is so active. You've already doubled on the A file. You already have this pressure. This pressure is already in existence, and white hasn't justified why he has given up the pair of bishops. You have the bishops on d6, the bishops on d7, very well placed. And this battery was dismantled, so I don't have to really worry about the f7 pawn, really. This looks all black to me in this position. And
meanwhile, Wesley So's game against Vichy Anand shaping up to be a very fascinating closed battle as Wesley preps for f4.
Something went wrong here for Vichy. I'm sorry, but you're not supposed to allow e4 ever.
Because then your bishop's getting killed, right?
Well, in this kind of positions, eventually White kind of tries to play e4. But the problem is that it kills your bishop on g2. So when you play as black b6 and all these kind of moves, you have to be careful of bishop c6. The reason is that you trade the bishops and then you play e4. And e4 doesn't kill your bishop anymore, so you kind of get the structure that you want. And this is kind of what I'm talking about. You're not really supposed to allow this. I'm not really sure.
And what if you played rook e7 instead of bishop d7?
Yeah, but okay, the bishop on c6 is not easily targeted. I can still just play e4. And the problem is that the bishop is now outside of the pawn chain. And okay, the computer doesn't like what I'm doing, but I really don't care. Because the point is that I play e4 and I play f4 the next move on black. Okay, maybe you can stop it for a while with knight e6 or knight g6, but it's not so easy to play black anymore when the bishop is outside of the pawn chain. When the bishop's on g2, usually you have to worry as white consistently of this problem. But now that he's managed to both trade the bishops and get e4 in, he has a lot of maneuvering time to put the knight on g2, like maybe the bishop on c1, bring the rook over, and then play f4. Whereas for black, it's not so easy to actually create a strategical threat, because f5 is very difficult to achieve, and I just kind of run out of ideas. You do have a decent position, but what is black's idea here? I see that black is actually being given as a preference by the computer, but I personally prefer white already from this position because you have a concrete plan, and black doesn't.
And we do have a few more moves in the position.
The engine right here, before you make the next move, the engine here prefer the move g6. In making that point, you were talking about the move f4, trying to slow up the possibility. Of course, there's a tactic on the diagonal with the queen able to hit the knight on h4, so you have to be careful about putting f4 forward because of that tactic. But in the meantime, black can also fight for this square f4 continuously with the knight on e6 and then a queen on c7 even, and maybe move the knight on f6 out the way and somehow someday get his own f5 break in.
It is a little bit slow.
That is the time he's counting on to see if he can pull that off. But the way he put his knight on g6, Wesley said, thanks very much. Now that your knight's on g6, I don't see you trying for f5 anytime soon.
And he just retreats.
And then he just dropped his knight back and said, it's all about f4 now.
And even in this position, I'm wondering why he didn't go to f5, which looks even more tempting to me. But okay, knight g2 with the idea of f4, it just feels like it's easier to play for the white side. Did he really play rook f8?
I guess another strange one, just asking for f4.
I guess he really wants to play knight e8 on f5 himself. But the problem is that with this configuration of bishops, the moment that you play f5, I will be very happy to take and establish this knight on e4. And that's going to be a thorn for black the rest of the game.
But what do you do about f4? And f4 is on the board now. F4 looks like you'll never getting in any kind of f5 yourself, and f5 itself is threatened.
Well,
with
this is what I was
expansion.
talking about. When the bishop's still on the board, like the bishop on g2, and my bishop on c8 is still alive, I have the move knight g4. Imagine this bishop still alive on g4, I play knight g4 and I start threatening the knight coming to e3. You would need to play knight g2, which you can't, because normally there is a white bishop on that square. And this is what I'm talking about. The trade of that bishop is so beneficial for white because he's down on space, and these breakthroughs that he makes are only possible now because he has a good configuration of pieces that wouldn't have been possible with the bishops on the board. And I'm not saying that black is completely worse here. I think it's a playable position, but things are going in Wesley's way. I see that he has taken on f4, played the move knight e8. I like this setup for black compared to some of the others. At least he will try to get f5 in. I don't like the fact that Wesley's bishop's on b2. I still would have rather have it on c1, but I'm starting to like white's position. It's just that he got that central dominance that he wanted.
So you're saying black is going to be playing f5 here, huh?
I think at some point he should play f5. Try to coax white into playing the move e5 so that I can retreat the bishop somewhere and establish this knight on e6. A very slow maneuvering game. Traditionally, the kind of moves, the kind of games that computers don't really understand very well, at least the traditional stockfish type of engines. and I just like white. I think white is doing really well. On the other hand, black has their own resources. Play f5, establish a knight on e6. Difficult to make progress for both sides.
Well, this one will be really fun to watch, and of course, so crucial to our standings as
Yes.
Wesley So needing to have a good tournament to keep his chances alive to make it into London, and Anand in a similar situation, although he had a great start already.
Well, let's jump to some of the other games. Back to this Aronian-Karyakin game, keeping me fascinated, of course. Karyakin blundering basically what I consider to be a win away by not seeing that free pawn in the center. But he's still doing pretty well for himself. The pair of bishops causes a strong impression, especially this one on c3. Because, well, you can't fight for the open file with rook e1. It also kind of hinders the queen. I would like to move this rook back into the position somehow. This bishop on c3 is not allowing me to do so. And yes, white has some good pieces. The bishop on g3 particularly is hitting the pawn on c7. That seems to be quite annoying. And there is no clear weakness that black can attack immediately. But the activity of the pieces just makes me prefer black's position. I think Sergei has gotten the better of Levon Aronian because the knights, they're okay, but they don't have anywhere to go. And we know that when we think about the battle between knights and bishops, you want to have those knights anchored to a good square. And the problem is that this knight will run out of anchors at some point. You always have to be worried about what happens if b5, because the knight will have to move. And then I have to tactically make sure the knight can go somewhere useful. I don't have control over e5, which I would love to do as white. I would love to play d4 and control the pawn, the square on e5, but I just cannot do it. The bishop on c3 is now a thorn in white's position. I just don't know how to get rid of it.
Right, and you'd have to worry about something like, you know, kick the knight away, then play knight f4 and rook e2.
Yes.
Things like that are in the position. That said, big time advantage for Levon as Sergei is deep in thought and at 13 minutes with 20 minutes for Levon, so that could become a big factor as well.
Was Levon's body language in the interview with Christian a little strange? I mean, I felt like he wasn't excited that he won the game, and he even looked like he was a little perturbed for some reason. It was quite odd to me to see that from him. Now you see him popping out that chest. They're trying to get some energy for the individual games. But
did he just play rook c8? I'm sorry, did he just play rook c8?
Is that what happened?
Yes, he did play rook on a to c8.
A to c8? That is the least active move I've seen in my life.
Well, hey, rook e c8 would be less active.
Rook e c8 would have been worse. But what is the point of this move?
He's defending c7. This is the only idea that this could possibly have.
Because he's going to unleash his queen and then worry about some exchanges? What a bizarre, definitely a bizarre looking move. Yes. And then I saw, there's another bizarre move I want to point out that happened here with the Fabiano Caruana game with Anish Giri. Anish played this move bishop to e5 saying, you know what, I don't want you to take my bishop on g3. And he could have played the move f6, slight weakening of the position to be sure. I mean, his knight does become a little suspect, but if his bishop drops back, then of course he can take it whenever he wants to. And then after this move, Fabi played rook to a5. Now here, the move h3 preserves the bishop permanently. Now you'll never do anything with this bishop for sure. A great opportunity for him to play it there. Instead of playing that, he played the move rook d1 and left the option yet again for f6. So must be that they're evaluating f6 as not that great a move for black because of that slight weakening, but it seems like an opportunity to me. Definitely a rich game, one that Fabi is desperate to win. Desperate. He cannot lose. If he starts that downhill slide, that's it. This will be his last hurrah. It is his last, at the moment anyway, his last chance to possibly qualify in an event he must win. But as I was talking about body language, this looks like somebody stole his favorite pet. This is not the kind of look. And then when he saw the camera come up, he tried to smile his way into it. But even in the interview, he did not look like Levon was here.
Ponchik? They stole Ponchik? That's the name of his dog.
Yeah, he really they love his dog. Yeah. I mean, he'd be out on the search party right now.
Yeah, exactly. I think
he would
just drop every. I think if they stole Ariane, nobody would care. But if they stole Ponchik, I mean, Levon would be all over that immediately. He would just abandon the tournament. I don't really understand what Fabi is doing. I have to agree with Maurice that if you play knight h5 to capture the bishop, you kind of have to play f6 to actually back this bishop on the position, because the way that he's playing right now, it just looks like his position is very awkward. You don't have to worry that if you ever take on e5, that I'll take back with the pawn. And I'm not entirely sure that you can save this knight on h5. Just to give a sample variation, if you take here and I take here, I am threatening g4, and this knight is trapped. But if you play g6, you have the problem that this queen might just checkmate me with queen h6, not to mention that there might be some discovery with the bishop on d3, but I think queen h6 is just extremely strong. I don't know if I start...
You're going to be forced to play for f6 at some point, just to get your pieces to defend.
But maybe I just kick out your
G4.
knight first, g4, and then queen h6, and I'm threatening knight g5. I don't see how you defend this at all, actually.
That's money.
That's just that game. So that means that you're not even going to take on e5 after you made the move bishop d6. And when you start realizing that you cannot play bishop takes e5, you're kind of wondering, what are you doing with your position? Because this knight is just stranded on h5. With the bishop having played already to d6, you don't really have knight f6. I'll just take an e5, and you're probably just getting mated in this position, right? I mean, this bishop's open, this queen's coming to h6. So
strange.
Fabi's position just lacks harmony because he didn't logically follow up the move knight h5. And very often this happens in chess, that if you make a committal decision and you don't follow it up with logic, then your position starts to lose sense. And that's what I think is going on with Fabiano's position. It doesn't have any sense to it. Why is the knight on h5? Why is the bishop on d6? They are not harmonious, and that makes his position just worse. He doesn't have any good way of continuing.
And look at White's position, a picture of harmony now. I mean, you didn't get a chance to snap off the bishop, and we look at White's position and we say, yeah, everything looks like a normal chess position. And we have a sense of normalcy, patterns that we recognize in chess, easy, harmonious play. The pieces are well connected to one another, very tight. You see Anish Giri plays that kind of chess, very tightly bunched together his pieces, centralized. He likes this kind of play. And by the way, this is his second white in a row.
Yep.
Anish, while Anand is playing his second black in a row. Somebody has to suffer it at some point in the tournament. But Anish getting that second white, boy, if he could take Fabi down and go 2-0, the dream of maybe qualifying, well, that's far off for now, but he looks pretty rested. He looks pretty confident, leaning back in the chair right now.
Yeah, speaking of rested, let's remember he is one of the few people in this tournament that didn't play the Grand Swiss. So he did have some more time to prepare. He just comes out from a decent performance at the European Team Championship. I wouldn't say it was stellar, but it was all right. He had some good games. I thought his attacking game was absolutely brilliant. If you haven't checked it out, check out the first win of Anish Giri in the European Team Championship. Absolutely wonderful devastation of his opponent. But he's starting off in the right foot here, and he has an excellent position against Fabiano Caruana. Let's have some updates in, of course, this Wesley game that we've been talking about against Vishy Anand. I see a couple of knights have been traded, and this queen has landed on the h4 square. But it does still feel that it's white that has the slight edge in this position.
Okay, but queen h4, it's stopping me from playing rook h3 because the f4 pawn is tender.
Yes, and also more importantly, I cannot quickly remaneuver because I would like to play queen g2 and rook a f1. Just bring everybody back into the party, play the bishop to c1, put the rook on h3, knight on f3. But it's because of this pressure on the f4 square that I can't really do this. Now you might be wondering, why doesn't Wesley just push this pawn? Just go e5, get rid of this bishop so I can maneuver my pieces, put the knight on e4. Yes, it is very likely this is a good move, but you have to make it with a little bit of care because this releases the control that I have on the f5 square. And if I get my knight as black to f5, I would consider that to be sufficient counter chances. If at some point I put my knight on f5, I have the f6 break, I could do something while you remaneuver all of your pieces.
Well, he did play the move king h1, a waste of time in the position, and now bishop and now knight to g7, saying now you play e5. I got the memo. I have the f5 square to plant that knight on. So this is looking like a little bit of hesitation on Wesley's part. Maybe that pair of knights traded, that knight we didn't like on g6, traded off the board, making Anand have a little bit more freedom. And, rapid chess is not solely about accurate moves. We saw Anand play some a gorgeous game, and maybe all his moves were great moves. But it's not just about accurate moves. It's about feel, flow, intuition. Magnus said that himself. When he's got flow, it's all going well together. You just keep playing the next move, and you feel good about whatever you're doing, whatever the position, you'll figure it out. And Anand is showing that, especially on the clock. He's got a lead on Wesley, who is simply one of the best rapid players in the world, but he's the one who's down on time right now and looking uncertain about how to continue.
Yeah, I mean, I still rather be white now that we've said all this, because it just seems like an easier flow of play. And going back to what you said about Magnus, I mean, it just feels like the moves come easier to white. But on the other hand, it's white that's somehow spending more time than black. You can see that Wesley perhaps doesn't feel comfortable in the structure. Perhaps he doesn't have a lot of experience with this kind of positions. He's not particularly known to be a King's Indian player, for example, which is a King's Indian-esque position. But all up for grabs, I think, in this game.
Definitely. And by the way, if black plays a move like f6, and slows down that e5 break, and then starts punishing that f-pawn.
With knight h5.
Knight h5 coming in, and there's some tactics around the king because there's a queen h2 mate. You're going to have to start watching what's going on the board. Now, there is rook h3, but there's queen takes f4. So what's the deal here if black gets a couple of moves in while white is figuring out what to do? And there he goes. He said, okay, that's it. I got to do it right now. e5. It doesn't matter. I'm conceding the f5 square. I've just got to get a bit of a clamp and get the knight to e4.
Yeah, but the thing is, if I was going to play e5, and then you compare what is more useful, the king on h1 for white or the knight to g7 for black. And it's obvious that the knight to g7.
It's a waste of time. That's what we were saying. He blinked.
H1, just a waste of time.
He blinked. It's just a waste of time. He should have gone ahead with his plan. Now bishop back to e7. Anand looking just
and here's the
we're
thing.
just going to play.
With the knight already on g7, I could even consider retreating the bishop somewhere else. And the reason that maybe I want to put the bishop on b8 is that once knight e4 comes and I play knight h5, assuming that I'm not blundering anything tactically, I could really revamp this position with f6 and allow this bishop to eventually really target all of the structure here. Now, bishop e7 is obviously more solid and probably the safer choice.
Because there is that rook h3 idea, and then rook takes h5 might be
a problem, yes. Yeah. Just to illustrate what the problem is, that maybe this might have some issues, that rook h3, and even if you take on f4, I could still take on h5, and knight f6 check will, at the end, fork the rook and the king. So this might be unplayable. Maybe the move bishop e7 is quite necessary. But the fact that black's even considering these things only stems from the fact that king h1 was a complete loss of a tempo.
Could you tell me about loss of a tempo? This move, rook c8, I need to understand, knight b2. Going to where? Is it a threat to, the bishop looks perfect. Why bishop d4? Why not rook e7 and double or something else? The knight goes back to c4. What's the point of this dance? Rook e7, queen d2. Now the queen gets into the game, and now he challenges the rook on the e line. What was up with that last sequence? Do you have an explanation, Alejandro? Because I don't get it. Why did this sequence happen? Knight b2. What was that?
So I understand knight b2 with a desire of getting rid of the bishop on c3. Now, why you voluntarily move the bishop before white actually goes knight d1, which is it's such a sad move to play, right? You want to encourage this move to be played before you retreat the bishop. Yeah, that I'm not really sure about, because, okay, after knight c4, I control the e3 square. You could just say I'm repeating moves, no problem.
Right,
bishop
with
c3.
the bishop back on c3.
But this is an awkward time to play the move rook e7 because, well, after queen d2, as you mentioned, I've taken control over such a crucial square. And I was mentioning earlier when this bishop was on c3, it hindered the rook on b1 because the rook couldn't swing back into the game, and I was controlling the file. But clearly, I mean, things have changed now that the queen is on d2.
This is stunning. And now double rooks challenge your rooks. And yes, you do still have that dark square. Actually, it's the light square bishop. You have the two bishops, but it's the light square bishop that's the bishop superior theoretically to the knight. But this bishop is not doing anything. White structure just simply mitigates against any kind of incursions by black's bishop. And it doesn't look like there's anything now.
It's hitting a granite wall.
What just happened?
This was very strange. Sergei just let go entirely of his advantage.
Meanwhile, let's take a look at the game between Anish Giri and Fabiano, because Anish is trying to capitalize on this position, this pawn on e5.
This looks dead
the
lost.
weak knight on h5, the weak pawn on b6. He's just played e5. And now...
No, this looks hopeless. I mean, the
you
problem...
can't play queen c3. There's bishop h7 check, right?
Yeah, this doesn't work because I just hang the queen. I'm not so sure that g4 is a threat because of maybe queen... No, actually, g4 is a threat.
Because queen c6, there's bishop e4, right?
Yeah, let me just illustrate that. If I play something random with black, I don't know, I don't even know how to defend this pawn. Even if I didn't have this problem with the knight, I'm not actually sure how you defend this pawn on b6. And that kind of segues into what I wanted to say. g4 is a threat, no doubt. g4 will win a knight. But even if I defend from that by playing, I don't know, f5, I'm kind of giving up b6 for free. You might have to play.
Right.
You might actually have to play f5, but it's a very sad move to play. How do I defend this knight on h5? I'm not actually sure how you do this. I mean, f5 is really sad.
There's a
right?
rook a5 move.
Is rook a5? Rook a5 must be an engine suggestion because I would have never thought of this move.
It is an engine suggestion.
I mean, it runs into knight c4 cycle.
And he found it.
And he found
Wait, so rook a5 and now why? So knight c4. There's what? Queen c6 now. Is that the idea?
That becomes a possibility.
Maybe you just put the rook on c5. Honestly, maybe it's not so bad.
And he's getting some things because of the queen c6 challenge.
Yeah, queen c6 threats. But I can just take on b6.
And the important point here is that g4 no longer works, obviously, because the knight has the f6 square after the tempo on
right,
e5.
Right, rook e5, key move, yeah.
But if I'm calculating correctly, rook takes b6 defends the pawn on e5, because if I take on e5, I believe I can take on b6.
Well, but d3 is hanging
and then d3 is hanging as well.
Yeah, but this is enough counterplay. The rook on d3 is attacking the knight on d2, and I should have something. Actually,
and our knight now has the nice f4
and it's material equality.
Yeah, material's equal.
No, this is.
So perhaps
you don't want to give him this. You got to punish him harsher than this for sure.
Maybe. I mean, I can. Can I throw in bishop takes h7? No, that doesn't work.
Well, nice move by Fabi getting back into this game with rook a5.
Yeah,
Love
this
it.
was actually a surprising resource. Very nice from Fabiano. I completely missed the move rook a5.
Fighting Fabi, and let's go to Cristian in Romania.
Well, I just want to jump on the analysis that you guys were making, because after rook a5, rook takes b6 actually works. After rook takes e5, rook takes b7, rook takes e3, we have the intermezzo. Bishop takes h7. After king takes h7, I take on c7, and this is just a pawn up. Your knight is still out of play on h5. But this is not the main point I wanted to make. The main point I wanted to make is, in this moment, what is this move, rook to a7? It's inconceivable that a guy like Fabiano could play a move, rook to a7, unless he's completely out of shape. It just looks bad. And of course, after e5, the knight is going to be trapped. e5 was not even the strongest objectively move, but e5 looks so dominant. And of course, rook a5, he found this, and we're going to see whether Anish is going to choose. I'm sure he sees rook takes b6, calculates the move, bishop takes h7 along the way, and he sees that he can be a pawn up. So he has a decision to make. He can defend the pawn on e5 with knight c4, or he can go into this endgame, a pawn up, and that's just going to be risk-free. I think that's an amazing choice that Anish has at this point in the game. Let's go back to Maurice.
Great point, Cristian, and that winning of a pawn and risk-free play, right up Anish's alley. That's the way he likes to do it. Forget about unclear, keep it murky. No, I see a clear pawn in my pocket, and there's no real risk. It's an end game. Maybe the guy can try to defend, but we'll take it. You saw how he did to Wesley in the last game. Now this one, Anand putting on a clinic. First of all, it looked like we were just extolling the virtues of White's position, but Anand is systematically outplaying Wesley. Take a look at the technique he's used. The move e5 went on the board, bishop to e7, and after knight e4, the move f5 was played. This move f5 hitting the knight, saying if you take, then your pawn on f4 is going to be weak forever, and we will put everything to attack it. Meanwhile, just take a look at this. As the game breaks open, you don't want to have your bishop and your rook in a corner while all of Black's pieces are coordinated and ready to pounce. So taking is just simply unacceptable as a line. I mean, you could play it, but then this pawn is just going to become weak forever. Instead, after f5, he played rook h3, gaining a tempo, queen to g4. Now he could repeat rook g3 and challenge his queen. Instead, he played knight to g3 and gave Anand, and I believe Anand has moved. Anand actually went down the board. I didn't expect this one. h5, looking to play h4. Is this real? h5, knight to e2, and h4. This looks different. I didn't expect this direction at all from Anand. This knight is a little funny because now it looks like the queen and the rooks, well, I guess the queen can't leave yet because of this pin, because of the threat, but he played bishop to c1 at first, preparing to get this rook in the game at some point. This maneuver with h5 seemed very ambitious. Maybe it was necessary. The game has gone super sharp now. A lot of concrete points will come out of this position as Anand has placed his knight on e6, as we see there on the board. But that queen and that pawn on g6, wow, this looks, Alejandro, chime in. I'm not really thrilled by the development for Anand, but it looks like he's playing with a lot of confidence.
Well, you were mentioning that you thought Wesley was getting outplayed by Anand with this move f5, but actually I didn't like the move f5 at all. When I look at this position, Anand has placed his pieces in a way that he was trying not to play f5. And it's not such a big concession for white to just move the knight out of the center. I actually didn't think that the move f5 was very good in this position from a human point of view. I don't know what the engine says, but I thought you wanted to keep the move f6 as a resource, and then the knight wanted to go to f5, not the pawn. So I was kind of shocked by this move f5. And after rook h3, here knight g3, yeah, perhaps the computer still prefers black, but honestly, I'm a little bit worried about my queen on g4, perhaps because of the positions of the pieces. I really shouldn't, because it's difficult to construct a way to trap it.
And they bang down a lot more moves. And
we'll take a look, because right now, let's update the position after knight e6, rook f3. It just feels like white has infinite time now. Without the threat of f6, white has infinite time to improve the position, because black will never do anything.
And that worries me, that infinite time, because that pawn on h4 could become stranded if we get a bishop on f2, for instance.
Yeah, and it's not so crazy. I mean, queen f2, the rook's going to swing to g1. I'll put the rook back on h3. The bishop will come to e1. Then I'll play queen g2. There's a lot of moves I'm banging out, but what exactly is Anand going to do in the meanwhile? He seems to be kind of preparing the move g5.
That is exactly what he's preparing.
Which is a human approach, but that will leave a lot of weaknesses behind. And I'm not entirely sure that he's prepared, or he's ever going to be prepared enough to actually play g5, because it creates so many weaknesses in his own camp. Specifically, the f5 pawn has to be protected somehow before I can play g5, and I just don't see a good way to do so.
And how critical is this game to both of these players? You know, it's Wesley and Anand who are both fighting for one of those two final spots in London, as we believe that Ding Liren and Magnus Carlsen have it all but locked up. Certainly Magnus does, Ding Liren as well. But those two spots, otherwise very much in doubt. Levon looks pretty good to get one of them. The fourth one, wide open.
Yeah, and this might be a position in which nothing actually happens, more or less what happened in this game, where Korobov, he was under pressure, but at some point he was able to escape into an opposite color endgame, and bishop endgame, and when that happened, I mean, that was pretty much a dead game after that. Let's take a look at some of the other games we spent a little bit of time here. Wesley So versus Vishy Anand. I wanted to go back to this position of Aronian to see if it picked up.
Picked up is not the way to describe.
Yeah, this looks
that one. That one is.
You know, this can be a little bit unpleasant for black, because without any real time to think, if I get a bishop to e5, I just trade the rooks, and then I play my queen to f4, and I play the move h3. This structure doesn't hold up as well as normal positions.
That's why we played rook c8 earlier.
Yeah, perhaps, right?
Right, sure.
Yeah, but all the pawns being on the dark squares is worse than white's pawns being all on the light squares, because this bishop coming to d1 is less realistic of target angle for the pawns than it is to just have the bishop on e5 and target the entire board. So I wouldn't chalk this as dead. I do think that Sergei's position is a bit unpleasant here.
Can he play for c6 and b5?
No, I'm sure that with precise play, this is a draw. 0% chance that this is winning for white. But it's unpleasant. And with your clock ticking down, already knowing that you've made some inaccurate moves to get to this position, yeah, black's okay.
And by the way, I mean, while we're looking at this one and ruminating on the possibility of the draw or the win, Anand continues to play with assertiveness in his game. He just seems so confident, and on the clock as well, as he's more than double the time of his opponent. And you were talking about him not being able to play g5. He said, I'm playing g5. That's happening. And it has happened. Takes played, and now bishop takes on the board. Now, this is dropping a pawn, to be sure. Rook takes on f5. Rook takes. Queen takes is possible. Now, the move queen takes e2, of course, runs into queen takes e6 with check. But he has an amazing move. I don't know if he sees it from afar. This amazing retreat. And we're going to see this position at least. Queen takes on the board. And as soon as I said it, he played it. Queen to e8. When you're seeing moves like that, you're on tremendous form. You play the move g5, so you could drop your queen back to e8, not to defend this knight on e6, or I should say not solely, but the main point being able to play the move queen a8 with check to that king, forcing trades on the board. This e5 pawn may be extra, but it won't last long. And even if it does, it's hard to make any kind of progress. This move is absolutely spectacular. The idea of playing G5, dropping a pawn to retreat your queen to swing to the other side of the board, that's baller chess.
I love it.
That's baller chess right
I love
there.
it. This was a great maneuver. I don't care if it works or it doesn't work.
I know, absolutely.
Yeah.
You're seeing the board clear and fresh. You're seeing the whole board. Your queen's sitting on H5, and you're thinking about the A8 square? That's baller chess.
There's nothing more unpleasant than seeing the move queen e8, and then you're thinking he defended the knight, and then you realize, wait a second, if I move my queen somewhere awful, I'm just getting mated.
That's incredible.
That is absolutely great. I think we have more insights from Bucharest with Cristian Chirila.
Breaking news, guys, as in the game between Girianish and Caruana, Giri didn't actually go for the simple rook takes b6 as we were mentioning. He actually spent a lot of his time. Now he's down to his last 3 minutes and he played the move rook to e1. Now, of course, you're defending the pawn on e5 and you're trying to play g4 next move and just simply capture that knight. The problem is you just spent almost all your time. You have 3 minutes left. The position gets wild. I can play rook to c5, attack the pawn on c3. If you go g4, then I'm simply going to go rook to d8. You see your pieces are a little bit clustered and defenseless, potentially. After g takes h5, rook takes c3, black is just simply winning. So in this position, after rook to e1, black has options. He has more time. I think Fabiano is back in the game.
And let's update that game. We do have a couple more moves. Rook d8, very standard move here by Fabiano Caruana. He gets that rook into the game, but more importantly, he tactically defends against the threat that was generated of g4. After rook d8, you don't have the move g4 because of the pressure down on this file. I can play many things, but I suspect that the easiest is to just put the knight on f4, take advantage of the fact that the bishop on d3 is hanging. After queen takes f4, you can simply take this, and of course now it's black on a dominant position with this excellent bishop on b7. That's the reason that Giri retreats the bishop to f1, renewing this threat of g4. I still find some problems with this knight coming back into the game. I have to solve this tactically. I'm a little bit tempted by the move rook c5, because if I can see this properly, after g4, rook takes c3 should win. The queen is not so flexible where you can defend the knight on d2 and the king side and the position on f4. I think something's got to give. And you probably have to play rook c5, and he has played a rook c5, c4, just defending the pawn. And now comes a bit of an important detail. How do I get this knight back into the game? Because g4 is still hanging in many places, but White has tied himself down to this idea, because now the bishop on f1 is passive, the rook on e1, and the queen on e3 are stuck defending the pawn on e5. So if this doesn't tactically work, he's basically destroyed his own advantage. He needs to make g4 work somehow, and if Fabi can defend against it, he's back in the game. This is a key question of how to do it right now.
So g4 now, c4 played, by the way, on the board.
Yeah.
So you're saying that g4, queen c. So suppose we just put a move on the board like b5, right?
Yeah, b5 might be the move.
And then if g4.
Yeah, g4 I'm not so sure about right now, but okay, g4, the point is that queen c6.
Yeah.
I don't have a good way of defending against the checkmate on h1. When I had my bishop on d3, I had bishop e4. But now with the bishop on f1, I don't have bishop g2 clearly. And if we play f3, I think I should just be able to stick my knight on g3.
Yeah.
I will eventually lose this knight, but I will create so much counterplay on the other side of the board that I really don't care about it.
Yeah, this doesn't look promising.
Not at all. I think Giri's letting go of his advantage.
And h5 is also possible if we really wanted to keep that knight, you know, playing either h4 or coercing a capture.
g6 play, though. That's ugly.
g6, okay, just to try to maintain the knight with knight g7. Maurice, your thoughts on the other big game?
This is just an incredible game, and even incredible mistakes. Take a look at this move. Anand played the move bishop back to e7. This was a flawed move because of a move that Wesley didn't have time to calculate and said, I don't know if that works. Let me just go for something more natural. This move, bishop e7, is beginning the threat, rook g5, so he can take this pawn. But you have knight f4 here. But the moment you see knight f4 on the board, you say, wait, rook f7, what are you doing? This is a problem. Well, bishop to d2 seems way too defensive. You got to play this move. This is just computer chess to hold on the pawn. You need time to realize, first of all, bishop g5 is not playable because suddenly knight takes on e6 and breaks the pin and hits this bishop on g5. And that would get the job done. The main question, though, is after you've allowed this position, what if he just plays rook f5? He's going to take your pawn. Like, what are you doing? Well, it turns out king g2, super precise, guarding this pawn, guarding the rook, and after takes knight g6, and then this move, rook e2, is met by rook back, and suddenly it is white for choice in this position as this h-pawn is under attack, this bishop, and all these pawns are a major problem. He had to find all these moves. Instead, he retreated with the move rook f2 right here. He didn't see all that. He played rook f2, rook g5 by Anand, and now he was back in business. And after just a couple of moves, he was able to actually bring his king into the game and corral this pawn, and that caused a draw in the game. And it is Anand again at 1.5, Wesley So at only 0.5 point. Anand, like I said, he might be making some kind of small mistakes, guys, but these are the kind of mistakes you can forgive. It's not the ones that it's just howlers. He's playing moves. You have to find deeper moves in order to beat him. Anand looking good right now in the tournament.
That's right. And meanwhile, our money game is definitely going to be Anish Giri and Fabiano, as that game has been drawn, as this is the only one with Queen still on the board and super tense.
Well, the Queen's
they're under 4 minutes.
Queen's still on the board in the Levon game. That still has some chance. Yeah.
Okay.
That is an endgame, though. This game, not really happy with the way this knight is jumping around, but at least it's not dead. So that's a plus for Fabi fans. That being
said, it's a blitz
said,
game. I mean, 3 minutes to 4 minutes now. Of course, we do have the delay, but
yeah,
rook AB1, you had a couple more moves, right?
Right.
Knight
we
D7.
can take on the board. After the move rook d8, bishop f1, rook c5, c4, we had g6 just to save the knight.
Right.
Rook b1, voluntarily put the knight on g7, saying, I want to go to f5. Giri had nothing to do with that. The knight does retreat all the way back to e8. Not really sure where the knight is going.
Much sadder square, huh?
It is a pretty sad square. On the other hand, this rook is pretty well placed. The rook on d8 is fine. The bishop's on the long diagonal. I feel that black is doing okay. Unfortunately, I have this bar that's telling me that white is better, but I just don't understand why white is better. This looks fine. The knight on e8 is pretty bad as a piece, but it feels like black has improved
and Queen
everything
C6
else.
is on tap, right?
Yeah, Queen c6 is kind of on tap. I mean, you could try to trade the bishops with bishop g2, but I don't see why I would be so scared of such an endgame.
Couple moves just played.
Knight e4 was apparently much better, or even f4, but bishop g2, no dice, as this has allowed this trade on g2. And now the c4 pawn, you can't move your knight off of the d2 square, so there's pressure for black everywhere. A very effective rook on the c5 square, doing work on two weak pawns in the position. His only problem right now is where does the e8 knight belong?
The thing is, the knight on e8 will probably not move. Because if I ever move this knight, I have to worry about knight e4, knight f6. So I think the knight, it's a bit of a sad knight, but it does an important defensive resource. My instinct would be to leave it there and just improve the rest of the position.
By the way, did you see how quickly Anish made that last move? He's feeling the blitz mode that he has to be in right now with the clock ticking down. He's not quite double the time down, but he's feeling that pressure right now of the clock. And both sides will start to pick up. We're going to see some imperfect moves appear on the board, and it's going to be a who can hold their nerves.
Nice move rook before, though. Attack and defense. And we've got Cristian with news from Romania.
I still want to stick with this game because I think this was a very instructive moment in the game. He played the move bishop g2. This looks very natural because you want to exchange the bishops and then jump with the knight to e4 and potentially go to f6, try to corral the king and checkmate the king. But the better move, much better move, would have been knight to e4. We're going to exchange this pair of pieces, the bishop on b7 and the knight on d2, because right now the bishop on c1 plays two very important roles. First of all, I'm going to defend the pawn on c4, and second of all, and much more important, I'm going to have the bishop next to my king, and you're not going to be able to create any sort of threats against the king on g1. My position is very safe. I have control over the light squares, and now I'm just going to start to attack your pawn structure. I'm going to go rook to b4, attack the pawn on a4, attack the pawn on b6, and this position is extremely, extremely difficult. He got tempted by the fact that after the exchange of the bishops with bishop g2, the knight could potentially go to e4, d6, f6, but the knight will stay on e8. The black knight will stay on e8, and I'm just going to have a very safe position. I'm going to put the queen on c6 as black, put the rook on c8, and potentially the pawn on c4 is going to become a weakness. The pawn on e5 is a weakness. So this position is very, very balanced at the moment. We're going to see who's going to err first, but Giri only has 2 minutes left. So what's going to be?
That's double-edged, guys. That's just double-edged position. By the way, Levon is trying to milk his position where he has a big edge on the clock against Sergei Karyakin. He's got 5:59 to only 46 seconds to move bishop to g4, allowing bishop to g2, excuse me, as he could go after this pawn. Levon has played the move h4, and this is queen f1 idea, but the king will just dance and prance all the way out to b2 if you start checking him. In the meantime, you got mate threats and his queen b8 picking off this pawn on b6. So even if objectively black is okay, and actually according to the engines, it's not so bad, he's played the move king h7 after all that time. He has very little time on the clock, and right now is a moment for Levon not to move quickly, but just to look around for how to keep the tension, keep the challenge in the position. You want your opponent to stop and look at your moves. You don't want him to just blitz out moves because you're forcing him to make the next move. Don't just make concrete threats and then find out that at the end of it, your opponent figured out how to defend against all of them if you see a single threat. This is the kind of position where you milk. You make him suffer. He's got 49 seconds. Make him suffer for a while. So you see there, Levon is looking around for that kind of situation. How do I keep the tension consistent, given that I'm the one with the dominant queen in the middle of the board?
A little bit of a semi-bluff, because in a classical game, in this position that I have on the board, it just happened a couple of moves ago. After the move king e1, black did have the choice of playing the move queen e6, trading off those queens. Now, in a classical game, you might be able to sit down and figure out if the endgame is a draw, because it's still dangerous. If you trade queens, the bishop will come to c7, and it will pick up at least one pawn. That might not be enough to win, though. That might still be a drawn endgame, but you don't have time as Sergei Karyakin to sit down and figure out if you can defend against the passed pawn on the a file, like in that scenario. So he just does the instinctive way of doing it, which is to, for now, keep the queens. And Aronian has decided, let's force the issue.
Amazing decision. That's not waiting at all. He just got super concrete. Wouldn't you do this if you know it's a win, as opposed to continuing the game?
I think I would have also milked it a little bit more.
That's what I'm thinking.
I feel like he could always have traded the queens, but I'm not so sure that e1 is the best place for the king. I would at least like to have it on d2, and I'm not sure why he did it in this precise moment. But okay, here, off we go. Bishop e5 is going to start vacuuming these pawns on the queen side. I think you have to play b5 at some point. You cannot give up both of the pawns, because if you give up b6 and a5 for free, you will also give up c5, and that's.
No, you got to do it right now. I mean, b5 is necessary.
Yeah.
But
he did play b5.
That's what his plan was, to play the move c4.
Yeah, of course.
And now, how do you defend both pawns?
How do you defend against just taking on a5 and rushing this pawn forward is a big problem. Because this bishop is locked out. You probably... I'm wondering if you can passive defense this. If you take on f5, like you play bishop h3, you take on f5, and you just defend with the bishop on c8. That might be good enough, actually.
That's a challenge, because also you have a passed pawn yourself coming up on the other side of the board that you'll force a king to, or a bishop to respect. So he will have some play. He actually just played the move king to
king
f7 right away.
Yeah. And I have the feeling this is just a draw, to be honest.
And this is the problem. If it is just a draw in the end, why play like this when the guy has no time on the clock and you could always get to a position like this? Why force the action when you had such a good position to start with? Very surprising decision from Levon, even though his opponent only has 20 seconds left. But the Minister of Defense, as they call him, if there's a draw, he's going to find it.
Yeah, and I have the feeling that this was, as you said, a bit too rushed from Levon. He had better choices, practically, in my opinion,
hang out,
than to go for this.
Just hang out. Why play? Unless he really did just think, I'm winning. I'm going to win everything. This is easy.
But it would be a little bit surprising to me if there was no way to bring the bishop back to defend. I mean, it is still an opposite color bishop endgame.
Because the reality is the a pawn does not fly through. That's,
it just doesn't.
As you mentioned, it does not fly all the way in. So here he goes.
And there's the defense that we're talking about, f6. That helps you how?
Transferring the advantage to the f file.
He's trying to create a weakness on h6, and it does present a problem.
He said, no, thank you. g5. What intuition on the part of this player.
Yeah, although I don't really know if there was a problem with taking
I don't think
f6.
there was either, but the point is you can't play bishop takes a5 without giving him king f6. So this g-pawn will be a real pawn.
No, I don't see why white is better anymore. I mean, the bishop's going to come back to c8. I will take.
Exactly.
We'll have an extra pawn because you'll probably take on c5 at some point, but it's more of a symbolic edge.
Yeah, how do you make progress?
No, I think this is dead.
But let's take that question of is white better to the Anish Giri Fabiano game. Well, Anish does have an extra pawn, but that very well poised knight on d5. Weren't we just trashing that knight a couple minutes back?
No, the knight is suddenly the best piece on the board,
Yeah.
but man, it's the beauty of chess. It changes so quickly.
Worst
but
to first here. Yeah, the knight on h5, long gone.
And now g5 cementing the f4 square for
still
his
a pawn.
knight as well.
Yeah, it's still a
pawn.
pawn. I mean, if the question is white better? Yeah, of course white is better. He's up a pawn. He's the only one with winning chances. But
That's right.
It is
This
a complicated
is not that
game.
easy, though.
It's not easy at all.
And it is a blitz game.
By the way, knight
just
f4,
a minute
knight
on each
f4
block.
check needs to be respected. And there's the knight. And there's a rook h8 with a little bit of matey threats on h1 you've got to watch out for. So pay attention because black is trying to make some noise.
Matey.
Yeah, there's some actual counterplay here. This is not easy for white at all.
No, and not with the time situation for him as well. 44 seconds. When your opponent has a knight on f4, a rook on d3, the knight is cemented, there's a rook h8 possibility, your king might get caught in something. You need to spend some time on the clock, and that's what he's doing now, and his seconds are ticking down precariously as he has to decide, does the guy really have an attack, or is it a bluff?
And you also have to consider, do I just want to sacrifice my exchange, like play a6, rook h8, take on f4,
Yes.
get rid of that mating threat,
That's
and then
right.
play a7? Am I fast enough? But I don't think so, because rook a8, rook d7 should catch the pawn.
No, but also...
Well, he goes for it. Let's see.
Here it is. The other problem is your knight is hanging on D2,
On D2.
so that he could just sack for the queen when
And
it
he'll
arrives.
even have a better endgame,
And
because
your
he'll get
endgame is not
F3
that
in.
great. And that f pawn is going to f3 with real chances as well. So
And as we're talking,
it's
look at him
looking
go
so bad.
under 10 seconds.
this is the problem. You got to
I mean-
calculate a position like this. 5 seconds. Is he aware? It's 4.
Is he aware?
And he's finally done it.
He's done it.
Getting 10 seconds back. And Fabi knows. And look at Anish now sitting up. King to e2.
Yeah, he wants to prevent this taking on d2 or f3. He wants to try to create something with the pawn.
But threats immediately. Rook to d5. Knight
Yeah, the knight's going to come to c4. I didn't like rook d5 as much because with knight c4, I don't have rook a8 because knight b6 will always kick out my rook. That being said, rook takes e5 is a check. Still a complicated endgame. I have
What
the
is
feeling that
happening?
black is not that much better. Like, there should be enough counterplay with the pawn on a6.
Rook to b5, an astute move, stopping the knight from ever going to the b6 square,
yeah.
so he can play a rook a8. But here comes the king. This is going to be interesting. Rook b4 at some point. Oh, you can't even take on f4 because of rook b4. Look at that. Check. Don't touch my pawn. Rook b4, and you're giving up a knight.
But it's so... What?
And the other two games, by the way, had been drawn. The Van drew against Karyakin, that key game, while Shak and Aturmeyev also drew.
Big decision here after king to e4. Does he want to play for f3, or does he want to bring rook a8 into the position immediately? This is a tricky position.
Rook b4 is also tempting because you do force the king back to d3. I don't
As
see...
well,
Yeah.
another big point. Too many moves, as Levon would say. Strong players don't want to have too many moves. They just want to have the right move, and there are lots of attractive-looking options right now for black.
And not the time to calculate it. It also doesn't feel like anything's actually winning for black. It feels like almost, but I don't see any continuation that stops the pawn on a6 in a clean manner.
By the way, is there also a rook d8 with the rook
Rook
b4?
d8's too slow. I'll just play a7.
But then rook b4, right?
No, but I'll queen.
Right, and then we trade everything off.
And it's a draw. I don't.
Right.
But
you think he's trying to win?
Oh, Fabi's not trying
you think
to
he's
draw
trying
this.
to win? Okay,
Yeah, no,
so he
Fabi's
did
trying
play
to
rook
win this,
b4
yeah.
immediately, but he himself has spent a lot of time, and now he's down to 35 seconds and ticking. So what's the next move? And attacking the knight, challenging its security on that square.
And that might just...
That looks like a7, though. Oh, no. He's decided he's going to keep it going.
Knight d6, interesting move.
Where's the knight going next?
That's the thing. It's a pretty knight, but it is dominated by the rooks at the moment. So after rook a8...
Is there a way to guard the... Oh, he's get to play a7, and you can't attack on b7. This was his point.
The rook doesn't have an angle, but
Right.
why not? Because rook b6, a7, rook c6 check, followed by
Check.
rook c7. You will have knight b5. at
Knight
the end.
b5 will be the big move.
So perhaps the knight is actually
Starting
very
to
well
remind
placed.
me of a study I created a couple of days ago. You haven't solved it yet, Alejandro, but this is really familiar.
There
actually,
goes our break.
The a pawn, incredible. King to c4. Now look at this.
I like that move quickly. King c4 because he saw f6 undermining this knight, and he thought this king must join the fray.
Right
There
now,
it goes.
right now, the
King
rook goes down, and now it looks like knight b5 will always happen.
But the problem is that
black has some pawns.
Pawns, yeah, the pawns are moving forward, and at some point, even if I win that rook for a pawn, if I get my king active and my pawns moving forward, the knight doesn't come back easily. Also, is rook c8 check a move here? Well, I guess king b6 is okay because I will be threatening a8 as white.
Yeah, black's not queening now. That's key. And the white rook is able to hold you back. So black has to pay attention.
Yes. Black still has a draw whenever he feels like it. Rook c1, rook b1. But if he pushes for more, it's not easy to see how.
King b7 is a real threat, though, right now. King b7 and knight c7 would be a problem if you bring your rook all the way back to c8. So
right, so rook b1 again.
Yeah,
so
rook
b1,
b1.
rook b1 is just a repetition.
Whoa, there he goes,
Oh.
e4, and now knight
Going
c7,
for it.
and he's going to have to sack a rook for the play. Is it correct?
Wow, what a decision. He plays rook c8, sacrifices it in the...
Ooh,
wait, that's a
wait.
check.
Check.
Oh, no.
That is a check.
Whoa, he's going to pick off those pawns. That's his first key, but his king now
No, but his
becomes
king's going to get cut
a
on the
little
a-file.
exposed. But he's not mating.
No,
There goes the
there's
two
no way to
pawns.
checkmate. He did
And
take
now-
both pawns.
And the problem is
Strange
you
position.
can't queen the a pawn ever. You can't fix the rest of the pieces. Can your rook swing around and help in the battle? And there goes the knight to e3. What an interesting idea by Anish, finding an anchor square on e3. And it's Fabi now who's down on the clock, guys.
That's
7
crazy.
seconds.
Anish-
He has been
Well, he always
outplayed.
has rook c6 check.
Well,
He
now
has a perpetual.
Yeah,
now
of course.
he has to.
until you play knight e3, and then it doesn't exist anymore.
I think he should
right?
just give the perpetual now.
Yeah,
I
it
don't
looks
see how
like he's going to
win
have to
this.
do it.
Yeah, this
So
is
the idea is that rook fences off the king, so you can just check
Yeah,
on the
and
c
that's it.
file.
Wow.
What a game! That was
Wow.
That was crazy. Crazy endgame.
What a draw! As we certainly got our money's worth with that.
Oh, that's something. That finish was crazy. There might have been a win somewhere, but boy, they really played that position.
If there was a win, I did not see it. It was just a crazy
And that
game.
was the moment, because I was mentioning that once the knight goes to e3, suddenly the c4 square is no longer a check, so the king might hide on a4. So Fabi just decided take the draw now and analyze later.
It was the important moment to do so. I think one more move, and then suddenly you are running out of the options to finish the game. And without any time on the clock, I think he would have easily lost that endgame. I think getting that perpetual, having that mental fortitude of saying, look, the king is weak, but I can't really get to it. Stop trying to win. Finish the game before it goes south.
I love it because, Fabi had that opportunity earlier in the game, but he kept pushing for the
kept
win.
pushing, yeah.
But when the moment came, it was time.
And this is a very interesting moment because after knight c7, we're kind of so focused on the rook being won with the promotion of the pawn that we kind of forget that e6 is actually hanging. But this kind of eliminates any chance that black can have of winning. Once you eliminate the pawns on the king side, even if you win the pawn on a7 for free, it's incredibly difficult to win. And obviously you're not winning that precious pawn for free. I mean, that's going to cost you a rook. So it's important to give the perpetual immediately. A little bit of a lucky resource, if I'm
By the way,
able to say.
24 moves after the G5 move was played, the engine says, great play by both sides.
Really?
Awesome chess. Simply beautiful moves that led just basically equal. It's shifting maybe some edge back and forth, but not much. Beautiful endgame play by these
No, this
two
was
players.
great. This
Just
was top level chess
fantastic chess.
with seconds on the clock. I mean, absolutely great.
Yeah, incredible. As we take a look at our standings, those draws will keep our same trio at the top of the standings, Vichy, Anish, and Milan, all with 3 points. One victory in round one, followed by a draw. And of course, the rest of the standings stay the same as well. But Fabi can feel good about coming back from that game, which looked really difficult earlier.
It was an exciting round,
Yes.
but no wins.
No wins.
Incredible,
Surprising.
but a beautifully exciting round. Great play. Everywhere you looked, you saw chances, people going for play. I think, though, the one person I have to say I'm a little surprised at the way he handled it was Levon. 5 minutes on the clock. I see this happen a lot with players, even top players. They got time on the clock. Your opponent has no time. The position's a little unclear. You could go forcing, but if you just chill for a while and make them suffer, they're going to suffer and potentially make a mistake. Instead of doing that, you play more forcing play, and then all of a sudden your advantage is gone. And so I'm surprised at the way Levon handled his business in that game, forcing the position and causing it to just fizzle pretty quickly. But other games, very impressive, this last one being almost at the top of the list.
We didn't get a good chance to look at the game between Mamedyarov and Artemiev, of course, Starfield game, but instead of taking your advice, Maurice, of playing this b5 idea of the expansion, which I kind of liked, he went for the other tempting option, which was to take on a5 with the idea of breaking himself on the queen side with a5 later. The problem with this kind of breaks is that if you don't have enough fuel in the fire, then by the time that you actually do break on a5 like it is in this position, it might kind of just reduce itself to a draw because you didn't really gain that much from the break. You cannot really put the pawn on a6 at any point. Knight b8 will corral it and just win it. So you are kind of resigned to the fact that eventually white will suffer b takes a5 and have to trade all of the pieces off, and that eventually led to a drawn endgame between Mamedyarov and Artemiev.
Guys, could we go back to some pure, just bold-faced genius? I mean, this move, g5. You know, first you're like, you can't play g5. Oh, I'm playing g5. No, you can't play g5. Oh, trust me, I'm playing g5. Okay, all right, fine. I told you you couldn't play g5. Now I just stole your pawn, and your knight's under attack with check, and you thought you were hitting on e2, but you're not. Oh, you play queen e8. Oh, I told you you had to back up. Oh, you got a queen a8 coming? Wait, whoa. Wait a second, I might get mated if I'm not careful? I mean, what is this? The way Anand is playing these retreating moves with genius, that's what I really enjoy. When you start playing those retreating moves that are masking also the attacking moves, that's when you know somebody is just seeing the board. A queen on h5, checking out the a8 square. Your brain has to be fresh, wide open to be checking a chessboard like that. And he is totally on form right now. The Indian fans got to be pleased with what Anand is bringing to the show.
And we
have
have
Cristian.
Cristian with Fabiano.
Yes, I'm here with number 2 player in the world, Fabiano Caruana. He needs to win this tournament in order to be able to qualify to London. But Fabiano, a shaky start. The first game was quite difficult, but the second one, it kept us all on the edge of our seats.
Yeah, I played a very dubious opening, and I can't say that it's even a variation or anything. I just got to the board and wasn't really sure what to play, so I played something which turned out to not be very good. And I got a very bad position at some point. But yeah, somewhere he started to mess it up. He was very close to winning.
At this point, did you spot the move rook takes b6 and bishop takes h7 to take the pawn?
Yeah, but I mean, I didn't see a better move than rook a5 here.
There was not.
So, I mean, what can I do?
Yeah.
I got into this position, I had to do something. It didn't seem like losing. I mean, it seemed bad in general. But
were you surprised by his...
Yeah, rook e1 was surprising. Okay, I didn't spot f6 here, but I still thought my position is dubious, but at least I'm not losing b6 or anything. I mean, the pressure is off b6.
Especially because he spent so much time in this position, it felt like even though your knight on h5 is completely out of play, you will still get some sort of counterplay because he has to go g4 to control the knight, and then it opens up the diagonal, the king gets a bit weak.
Well, yeah, the knight on h5 is not really out of play because white has to keep an eye on, if the knight gets f4, of course, then it becomes very active and very dangerous. So he has to keep an eye on it. So it's not a good piece, of course, but it's not fully out of the game. And of course, at some point it got completely crazy. I mean, I was very happy when I got this ending. I thought I'm probably going to make a draw here. And then he started to get low on time, and I suddenly got an attack. I mean, with low on time, it starts to look very scary for white. And so he sacked an exchange, which was probably low on time, a practical choice. But I did feel like I was very close to winning here. It might have just been the time that was giving me that feeling. But like when I played rook b3, if he doesn't play king e4, he loses. Maybe I had something better to round up. If I get the a pawn, of course, then but maybe rook b3 was just a panicky move. I saw that king f4 doesn't work, and king e4 looked like tactically dangerous for him. And so I played it without really, I didn't have enough time to go into all the details. But yeah, and then after that I was, of course, probably losing at some point. I lost control, we were both getting low on time, and I'm sure I was losing, but with a few seconds you can't really hope for accuracy.
Well, still not a bad game, of course. The first one was very difficult. What are you going to do to bounce back? In the third one, you have white, so...
Yeah, I'm playing Wesley. He's been doing very well recently. Okay, I guess he also had a shaky start here, and probably not what he was hoping for. But, I mean, anything can happen. You know, just the first two games don't really decide a player's form. I think even though we have had shaky starts, we're probably both relatively optimistic about our chances in the tournament.
You guys are both coming from Norway, from the Fischer Random finals. Do you think playing so much Fischer Random will influence your game?
Probably not. I mean, well, here, I guess the first two games I was sort of in a random mode. In the first game, I played a very enterprising but very risky line. Just backfired on me. Okay, you saw this game. so my first two games were anything but solid, and I don't really think it had anything to do with Fischer Random, but maybe.
Okay, we'll let you go back to your preparation. Good luck in next game.
Thanks.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, and what a round, what a start here to the Superbet, as it seems like a lot of players in good form.
Yeah, we haven't seen that many blunders, a couple here and there. I think Sergey has especially been in bad form, not taking advantage of the positions he has been given, especially this last one against Aronian. Having such a pleasant position, the blunder of the pawn, didn't see it, and then slowly getting pushed out of the board. I mean, he did make a draw at the end, but Sergey was under pressure from a position that he was the one that should have been pushing with the pair of bishops, the control of the e-file, and the opposite happened. So I'm not very happy about Sergey's form at the moment, but we've some great games on other boards.
And we do have Cristian with an interview with Boris Becker.
I'm here with six-time Grand Slam winner and one of the youngest to ever do it at the Wimbledon, Boris Becker, a legend of the sport. Boris, welcome back to Bucharest. Tell us about your first impressions here at the Stejarii Country Club, the venue, the playing hall, the players, because you've met already some of them.
I'm a big fan of Romania, of Bucharest in particular. You know, way back when I met Mr. Jan Shahade and his family, I became embedded into Romania, so it's always good for me to come back. But I'm in particular proud to be invited to the Superbet tournament here at Stejarii Country Club. It's an illustrious group of grandmasters I'm surrounded with. I played a quick game of chess with Fabiano Caruso, and I'm honored to be, promoting such an important tournament.
I know you've played some of the best chess players in the world. You've attended a lot of chess tournaments. Why chess?
Chess is very similar to tennis. It's man against man. Not the first move, but the last ball counts. You need to be very patient, a lot of strategy, a lot of mind games going on a chessboard or on a tennis court. And ultimately, you're on your own. You are responsible for everything you do. So very similar lifestyles, very similar mentality. And ever I met Garry Kasparov 25 years ago, I became a big fan, and I got to play with him as well. Don't ask who won. So I became a big fan of chess.
We often hear a lot of the tennis players take cues from chess players, but what can chess players take from tennis players in terms of strategy, in terms of preparation, psychological edge?
I think it's always important to find your identity, how you are, what's your comfort zone, how you want to play, because it's always bad to adapt too much to your position. Your position has to adapt to your style. And I think that's what the top tennis players do so well, and probably the top chess players as well. So whoever wants to be good, you have to find your own signature.
An important initiative of the Superbet Foundation is to bring chess to the younger generations. You yourself have taught your kids how to play chess. Why do you think it's so important to teach them at a young age?
Chess as tennis gives young people the experience of learning a lot of life skills about, fair play, about patience, about strategy, about math, geometry, all these things that you need to so much later in life, regardless whether you become a professional or not. So the earlier you can start, the better you will be.
I know you've played Garry Kasparov, Nigel Short, but who is the strongest tennis player that you faced over the chessboard?
There are a couple of good ones around. I'd like to think I'm one of the best tennis players. I don't remember a loss yet, but then I don't play every tournament. But hopefully I can promote that in the tennis circles as well.
We've had one of the most memorable matches of tennis this year at Wimbledon when Novak Djokovic upset Roger Federer. How did you see that match from the stands as a chess player?
Very much so. One of the best matches of tennis I've seen. You know, two players at their peak, playing their very best at the most important tournament. What more do you want? And I commentated for 5 hours on top of it. But Novak is a big chess player as well. We played a lot of chess together. He's very strategic on the court. He knows exactly which point to do at what score. And I think that's what makes him win.
back to the Grand Chess Tour coverage of Superbet in Bucharest, Romania. Let's take a look at our standings after 2 rapid games. We've got 3 heavy hitters at the top of the field, Vishy Anand, Anish Giri, and Levan Aronian. 2 players in very good position, especially if they keep playing like this, to qualify for London. Anish really needs to win first here to give himself good chances.
Yeah, even that still requires him to do well in the next tournament. So it's not like he wins this one and is qualified. But he had a very nice game in the first round. This one's not so clean. He did get such a promising position against Fabiano Caruana in round 2. That knight on h5 just making a very bad impression. But he wasn't able to convert it. Let's see if he can do so in the next round. But we have to talk about the All-American matchup.
That's right. Huge game here. Fabi versus Wesley. Both of these players really needing a W to keep their chances of an American and our chances of an American London happy.
Yeah, I mean, must-win games for Fabiano Caruana coming up. Just has to put the points together. If he doesn't, he can say goodbye to his London dreams. Some of the other important pairings, I particularly want to see the wild card, a matchup between Artemiev and Korobov. I think we haven't given them their deserved attention, although they haven't played the most interesting games so far. This is going to be, I think, a key one. But of course, Vishy Anand against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Can Vishy keep up his good streak of play against somebody that has not been able to pick himself up in the Grand Chess Tour? He has had some good tournaments this year. He went far in the World Cup. He won one of the Grand Prix. But Mamedyarov has not done well at all in the Grand Chess Tour so far.
Vishy's looking boyish. I'm sorry. He's looking sprightly, fresh, ready. I don't know what's in that water he's drinking, but he is looking like he's here to play. He's playing like a Vishy Anand of old, just dropping down some really fresh moves, very alert. Clock time issues, forget about it. He is just looking so good. Who picked Vishy to win?
I did.
Yeah, you saw that first
After
game.
round 1.
Wow, no credit.
No credit at all. Get out of here.
You were first to pick.
That was impressive. What he's done so far. Let's see if he can keep it up though, because it's not just about day 1. It's about day 5, right?
I mean, it's only 2 rounds.
It's only 2 rounds.
There's so much chess going on. We have 9 rounds of rapid, 18 of blitz. I mean,
Absolutely.
so much left to play.
But all the players are so tightly bunched up there at the top. It really makes sense from a logical point of view to pick somebody who's won the first game, right? I mean, like, why not?
Stop it.
That's the most
Justifying
logical.
Your pick. All of you were ready to jump on the Wesley So bandwagon until he lost the first game.
Yes, exactly.
You know, I'm the only one who stuck true to my colors. I said I was going to pick Karyakin, and I did.
But it's not like Karyakin lost.
That's true.
And
if he had lost, I might have said, wait a minute.
And the Blitz
But I get a
beast.
repick. But Karyakin, the reason I picked him was because of Blitz. It's all about him staying stable now. I don't really care about what he does now as long as he doesn't get in a hole. That's my biggest worry. Every time Karyakin is like at 50%, then instantly he becomes a threat. So if he can just stay cool, maybe +1 out of the first 9 rounds, then he turns into a monster in the second part.
And
let's see what he can do right now.
The St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, as he perhaps is thinking the exact same thing you are, Maurice.
Yeah, we'll see. He still has to survive this part, though. He's not been historically great in rapid chess.
And already
an open Sicilian.
Open Sicilian here between Sergei Karyakin and Anish Giri. Probably going to be some sort of Najdorf, as that is what I think Anish plays when he goes for the Sicilian. Let's take a look. Pretty sharp. It's not his usual type of E4, E5s that he specializes
No
so
Dracula.
Well, we're still early to call it. He does have a draw now under his belt, and of course we do see the Najdorf as predicted.
But that was one of the hardest fought draws there could have been, and I think that it is something that Anish is aware of. You know, winning this tournament keeps his chances alive in the Grand Chess Tour, and why not go for it?
Yeah, I mean, I had mentioned this earlier. As long as there's some kind of ray of hope, they will cling on to it. Very traditional way of playing this Najdorf for Sergei Karyakin, a variation that has exploded in the last couple of years. This retreat of the knight to f3 instead of b3, which was the old way of playing. I'm not going to say that it's overtaken the main line, but I think everybody's playing like this with bishop e3 and knight f3 at least a couple of times this year.
Did he just get up? Like, we're just in the opening. Why is Anish already walking away from the chessboard? I mean, you just play bishop b6. The guy's probably going to play another move, right?
He's probably just pacing right near.
I'm actually not really sure because I've looked extensively at this variation and I've never looked at bishop e6.
Don't remember how far is he going to walk? It's not like he's racing. Oh, he's coming back. He's coming back to the board. Sorry, I thought he was going in the other direction. But okay, but why is he that confident? I play bishop e6 and I walk away. Your turn. That's interesting in a rapid game.
So what are the things that you like better about having the knight on f3 than on b3?
That's a good question. Why do you put the knight on f3 rather than on b3? And the real answer is that you want to play bishop c4. And when the knight's on b3 and you play bishop c4, once I play b5, you don't have squares.
And the positives of having the knight on b3 over f3, of course, is that it leaves the f-pawn open to play f3, gracefully defending both the e4 pawn and against knight g4 threats.
Right,
so
although
that's a big plus of having the knight on b3 as opposed to f3.
Although f3 is a little bit of a committal move. Here, normally, after knight f3, white is trying to short castle. Usually you don't see this long castle place, and then you don't really want to play f3. It kind of weakens your dog squares. Instead, you're trying to play for the d5 square, and in that sense, the knight on f3 might look a little bit offside, but you have to make some sort of concession as white. And it's not a huge one putting the knight on f3. It can maneuver to some good squares. Knight d2, knight f1, knight e3 is one way. Knight h4, knight f5 is a common way, as long as g6 is not really playable. So there are ways to get the knight back into the game. It's not a great square on f3, but basically you're saying that all of my other pieces are quite good.
By the way, we have some more moves. Bishop e3, knight d7, castles short, as you mentioned. We're not really looking to castle queenside now that we have our knight on f3. And rook c8 played.
And this is just a typical knight of structure in which white has a better than usual control over d5, but has spent some tempo to do so. I've been told that 8 times we've reached this position according to the database.
And tell me why black doesn't play for knight g4 in these positions. So, like, for instance, instead of rook c8.
The move knight g4 in this position? It doesn't help your position very much if I just move the bishop somewhere. Like, for example, if I retreated to c1 or to d2.
Right.
This knight can be a tactical issue because the only defender is currently being attacked. I can always take on e6 and move my knight somewhere. But the knight just doesn't do anything on g4.
And if I were to go back to f6 now, you would just switch it up, and you wouldn't go for the draw. You would play some other useful move here.
Yeah, very logically, I would play the bishop g5 because I want to eliminate one of the defenders of the d5 square, and unless this has a tactical drawback, I will take on f6 and then establish something on d5.
And Cristian with his thoughts on round 3 of the Rapid.
Well, we definitely have a very big game, and that is the one between Fabiano and Wesley. And we got this tame opening, of course, the Gioco Piano, but Wesley has been essaying this idea of king h8, knight g8, f5 to blast open the position on the king side. d4, Fabiano was definitely prepared. He was playing a la tempo, blitzing every single move, knight to g8, b4. Now, this is a big sacrifice and a very, very concrete move, because after e takes d4, c takes d4, knight takes b4, now I'm just simply the upper pawn. White plays a5, f6, knight to c3, knight to e7. Of course, it looks like you don't really have a lot of pieces next to your king. You only have the knight and, of course, the rook, but the rook is not a great defender. And white will try to shift his pieces on the king side. He played the move knight to e2, preparing to go to either f4 or g3. Most likely he's going to go to f4 and then potentially jump to e6 or shift his direction towards the g7 square via knight h5. White has a lot of options. On the other hand, he is still down a pawn. And if the black knight from b4 comes back into play and potentially gets closer to the king, like knight to g6, and then if you move knight to g3, then come back with the knight to c6, knight to e7, bring the second knight close to the king. This could turn into a slugfest, and if you don't find the compensation as white, you will end up just down a pawn. This is going to be a very interesting one. I'm not sure who I prefer in this position, but definitely we should keep an eye on it.
Well, thank you, Cristian. Of course, this is a position that we have seen before, as we have already analyzed this in the game between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Wesley So himself in the Sinquefield Cup earlier this year, which, if I remember correctly, fizzled into a draw. So instead we have a very quick d5 break here by Wesley, trying to tactically solve his issues. it does make some sense to throw in the move d5 when you can. On the other hand, you kind of have to be worried about the squares that it leaves undefended. It does feel that allowing this was a bit of a weird decision by Fabi. Could he have played something better than knight e2?
That's what I'm saying, because I think knight e2 was a novelty, right? If
yes.
We get the check on that knight e2, but he must have
checked
known
this, right?
and checked that
d5
this is the immediate move, and he has something in mind. Otherwise, you don't allow this move d5 just to appear on the board.
Yeah, this is a little bit curious because unless I have something tactical with my bishops, like bishop a3 is actually threatening something, besides bishop takes d5, which I can cover from easily, where is my compensation lying in right now? Because now that I don't have the pawn structure in the center, black has all the squares that he needs to finish the development of his pieces, especially with this bishop coming to f5. So white is under the pressure of putting his pieces in a way that black cannot easily develop his pieces. And there you go, bishop a3 was played.
And I should mention that we are very lucky here that we have some phenomenal Russian commentators here as well in studio here in St. Louis. Melik Kachyan and Ilya Shmirin are manning that stream. So if you speak Russian, you're in luck.
Yeah. Ilya's first time. Ilya came in here and said, yeah, never been in the studio, looked around. So he liked it, Good to welcome him aboard. Ilya Shmirin, of course, one of the great players. I remember playing him way back in the day, and we were always in awe of his incredible play. King of the World Opens he used to play in, of course. Now here we see Sergey. You know, it's amazing. It's round 3. All the tension to play for, and these guys are just casually walking around like a day in the park. No big deal. I'm not being hunted down by one of the greatest players of our generation.
That was a beautiful shot there, though. Shout out to Kevin or whoever, the whole team over in London, not in London, in Romania, shooting on site.
And what is going on? Because this last move, knight h4, is actually quite provocative. And knight c5 was the answer.
Were you worried about knight e4? But then there's a d6 pawn hanging in the end, right?
Right. You cannot take on e4 with this discovery because you have to go further than that in the tactics. Knight takes e4, bishop takes h4, and of course knight takes d6.
And you want a much more important pawn, plus the rook on c8 is hanging.
I think that's kind of the main issue. But of course, after knight c5, I'm not really sure how he's planning to defend this pawn, because this doesn't work as well. Like if I defend f3, I think knight takes e4.
Now you can take it because after knight takes e4, you take the knight, and this line doesn't work out the same way. But there is still some issues.
There's still some issues in this position. Right? Maybe queen h5, maybe queen g4 is stronger. Not so easy.
Yeah. But we have some news in the Fabi game with Maurice.
Big time news, but computer-esque variation to prove it. Will he find this line? Fabiano has a tremendous move right now. Queen b3. Look at these pieces pressuring along the long diagonal. It looks like it's easy to resolve. c6. Tie everything down. What are you supposed to do? Continue the pressure with knight to c3, hitting this knight multiple times. And here's the trick. If knight takes c3, trying to solve the problem, this amazing intermezzo, bishop to f7. Good luck finding this line. This is just such a beautiful move. The point being to pressure the rook, which of course is defending this knight. Now if you drop your knight back to try to say, well, I'll get 2 pieces for the rook, no can do after bishop takes e7, knight takes, and the one move, queen e7, and you have no, queen e3, and you have no way of guarding the e7 square. You're just going to drop material here. An amazing line, beautiful tactically, certainly a computer-esque line. Fabi finds that, I'll be very impressed. As this, of course, he has a lot of time on the clock, so he can start with the move, and maybe he'll notice the idea, but it's absolutely brilliant.
I think the hard part of this variation is not so much to figure out that bishop f7 works, but what is knight c3 threatening? Because you could say that you're taking on d5, but that just recovers the pawn. And it doesn't seem like he has that much of a clear intention. For example, let's go back on your line. Queen b3, c6, knight c3. I get this, and knight c3 loses to bishop f7. But if I guess that's the problem. I just what? Like, what is black's move here?
And the other issue, that's one issue, and your b7 is hanging tremendously. Yeah. If you try, and he didn't see it, knight g3, no surprise. And also, there's also the key move after the c6 move, Alejandro, that line. The idea being the threat of, well, it's knight c3. The idea being the threat of putting your knight on e4 and also dropping it on d6. And that is normal. For example, a rook b8 move right now, not realizing the danger, might walk into a knight e4 and the knight is headed to that d6 square. So suddenly there's threats out of nowhere that could be just demolishing your position. So the danger is present, such a deep danger to notice, in fact, that it's no surprise that he played a more positional move, just didn't spot that line at all, and played a more positional move and played knight to g3.
No, it's a more logical move because it's consistent with the move knight e2. You don't play knight e2 to return to c3. You play knight e2 to maneuver the knight to g3 and
another
then
issue. Reversing our ideas as humans, just not easy to do.
No, knight g3 still looks very logical to me. White does have more compensation than I thought. Especially with the knight on g3, I was mentioning the easy way to develop the pieces for black, but it takes away this important f5 square. And without the f5 square, I'm not really sure how to continue development for black. Of course, bishop f5 blunders a piece. I think bishop takes d5 is the way to do so, and the knight is overloaded, defending the brethren on d5 and the bishop on f5. You cannot take with the queen because the knight lacks.
Hangs,
it's hanging. So not so easy to develop for Wesley because, again, the move c6 leaves this position on d6 weakened. So I don't voluntarily want to play this either. You're kind of not exactly zugzwang, but you're kind of left wondering what black's next move is. I'm actually not sure at all. Like, this really seems unpleasant the more I look at it. Yeah, perhaps the computer preferred queen b3 and knight c3 because it was a very direct, concrete approach. But I also think knight g3 puts a lot of pressure on the position here for Wesley. So I like, from a practical point of view, to play white. Yes, I understand that would be an important position.
We're hearing that bishop d7 is a possibility here. It looks weird because it obviously takes some protection away from the knight on d5, but at the moment,
it's headed to c6, though.
No clear tactical way to exploit that. Bishop e7 just...
No, I understand you're happy if the bishop gets to c6, but you also have a king side to worry about. I'm starting to look at knight h4 and queen h5, and I'm not really sure I'm doing that much, but I'm a little bit scared about putting the bishop on c6 because it does control this important knight on d5, and it cements this blockade, and we always talk about the blockade against the isolated queen spawn. But there's a lot of diagonals that are weakened on the king side. If I get knight h4, queen h5, bishop d3.
I might have some fun of my own, though, with knight f4.
There's a bishop b5, though. There's a bishop b5 as well. Not just bishop c6, but there's a bishop b5, making sure that bishop gets neutered, if you will, so that we don't have to watch this piece go crazy like you suggested, Alejandro. So knight h4, bishop b5 would be the move.
Bishop b5. That's kind of important because I was getting a little bit scared here after bishop c6, queen h5, but if you have bishop b5, then this is a better way of doing things, of course. You want to trade off this light squared bishop. And the other reason that I like bishop b7 is because I don't see another move for black. I don't know what else to do.
Pieces.
You could play something like c6 and cover up with bishop b8, but it is something I could consider. I just don't like putting my pieces so passively. And let's take a look at the wild cards. We do have that game going on between them as Wesley does play the move bishop d7 between Vladislav Artemiev and Anton Korobov. Not the most fascinating game that we've seen, a symmetrical Fianchetto-Grunfeld, where it does feel like white has generated a modicum amount of pressure. That's a little bit of a better knight.
Just played knight e5, threatening bishop takes d5.
Yeah, I assume that this pawn will be defended by taking on e5, and retreating the bishop to e6. I don't want to play e6 because that kind of
self-traps you,
self-traps the bishop, and I think this just actually win piece. You probably will defend with bishop on e6, but usually black is very solid and it's difficult to create any kind of threats.
Because if I, for instance, play rook, I'm thinking like if I play rook d1 and queen d2.
Yeah, you can definitely pile on, but it's usually not going to be enough to actually ever win the pawn because with the rook on d8, I should have enough defenders. A little bit more pleasant for white, but nothing really special going on in this position.
Right, and looking at another game between Shaq and Anand is Maurice.
I'm having a flashback, and I'm wondering if Anand is having the same flashback. Do you remember the Singfield Cup? We just saw this game that we were talking about with Wesley. But the Singfield Cup where Anand had this wonderful position. Was it also a double king pawn opening as well against Mamedyarov in that he also had a beautiful game where he was just crushing Shaq, and then all of a sudden Shaq just said, what about this, and what about this, and confused it with that, and poof, and all of a sudden Anand got flustered, backed up, instead of pressing his initiative, and so much initiative, it became for Shakhriyar that he ended up drawing the game. Well, this one, he has a nice little position, does Anand. He can play the move, he doesn't have anything to write home about necessarily, but a move like knight c4, play a little bit aggressively. He played knight f1, and Shakhriyar said, nope, I like to mix it up with you. Let's get busy. The move d5, knight takes, and now knight takes e4, bishop takes e4, d takes e4, and you could trade down if you like. But in that game, I remember specifically the move queen h5 featured as a star in that game, and now Anand plays it yet again in this position. So we're seeing a little bit of mirroring of their game just a couple of months ago in the Sinquefield Cup. Anand trying to press for something small here. He has given up the bishops, but he is somebody who gives up bishops liberally. He prefers knights over bishops in games most of the time. So yes, he's given up the light square bishop. Now we've seen this position on the board, a queen on h6, sniffing around a king, but is it enough compensation?
Compensation for?
For the two bishops.
I just don't know. I mean, the idea of rook h5 does feel pretty dangerous to me. If I saw this visually, it wouldn't be my impression that white has anything. If anything, I would think that they're on the back end. Because queen f6 is coming, rook h5 is kind of a threat. I love this bishop on b6. Maybe on a deeper level, it's possible to say that I will play bishop e3 and the knight is better than the light squared bishop.
Well, it turns out that in this position, the Indians hate black. Literally hate black. Hate black. Can you believe it? Well, g6, queen takes h6 was the culprit, and after rook takes e5, the move knight g3, guarding against the one threat, that rook check, the rook to h5 idea, hitting this pawn, preparing bishop to e3, and shutting down the dark squares, and you can start to see a bit of a problem happening as this bishop on c8 is starting to become a little anemic, while this knight has the potential to jump around, especially taking on e4.
What is the answer to queen f6? Is to just take on e4 and say I'm running with the king?
Queen f6 is bishop to f4, hitting the rook.
Of course, yes.
First, and then here comes the other rook, and e4 is hanging.
e4 is hanging. I forgot about bishop f4.
Big problems here. So queen, after this move, rook takes e5. If Anand finds this one, what we'd say Dvoretsky would call the prophylactic move, just stop rook h5 completely.
And he has found it.
It's on the board, and Anand back in business, according to the engines at least. And now as we look at it a little bit longer, we're realizing this is dangerous for black. White's pieces are going to erupt.
I just didn't realize of the move bishop f4. I thought queen f6 would solve all of black's problems, but without this resource, and of course knight g3, preventing rook h5, but more importantly, threatening knight e4, just winning the game, leaves black with some real problems to solve, because I don't know how you comfortably solve this issue, because e4 is hanging, and how do I defend this guy?
And remember,
with like queen e7 or something.
The problem is queen e7 kind of runs into things, because I can start kicking you around. Bishop f4, probably rook e6, not a move I wanted to play, because poor bishop on c8, and then even bishop g5. Are you playing queen e8, or what is the move here? Queen e8 is such a sad move.
And your bishop on c8 is blocked. Your rook on a8 is not coming in the game. The white rook on
Even
on
h4,
a1
h5
is coming to d1. I mean, it's just lots easy play here. Flow happening on the board for Anand. Once again, he's showing that fantastic style, that fantastic form, at least on day one. Now, we've seen day one performers before. We've seen fantastic performers. I remember Fabi did great. Was it the last Rapid and Blitz where he just ran out the gates really quickly on day one? And we're like, whoa, look at Fabi. And then on day two, I think he might have scored 50%. And then day three, fell off the cliff. So let's not be too enthusiastic, too over-exuberant. Although I'm kind of getting that way right now watching Anand play, because he's just playing such great chess, looking like the world champion, 5-time world champion at that. Right now, really good position for white.
Liking it, and he's ahead on the time again as usual. And here we have the standings in the Grand Chess Tour as we see why this event is so important for players like Levon, for Wesley, for Fabi certainly, as they try to make the Final Four in London. Meanwhile, I had a question about this idea of giving up a bishop for a knight in the game between Fabi and Wesley as the move bishop d7 was played, and you guys were saying knight h4, bishop b5, right? So how about if at that moment I play bishop takes e7 with the idea of bishop f7 and queen h5?
Well, let's take a look on the board. The suggestion is that after knight h4, bishop b5, I take on e7. I'm pretty sure that... Can I take with the rook? Actually, with the rook, it's kind of dangerous because of queen h5 ideas. But okay, let's take with the knight. It looks a little bit more natural.
And so I was bishop f7, it'd come up in another, and then queen h5, and I just have a lot of pieces crawling over here. So rook e7, of course, is the immediate threat with the idea of knight g6, winning the queen.
But wait a second, what? What was taken with the rook? What?
Maybe taking with the rook is just better move? I don't know.
Yeah.
Here in this position.
Rook takes, bishop takes, rook takes.
Bishop b5, you just stick with the rook here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
that might actually solve some problems because
queen
if I have to allow bishop f7, I might run into issues.
Okay, so yeah, because I was trying to get that extra piece into the attack. Now, queen h5 immediately just runs into what? Bishop takes c4, right? Or rook takes c1 first.
Rook takes e1 and then bishop
just rook
c4,
takes e1 and bishop c4, and then we just
got
have
a lot to
it.
prove.
Yeah, let me just show
just-
this because it seems dangerous, but it's just a check, and I don't see any continuation because here e8 is covered by the two pieces. I don't have any problems there. Knight g6 checking g8. Don't really see.
E7 is covered, so
E7 is
no
covered.
trickery there, and your knight is now actually hanging, and there's no forward motion.
There's just not enough fuel in this fire. As Fabi instead has played the move queen b3, it kind of stops the move bishop b5, but unless tactically I wanted to get to this position, I would have much rather played queen b3 first.
Yep.
Because the bishop is now going to establish itself on c6.
And it has. Wisely playing very fast.
Doesn't make any sense for white to have gone for this move order if you had to play queen b3.
Yeah, he didn't prevent this idea, but he played rook e4 quickly on the board. Rook e4.
I like rook e4.
That's a boss type move, even if I'm a little bit scared, but he must have looked at it when he spent those minutes thinking. Obviously, rook e4, it's allowing any discovery by that knight on d5. Whenever you have to do something like that, you want to look around. But he said, I looked around enough. I don't think you have any knight move that bothers me. And my rook is on this great square. Rook e2 would have run into knight f4. But rook e4 prevents that and prepares to double. So really sharp move, picking up the intensity in this game.
I love the idea because rook h4 and this continuous attack on the king's head just never gets better for Wesley. We talked earlier about the misplacement of one piece being enough to attack on the other side, and it's bishop on a7 by Wesley that is currently not doing anything. Yeah, it's pressuring d4, but you're never going to take that pawn. I'm not going to let you. It's just not participating in the defense of the king's side, and that is practically a tough thing to solve. Let's take a look at some of the other games. But before that, let's go to Bucharest with Cristian Chirila.
Thank you, Alejandro. Yes, I've been watching this game develop, the game between Karyakin and Giri, because Giri is simply transforming as a player. We've seen in the European Team Championship, he was playing some wild stuff. He usually, 2-3 years ago, he was, doing the Berlin, doing the Petrov as black. Now he's going for the Najdorf. He's going for the throat. And this is exactly what's happening. He's in good shape. In this position, we have a typical Najdorf. Unfortunately for white, he doesn't really have a clear plan, and the knight on h4 is a little bit out of the way. Queen to d7 was played, and g3 was a huge mistake. Now, this is an excusable mistake because white is trying to come up with a plan, and his plan is to go knight to g2, knight to e3, knight to d5, and create that fortress on the square d5. The problem is he's too slow. Castle, knight to g2, and this bishop d8 maneuver, bishop d8, bishop a5, challenging the knight on c3 is huge, and it gives black the advantage. I think Sergei simply just missed this. After queen d3, bishop a5, rook a d1, rook to d8, this is simply just dominating for black. I'm going to take on c3, I'm going to double up on the c file, and you're going to have a huge weakness on the pawn on c3, the pawn on a2 potentially if I manage to displace the bishop from b3. So this just looks amazing for black. White doesn't really have any way of creating counter chances on the king side. If you start pushing your pawns with f4, then you're just simply going to weaken your own king. So I see Giri as a clear favorite in this game. Back to you.
Well, I'll take it, Christian, and this position by Vichy looking so sweet as he forced his opponent on the back foot, and Shahade played the move queen to e8. Now, Vichy did miss a bit of a stronger move with bishop to g5 in this position. He played the move bishop to f4 instead. You can hardly blame him because this move hits a rook. That's a tempo free move. Move your rook off the square, although he was threatening bishop f6 with the last move, but this move hits the rook, and now the rook comes in. This is pure flow here. This is just playing rapid chess off feel and instinct and making sure you keep the lead on the clock. And the beautiful thing about this position, look at white's pieces. Actually, what's not beautiful about the position? Two rooks develop, knight on g3, attacking a pawn, bishop on f4, could pounce at any time, queen sniffing around your king on h6. In the meantime, what about black's pieces? Defensive queen, defensive rook, blocking a bishop. This rook is saying, when am I ever going to get invited to the party? The dark squares are weak. White is simply got lots of threats that he's looking at right now. Vishy in complete command of this position. Now, this is where he had Shaq against the ropes back in the Sinkfield Cup when Shaq sacked the pawn with b5 and went nuts. If I remember correctly, will Shaq be able to do something similar here and just hunker down and say, look, I'm not going to let you get wild on me. I've defended against you before.
Well, he has played the move bishop d7. Does that... It doesn't give up a pawn, right? I cannot take on e4. I just need to make sure of that. If I take on e4...
E1's hanging at the end,
yeah,
right?
I think e1 is hanging with, like, basically checkmate. Because it's starting to look dangerous. Like, I have a lot of pieces, but after queen e1, bishop takes f2, it's actually black that is checkmating first, because I don't have a real threat as white in this position. So I actually get mated. I cannot take on e4. I probably have to improve my position somehow. Not really seeing a clear way of doing so, though.
This was the imprecision in bishop g5, which was stronger. This is where that move, bishop f4, gained a tempo, well, by attacking something. But bishop g5 threatened something to gain that tempo, that bishop f6 idea. And so this is where white is slightly off, because now the engine's giving the move bishop to g5 as the best move.
Yeah, that's a tough move to make, because you already put the bishop on f4.
You put the bishop on f4. You know, humans, we don't like to hiccup. And that's what that bishop f4, bishop g5 move would be, as he now is starting to look for concrete measures to approach the position. And even if he sees bishop g5, then you have to say to yourself, I mean, bishop g5 played it first.
It must be a surprising move to me. I think h4 looks natural, unless there's something actually wrong with this move. You just push h4, h5 and see what happens.
And h4, according to the ninjas, is a very nice looking move as well. So he's got the position, he's got the dark squares, he's got the e-pawn. You have to play f5 in order to cement your pawn. The engine might even want to give away on e3, just throw the pawn to the wolves to try to trade off on the e3 square and give you an extra pawn, but not have to deal with this attack that's screaming at you.
Yeah, also a difficult move to make, because that makes a permanent concession.
Absolutely.
Whereas with h4, you can kind of feel that you probably finish development and then your position is not so desperate to just chuck a pawn like that. That being said, maybe e3 is just the way to do it. You know, you just give up a pawn and say, let's simplify the position. I'll hold on to a worse endgame.
Yep, that is what these players do. They make it so hard for you to defeat them. And Anand now, really sort of for the first time for the whole day, slowing down. We've seen him play so fast first two rounds, and even the beginning of this one. But now it looks like he's slowed down, and, you know, he's feeling it. He's feeling it, and let's see.
No,
he's played the positional bishop to e3.
Yeah. Certainly, I was mentioning earlier this fight of the knight against the bishop, and if I can get my knight to fight against the light squared bishop, then I do have some possibilities of attacking your dark squares. I don't think that Stejarii will be so helpful in exchanging the bishops. I kind of expect to not trade the bishops, to either move the bishop out of the diagonal, maybe even play c5. Anything that's not give up the bishop, I really don't want to trade. c5 is a little bit weird, though. I don't really like c5. Because it gives up the d5 square. Maybe I have this maneuver, knight e2, knight f4, knight d5.
Yeah, surprisingly difficult here for black, while we see Vishy continuing his great day here as he looks to have an edge on the position and the clock against Shaq, and he's at the top of the leaderboard, tied with Anish and Levon after 2 rounds, looking to go into day 2 with a very happy score.
Speaking of Anish, weren't we very happy with this position? I think Cristian left us off in something quite promising.
Sicilian looked really sweet.
Well, let's take a look at this
The type of
position.
Sicilian to make you quit the Berlin forever.
Yeah, no, that's never going to happen. That guy's playing the Berlin the rest of his life.
Don't get too excited, Jim.
Yeah, but this looks pretty great. I mean, this knight didn't manage to reach e3. which is very important. Had the knight reached e3, then this position is a completely different evaluation. But with this crippled pawn structure, it seems like white is just barely holding on. He does have the pressure on d6 to compensate, so it's not easy to swing heavy pieces onto attack c3. Black's obviously better, just a better pawn structure, better everything, but making headway is not so clear in this position to me.
And by the way, it's so hard to beat the top players. You know, you see a lot of draws in chess, and we decry it. We don't want it. Reason why? Because these players are so difficult to beat. Just when you think you're getting some energy, just when you think you're getting a grip, they just play a move and you go, oh, well, there it went. And we saw this move, rook e4, very sharp. There's no natural discovery for this knight. This rook is going to double. White's trying to get some energy. Of course, we didn't like this knight on g3, as he could have done it a bit differently. And here Wesley said, I'm going to take advantage of this moment. I'm going to play b5, hitting your bishop on c4. And now if your bishop leaves, he's happy to see that happen. But this capture, and now knight takes, and showing the minus to this rook hitting the e4 square. He was forced to play bishop e7, rook takes, trade off pieces, and he grabbed this pawn, getting his pawn back. Remember, he was up a pawn before was black, and now bishop to d5, queen to c3 played, and now the move rook to d8. And Wesley's saying, what do you have? The bishop on d5 is now the lord of the position, and even though this construction looks a little bit strange, with the bishop on a7 and knight on b6, that can be fixed quite soon by moving this knight. And what does white have in the position? He just simply has no real edge to get his action going. So Wesley looks like he's solved most of his problems. That doesn't mean this one's a draw by any means, but it certainly looks like the complications have simply dissipated.
Looks like a really nicely played game by Wesley. Meanwhile, you were asking about this Anish game. Because of Anish looking like he's trying to catapult himself to 2 victories. I'm wondering about piling up on the c-pawn by defending d6 with the knight. Like, how are you going to meet that?
Let's go back to this position. You want to play...
I want to, like, pile up on the c-pawn and then play knight e8 at the right moment, and I'm asking how you're going to defend your c-pawn as I defend my d-pawn.
Well, that's an excellent question. I don't really know, especially after the last move, queen e2, which seems to release a little bit of the tension of d6. Basically, the plan is to put the knight on e8, cement this guy, and put everybody on the c file, and then just take on c3.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that was the idea behind b5, just fixing that pawn on c3, although, you know, not like it's going to be much safer on c4, to be honest.
No, I have the feeling that you're just eventually going to lose the pawn on c3. I think white has to hold on and get some kind of material compensation for his material by putting the knight on e3 and taking control of the d5 square. I'm not really sure. Black is just better. I mean, that's what happens when you have such a horrible pawn structure, is that eventually you kind of run out of resources to actually hold on to the pawn. This is why they're called permanent weaknesses, because black does eventually get his position to be better, and when that happens gradually, the pawns on c3 and c2 don't improve. They just don't have a method to do so. And it's not kind of surprising to me that after 98, which I kind of missed earlier, just picks up a pawn, because it cements d6 and that allows the freedom of the other pieces to jump into the game. Now, a lot of the times, making one of your pieces bad to make an important task and to free the others is not a bad decision. And in class 98 makes a lot of sense.
And don't forget that when we do win that c-pawn, suddenly bishop takes b3 and invading on c2 is going to be in the air as well. So huge difficulties here for Sergei Karyakin.
Yeah, and you can tell that on the clock. I mean, this position should not have been this complicated for white to figure out, and he's so far down on the clock, only in move 20.
Is it too early to start needling, Maurice? Like, wait, whose pick was Sergei again?
Well, I'm not worried about the Rapid, so you can say whatever you like. I did pick him, but the Rapid, he always sucks. I mean, I just take that for granted. Let's see that if he can just get 50%. I just need him to do okay in the Rapid. Now, if he's going to totally tank and go like -3, then there's going to be a problem. But if he can break even or +1, my money is in the long game. For game day 4, day 5, when he plays Blitz like a monster. He's gone, what, like 8 out of 9 once in Blitz?
And even in this year's St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, he also had a lackluster Rapid, and ended up, he and Yu Yang-yi ended up just crushing.
That's a storyline. That's a storyline. I'm just hoping that in this event, well, I'm not really hoping. I had to pick. So I actually would love to see Anand qualify, as mentioned before. Anand would be a great qualifier. I'd like to see something spectacular like Fabi winner. You know, that would be amazing.
And have an American
as
in
well,
London.
and have an American in London yet again. But in terms of my pick for Sergey, it's really about him doing okay in this phase of the competition because his blitz game is just superb. Now, the game with Vichy was a game I wanted to make a point about. As Vichy is sort of not using his advantage as much as he should have, as we did see that move C5 appear on the board, B3, and then C4, 2 quiet moves, saying, I'm cementing something over here, but what did I really get out of it? The knight is better than the bishop for the moment, but it's not going anywhere itself. So this position is certainly advantageous for white, but he's sort of slow-played it. He's pretending or hoping that his advantage will sustain itself over the long term, but it doesn't seem as though he's quite knocking on the door just yet. Another point I'd like to make is this event has players who are so close to each other in strength. You know, when you walk into a tournament, you usually look around for the big dogs. Who do you think is a favorite? Who's going to definitely win? Well, we had challenged ourselves trying to pick, and I'm sure the players also came in and said, I don't see Magnus anywhere. I don't see Naka anywhere to really challenge me. I don't see Maxime Vachier-Lagrave anywhere. I mean, I think I don't see Ding Liren in the building. I mean, those are the people you'd be like, I'm scared of those folks. They could really put some numbers together. You look at these guys, all of them are thinking, I could win. Even the wild cards are thinking, maybe not all of them, but yeah, I think all of the players probably would think I have chances to play in the top 3 as you look at a field that is just completely dominant, no question about it, guaranteed to win because he's got so much game players in this tournament.
Yeah, and that's a great point, Maurice, because I think that if Maxime had known that this field would lack Magnus and Nakamura, maybe this would have been one of the events to play.
Well, maybe, but I don't think he actually has fear of anybody when it comes to the rapid time controls. I think he's happy with his result. I wanted to take a look at something I just don't understand. Who are you talking
about, Maxime?
Yeah.
Maxime's not happy. He's very angry at how badly he played.
Well, in one tournament, but I think in the rapid events he did fine. That's what I'm saying. He did really badly in the Singfield, right?
No, he tanked completely on the rapid and blitz. In the rapid and blitz.
That's right.
Almost winning it.
Yeah, I mean he in terms of winning in Paris, he managed to claw his way to the finish line and finally win. He was very disgusted. But then also in the St. Louis rapid and blitz, he just he needs to put it together. He and Magnus played horribly in that event.
Well, and we do have Cristian Chirila from Bucharest.
We haven't looked a lot at this game between Artemiev and Korobov, both of them being wildcards. And Korobov, once again, is the top-rated player in this tournament in terms of rapid rankings. So in this position, he had a choice. After bishop f1, he could have just slowly played the position with rook to d8, potentially bishop to f8, e6, and just slowly build the position. Instead, he chose a very strategically risky move, and that is the move b5. But this is backed up by a clear plan. Rook takes c8, knight to c5, and now immediately taking advantage of the fact that knight is on c5 and playing the move e5. White doesn't have the option of taking on e5 and messing up black structure. So now he played the move queen to d2, b4, and now the question is, who has the better chances in terms of ideas? Is black going to be able to get his knight to c3? Is black going to close up the center with the move e4, gain space advantage, and then potentially launch an attack on the king side? Is white going to be able to create some weaknesses on the queen side? These questions are going to be answered. But to be honest, I really like the way Korobov is playing this game. He is definitely up on time, 2 minutes. And I think as we are getting closer and closer to the time trouble situation, he will have the better chances once the position becomes unstable. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. Certainly an enterprising way of playing by Korobov, and I like that he got this kind of symmetrical position, but never wanted to go for a clear draw. And he just kept playing on, and I think he has very efficiently outplayed Vladislav Artemiev, something that's very difficult to do, especially from a position that seemed kind of dry, but he's really turned it around. And as Cristian mentioned, I really like the way that he has made his own chances from a position that was just pretty dull. And speaking of that, I do like the way that some of the players are putting pressure on today's games. I think Anish Giri is playing great with the black pieces in this Najdorf. Korobov is playing great in this symmetrical Fianchetto Grufeld. And I also think that despite the fact that maybe the engine didn't like it, I like how Anand is playing. To me, human, this looks great because I killed both of your bishops. It allows me to remaneuver the pieces that I have left. I'm going to play strictly on the dark squares. That's where my advantage lies. So perhaps the computer was happier with other things, but I love the way that he's shut down the bishops. To me, this is the sign of a great player with the knights against the bishops, is being able to make them look bad. It's very difficult to make bishops look bad. They seem to just destroy your positions, open diagonals, but look at how the structure has changed and how Vichy has managed to control not one, but both bishops at the same time, both of them pretty much dead, and just slowly improves his position methodically, if you will. I really like the way that he's playing, even if the computers thought there was a better way of doing things.
And by the way, he just played the move Queen G5, eyeing that pawn on C5 one day, taking all of the pawns off. But that idea of H4, H5 still very much alive.
Yeah.
As well as Knight F4, Knight H5 popping into the position. A lot that Black has to worry about.
It's a little bit of a strange move because of Rook E5, though.
Because
Rook E5
Bishop
right now?
C5 is not a threat.
It's not a threat at all ever because Rook E5 will always double attack the C5 and the G5 square.
Also F6.
Also F6. Yeah, F6 will remove the.
You've got to watch out. Actually, there is, as you mentioned, there is a move here that he has to pay attention to that could cause real trouble. Anand is kind of letting the rope go a little bit, Alejandro. You know, he gets this good position, and the one thing we noticed, you remember that game against Giri in the Singfield Cup? I mean, he was just mauling Giri, and he just had to play some knight to d4 and keep his attack going, and instead he went off a little bit and slowed the game down, allowed Giri to get back in the game, and he counted 5 positions he should have won. He said if Magnus was playing this, he wins 5 of these, like no problem. Instead, Vichy managed to draw all 5 of them and draw his way out of winning the Singfield Cup. He was no question the best player in the event as far as the positions he was getting from the opening and early middle games. So he has to be careful that sometimes he's indecisive and doesn't play the killer hits. Your move H4, H5, for example, the engines love, like no question. Add the pressure, go for it. Instead, he's kind of backed up a little bit, and there's a move here that accentuates that, the move Rook to D3. Rook to D3 says you definitely cannot take on C5 because of F6. He's guarded the E3 square and prevented you from touching the square. And the beauty of this move, too, is, check this out. Knight C1 chasing the rook. I'm not going anywhere. I dare you to take me.
Why not Knight F4?
But what's wrong with Knight F4? Don't tell me you can take on B3 because there's no way that's happening.
Knight F4.
Okay, Knight F4. Remember, you're still talking about an exchange. Is Rook E5 hitting? What's your next move? Your queen has to move. And then he'll take on B3.
And the problem is I don't have Queen F6. That's kind of an important detail because I'm assuming Bishop D8 is winning.
Queen, you are assuming correctly. Bishop to D8 and the queen is under attack. So White, there's a certain kind of picturesque way of the way White is playing. White is playing these nice, pretty moves. He's got the bishops buried in the position. But concretely, the dynamics start to favor Black as when position starts to open up, he can sacrifice exchanges. Anand just did it himself. Sack an exchange, and then the bishops start going, hey, look at these nice open lines we found. And a position like the one we talked about right here, Knight C1, Rook to D4, you don't dare touch a piece like this one and let this start to happen in the game. So he has to get over that pretty move syndrome and start playing the aggressive ones to knock the guy out. In the meantime, Shahriar still has to find these moves.
He played
and
Queen
we've
E7.
seen, instead, a more solid move on his part, Queen to E7.
Immediate Rook takes D7 from Vichy, keeping that edge on the clock.
Yeah, it does feel, I still feel this is unpleasant for Mamedyarov, guys. I get that Rook D3 was a tactical detail, but I just don't think that it really gets that much better for Black. I do notice that Rook D3, Knight C1, Rook D4 solves so many problems, but if he didn't see it at that moment, I feel like there's still a lot of trouble for Shahriar.
That's the danger. When he plays aggressively, Shahriar, he can make everybody scared. But when he starts playing positionally and slow, different kind of player.
It's not his strength. And there was something that I really didn't understand. You guys were mentioning in the Caruana game, just to go back quickly against Wesley, because I don't understand really this position after Rook E1. We left it off here, and you guys were saying black is fine, and he's solved his problems. I just feel like white is so much better in this position. I see the engine saying dead equality, but after queen d7, which I thought was the best move, queen c5, I just didn't see a good way to untangle for the black pieces. You see this configuration with the bishop on a7 and knight on b6, and it's difficult to make a move because knight c8 loses immediately to bishop takes c8. The tactics just work out for white in this position. So you have to go something like queen c6, but then I get my queen to e7, and then I get my knight to h4, and maybe this is still holdable for black, but it starts to look really awkward because you cannot really take on e7 and allow my rook there. I don't still have a good way to untangle my pieces. White is kind of threatening knight f5. So perhaps I'm underestimating black's chances, but this feels like white is the one playing with the initiative. After bishop f7, bishop b5 forced the trade of the queens, and maybe it's still equal. I don't know, guys, but I feel white's better. I have a knight on h5. I'm threatening c7. I'm threatening g7. Am I missing something clear?
Well, we got the trusty silicon monsters.
Right. Always
throwing
ruining my party.
Some kind of ideas. And bishop f7 was the culprit, as you mentioned. This moment right here, it turns out that he could have, in fact, traded here. There also is a bishop c6 move. Let the piece come in and then play this move g6. And talk to your knight. Now, if rook takes c7, now this bishop comes into the game as well. And the pressure from, first of all, this bishop is a monster. This bishop is a monster. He can always trade down. This pawn is going to be weak for a long time. And you have to find a move here. You can't really stay on the rank or on the seventh rank with any kind of potency. So black is going to prove this position is dead. Your knight's going nowhere. You have no attack. This d pawn will be a sore spot for a while. And he's always threatening to take any knight that shows back up on this square. And I think that's the main problem here. The way he played, however, allowed a completely different direction. And g7 is dropped. And that's a whole different ball of wax. Knight c8, rook g7, bishop takes on d4, bishop to d3, threatening the pawn, and bishop to g8. And this is not a construction that you want to see if you are black, pulling everybody back and trying to guard the position. And now white has got to be smelling blood somewhere. What's the move?
I don't know. I don't see the killing blow. Maybe the silicon finds it, but there are ways to improve the position. You could play knight f5 or something like this.
Bishop g6 and hope for pawn takes d6.
Well, that
would be really sweet.
That would be something.
That is a nice checkmate, that.
Yeah. It is, definitely. Knight f5, though, proceeds apace. Knight f5, bishop takes, what's going on with bishop f2, rook d3?
No, but knight f6.
And then knight f6, and you are going to be toast after everything's over. Your bishop hanging on g8.
The game with Levon, by the way, was a draw. So temporarily in the lead is Levon, but both Anish and Anand looking to leapfrog him.
Yeah, and he has played the move knight f5. We just see that on the board. Just a lot of pressure here for Wesley. So it's not easy for him to untangle the position. It's one of those situations in which his position just never gets better. He's always going to be threatened with checkmate. He always has to keep the bishop passive. He has three weaknesses to worry about: c7, f6, and h7. And there is nothing in his position that's going to release the tension except for a trade of rooks. And that's very difficult to achieve. If not just flat out impossible. I mean, I don't think that white's ever going to give up that rook on g7.
There's got to be a pawn ditch here somewhere to relieve the pressure.
There has to be. There's no way you keep everything.
No. You can't think about keeping everything. You have to lose a pawn and ditch and get this pressure off of you somehow, because otherwise you're going to get squashed trying to keep the material. So what is it? What is the sequence? And he's played a what's going on? Knight d6.
And if I take on d4, you just play knight e8, or I assume?
Wow, is that sound?
Wait, does that actually work?
What is this? Knight takes. No, it doesn't work. He just dies instantly. That loses the game on the spot for Wesley So. Knight takes,
but you have rook e7.
You have knight takes d4. Yes, and then rook e7 at the end hitting the knight.
Yeah, because
knight goes back, and now
e7,
you're getting killed.
You take, and the problem is that if you take and you take, this is hanging, and you just can't defend it.
That's the problem.
Well,
that's the end. That's just the end.
That's
Wesley just blundered under the
then
pressure. That was not the move to play knight d6, and he's now losing the game.
That's just a free piece.
Yeah, and then if king g7 at the end of that line, you just take with the knight, right? And then move the rook away.
This position?
Yeah, just at the very end.
Just to go a little bit further.
So 90, yeah.
Yeah, just to exemplify, if you go king g7, you take with the knight. To be fair, I think rook takes g8 is a winning endgame, but why bother? Knight takes g8 is just a free piece.
And then just king f7, rook moves, and both pieces are defended. Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing here. No, that just looks like the end.
No, it is. He blundered horribly. That's it. And now he's looking at the board. Never good when you sack a piece.
No,
and your opponent takes the piece, and now you have to resign as he realized he just donated a piece to Fabi. Fabi surging back after a loss. Wesley so crashing and burning. And the player, again, we will say, who's smiling a little bit inside is one Maxime Bachir-Lagrave, as Wesley was one of the contenders. The worse Wesley does in this event, the less his chances of qualifying at all, because he has to play in India, as we said, with the gang of 4 waiting for him in that event. It's going to be hard to get points. And if he doesn't get them here, it's going to be extremely difficult, as Magnus Dinglarin, Hikaru Nakamura, and Jan Nepomniachtchi, these players, they're beasts at this time control. And it's going to be hard just getting 4th or 5th, which he's going to need. If he doesn't do anything here, he's going to need even 2nd or 1st.
Well, Maxime won't be smiling for very long if Fabi keeps winning, because that will be another potential grabber of his spot.
But he has to win first, though. Fabi has to get first.
So he doesn't
and
clear first.
Clear
50%
first. He
we
doesn't
shouldn't be
mind
talking
that.
about.
So he definitely does want Wesley and Anand to lose. But Giri, let's take a look and update us on his game against Karyakin, because
He's
he's
just crushing. Look at the beauty of his pieces compared to the ones from white, especially this king on h2, permanently weak. And he has, there's like no time for Sergey either.
This is ugly.
This is very, very ugly.
Sergey should just start playing Blitz. I mean,
let's cancel the rest of the rapid.
No, I mean, what I mean is, I've got 25 minutes on my clock, but I'm going to play Blitz.
Yeah.
I'm just going to be like instinct chess, because when he starts thinking, it's when bad things start to happen. It's incredible how much poorer he plays at rapid than he does in Blitz.
Yeah,
it doesn't make any sense.
So just queen takes c4, maintaining the fork. The rook on e2 is simply hanging.
He'll regain the rook whenever he wants. The problem is that everything else about white's position is terrible. The pawns are going to get picked off one by one. I think you're going to start with the one on a2. I think he has taken, he's actually played king g7, trying to checkmate his opponent, because, well, why not? I mean, he's bringing his rook in. The king, as I mentioned, was a permanent weakness. So Sergey has to try to survive with seconds on the clock.
Rook e3 played.
Rook e3 probably doesn't survive. He's taking on a2, which is a little bit of a weird move. I thought he could just checkmate him.
But he's just looking to play rook takes c2
He's just
also.
looking to play rook takes c2 and pass up. I mean, he can win whatever he wants. He can win in the king side. He can win in the queen side.
It's crushing.
It's just
It's
dead.
absolutely
And this
crushing.
move,
C4, I can just take on c4. Thank you for the pawn. Thank you for the 2 pawns you gave me in a row.
Look at that.
I'm still attacking your king. I'm up material. Rook h8's a threat. b3's a threat. Oh my god. Well,
Okay, this one is blood in the water with only 6 seconds, and he's playing the move king to g1. The other game, by the way, in time pressure is Shakrur Mamadjirov with 21 seconds only left, and Anand also 4 minutes and 33 seconds. We can take a look at that right here. We see the big lead, but it's an end game. The queens have come off the board, and you can see that Anand doesn't have that same kind of juice we thought he would have, but will Shakrur be able to keep on playing great chess? And by the way, the c-pawn is a problem. It's not as easy to just solve it. Like blink and suddenly your c-pawn is defended. And Giri did win. He very quickly, the next move proved that he was crushing. Giri playing amazing chess. He's in first place right now.
yes, and I believe that Anton Korobov will also win his game, as Vladislav Artemiev only has seconds left. But Korobov should be able to convert this opposite color bishop angle. He's just queening a pawn. As you can see on your screen, there is a pawn all the way down on a2 for the black side, and he's going to force another one on the king side with the move g4. You just can't hold on to your position at that point. You can see that g4 is coming into this position. Not enough resources for the white side. This pawn on b3 doesn't really matter at all, because the bishop on b5 controls it perfectly. This looks completely dead to me. Just a matter of technique here for Anton Korobov to win the game.
Well, the game with Anand then becomes the most important one, because he could tie for first. And what did he play? He
played
King F1.
which is
He's going to lose on time.
Oh, he had 1 second left on the clock.
Jeez.
Shaking.
He's got 11. It is torture time, and now he's backed him up, and he's just quickly traded, has Anand, and he does have this move. I thought he was going to play Rook D6 in that moment.
Rook D6, King F7 maybe didn't improve his position that much, but he's kind of banking on this endgame being lost after Rook D7.
Again, getting down to 1 second.
Oh, boy, it's panic mode now. No need to rush as far as I'm concerned if I'm Anand.
Just bring the king to G5 and then figure it out.
And now the knight is backed up, and he's just feeling like his knight is better than that horrible-looking bishop. The bishop has to leap to C2 to have any kind of efficacy. It looks like it's never going to happen. 1 second, what is up with this guy?
You know what they say, if you do it too many times.
Yeah, eventually you're going to drop. What's the knight doing on E2, though? Is that
F4.
To F4?
Yeah.
And now you've got to defend that.
No, but this is
and now Rook
tied down.
D8
Yeah,
has got to be a killer move.
I'm actually not sure what it threatens.
It doesn't matter. Just put it there.
No, I agree. Rook
It's the best kind of move. The guy doesn't know what it threatens. Whoa.
That had to. He had to. I'd be shocked if it doesn't lose, but he had to play it.
Now you got to suffer. The rook's not going to shift. There goes one little button on A5. You can't defend it. B6 will just allow the move rook to B8. So there goes one. And now the rook is trapped.
Well, what is Vishy doing? Because rook G8 is a bit of an issue.
A little bit of a trap. Well, B4 can always be played, but he doesn't want to give the pawn back.
Really doesn't want to play B4.
But hold on, B4 does pick off the pawn on F5.
Well, there's a big question. What is Black's next move? If you play B6, rook A7. If you play King C7, I'll run through C5.
True.
So you're not going to trap my rook. If I can bring my knight to attack C5, I just win.
That is true. There's going to be some work to get it there because I don't see where your square is that you're going to attack the C5 pawn. But I think Vishy's also feeling the nervousness from his opponent a little bit. He just has to breathe in and calm down just a little bit because his position is so dominant. But see, the knight just returned. The knight just returned. He's not clear on what he needs to do right at this moment to win the game.
It's not so easy to figure out either. This knight, maybe he's going to put the knight to H. Wow.
Whoa, repeating is not what he wants.
Well, rook, I'm surprised.
Why not rook D8 now? Just what?
What?
Again.
That was hilarious, actually.
Wait a minute.
That's a threefold repetition if he plays rook H8, no?
What is Vishy going to do? There's no way he's taking a draw.
No way.
What?
Is it? What?
What is happening?
Oh, and there it is.
What? Wait.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Are we?
No, just a draw. No, I mean, he misplayed the endgame.
Wow. And B4 is never a good idea. He can't figure out how to win the position. It's true. Actually, I wasn't looking at the engine. The engine's saying that this position is now equal.
Wow.
Well, the problem was taking that pawn on A5 just completely shut the rook off the game.
Out the game.
Yeah, he had to play something that threatened Black's position. The pawn on A5 is really irrelevant if you can't get the rook back into the game.
In fact, yes, giving it as a complete blunder, rook takes A5 was a huge mistake on his part. There's no obvious plan to make progress as you shut your rook out of the game. Stunning development. Anand is going to kick himself. This is the kind of thing he worries about. He gets this great winning position against Shahriar, even down to the end game, even down to the guy having 1 second on his clock, and he still doesn't win the game.
Yeah, this one hurts.
And Korobov has also won his game, also in addition to the other two players in this round, Anish Giri and Fabiano Caruana.
So Korobov
is +1.
It's +1, a great showing. I mean, he is the highest rated rapid player, apparently, in the tournament after Wesley Saul lost his first game. But before that, we have Cristian Chirila with Anish Giri.
Our leader.
You're with the co-leader of the event, Anish Giri, of course, a joint leader with Vishwanathan Anand. Anish, you're playing scintillating attacking chess, and it seems like there's been a switch recently. You played in the European Team Championship, you were playing very aggressive, and now, of course, you're opening up with the Knight of... What happened? People are starting to compare you to Tal and so on. What happened?
They're just trolling me, I think.
I don't think so.
No, I've been always playing different kind of chess. I've had many attacking games before, but especially in the modern times, the people, they like to give out all sorts of cliches, categorize people, and it's either, either you are the biggest yeah, I cannot find the word which is not a swearing word. So I don't know, biggest sissy cat out there, or you're Michael Tal. There's nothing in between for people.
Did you feel the pressure from the media and social media?
No, I never do, because I realize it's pressure is always there and it's not always just. Sometimes, well, it does sort of hurt me when I myself think that I play poor chess. And that's somebody else says that as well. It's extra painful, but when I think it's okay, then I don't mind. But yeah, I mean, I play sometimes interesting games, always. And now it happened that they just come some in a row, and okay, that's nice.
Which one do you feel was the move that kind of sealed the deal?
No, actually, I was just when I'm about to quit the Nighter, they always pull me back in with games like that. I mean, I don't know. I think the turning point was here. So he wants to bring the knight to e3 with g3, knight g2, knight e3, which is a thematic idea, but here it falls into bishop d8, bishop a5, which is also a thematic idea, and it just doesn't work, and unfortunately rook is also on e1.
Yep.
So suppose he had the queen on d3 instead, maybe g3, castle, knight g2, bishop d8, knight e3. I mean,
and then he's in time.
He's maybe in time to go knight d5. I don't think he's, by the way, by any means winning or anything, but at least he gets the horse to d5. And of course, against that, I would have played differently. But here, yeah, it just falls into bishop a5, and here he cannot even, yeah, it's extremely bad version. He cannot even pin somehow from, and he's just lost, I think. And
maybe try to avoid this pin somehow.
No, it's too late. I was hoping that he would. I mean, after g3 castle, if he would have seen that, he would have avoided with queen d3.
Queen
That's
d3
why already here,
and then knight d5.
already here, I was thinking to go bishop d8. And I was not sure if I do it immediately, but I had a feeling he doesn't see it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have played g3. So I thought, okay, I'll castle and get it in a better version. But yeah, so here it is already too late. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I would have still tried to remove the knight somehow. I don't even know. Maybe even 2b1 or something. I don't know. Maybe 2b1, and then at least you don't get, I don't know, knight d2. It's so ugly. I mean, knight on g2. Knight on g2 only makes sense once it goes to d5.
Yeah, it feels like you go d5.
Yeah, it's not there. It's not there for fun. I mean, it's serving a purpose of going to e3 to d5, and once that fails, once the rook is on e3, the knight on g2 is just totally out of place. So basically, it was just about him blundering this idea bishop d8, and then fortunately, I managed to convert.
Awesome game. First of all, congratulations. You're one of the leaders going into the second day. What are your feelings about your first time playing here in Romania?
Yeah, I'm very happy with today. I'm always hoping to play well, but I didn't really expect to win 2 games. Okay, I think though there are so many games to go, and also the Blitz, and already Sergei bullied me. He told me it's okay, I'll beat you in Blitz. So it's not easy for me. Everybody bullies me, so I'll try to continue the good play and see what happens.
A lot of personal grudges, it seems, but
always.
Anyway.
I mean, people are holding grudge against me always for no reason.
Okay, good luck in the rest of your games.
Guys, back to you.
And here it is, the current standings. Well, Anish Giri at the top of the table, 2 wins, 1 draw, no losses, a big 5 points to start out the Superbet. And then right behind, we have Vishy Anand and Levon Aronian, who both won their first round games and drew their second 2. Their second and third rounds, that is. And they're joined by a wild card, as Cristian pointed out, the top-rated rapid player in the world of the players here. Sorry. He's actually number 6 in the world, Korobov.
Well, he's 5 now. He passed Wesley.
Actually, I think he was, well...
He was 6, and now he should be 5.
He should be 5, yeah.
He passed Wesley.
And, well...
Well, there's some games going on. Maybe the Hamburgers also. I don't know what's going on, but Grishuk is actually now number 5. So.
Yep, they're leapfrogging.
Yeah. No, there should be some games left because Korobov just won against Artemiev.
Right. Okay, yeah. Got it.
But point is, Korobov starting with 2 blocks out of 3, scoring a victory against Artemiev. I think that's a great result for him. Definitely making his mark in the tournament, and I'm a little bit surprised because I thought Artemiev would have a better day. But he really got cleanly outplayed in the first round by Vishy, and now by Korobov, both of them with the white pieces.
A very sad day for Wesley So, who certainly came into this tournament in such a buoyant mood, having won against Magnus Carlsen with a devastating score. This is a real surprise. I think, honestly, if we had started this tournament with predictions, and they were blind predictions, meaning that we couldn't hear what everybody else was saying, a lot of us might have picked Wesley.
I think some people would. Some people would argue that it's been too much chess. For all of the people that have played the Grand Chess Tour, there's a couple that I think this is just way too much in their schedule. I don't know how they do it. Specifically, Mamedyarov and Wesley. Mamedyarov has played tournament after tournament after tournament. I don't remember him having a break. Grand Prix, World Cup. I mean, he had a break for the Super Swiss, but he's played so much. And the same with Wesley. He's played Grand Prix, Grand Chess Tour, World Cup. He is playing pretty much everything. Levon as well. I just don't know how they keep up their physical fortitude. And Wesley, having just played in Norway, just adds another layer of tournament. Yes, he did amazing. He crushed it. He's world champion. But what is your physical state after so many events?
Also, that's a problem as well. Sometimes you're full. You're just like, I crushed Magnus. Where else can I go? Do I really care about the next tournament? You're full. Well, one player who is not so full because it's his first chance to be on the tour is one Anton Karbov, and he's with Cristian right now.
Of course, Maurice, thank you very much. I'm here with Anton Korobov, one of the wild cards who is making quite an impression in this event. Anton, first of all, congratulations on the victory. Take us through the critical moments of this game.
So here we have this position here. It's very difficult to get to grips. You're playing white or black, that is nearly the same. Here, sometimes black is white and white is black. So the main danger for black here is to be outmaneuvered somehow, the lack of coordination of pieces. So we played quite logical, knight on c5, this position knight d6, rook d1. Probably that is the first step on their own road. Here, that is a kind of a prophylaxis. Rook d1 here, protecting somehow after e5, d5, fe5, and d5 is hanging somehow. Here, but I think this knight on c5 is not so good. Here, white cannot make any activity with heavy pieces.
I want to ask you about this moment in particular.
Which one?
After bishop to f1. Here you kind of had the choice of maybe playing it slow, but of course he's trying to go queen to a6. But you chose the move b5, which kind of, gives him the score c5, but it kind of completely makes the game much different.
Yeah, but the problem is that the previous play was a kind of brainstorming for me. I did my best in order to organize e7, e5, and here white to play slowly. Here it's time to sharpen up the things. So I think b5 is quite an idea. So I was leading on time here as well. Rook c8, knight c5, e5. So, in my opinion, black is better here, so my plan may be to play b4.
What do you feel he went wrong?
The knight on c5 here, that is the wrong position. Too active, and everything is hanging. So my plan is to play queen e7 somehow, maybe e5, just to start the attack in the center. Yeah, but after queen d2, b4, rook c1, bishop h6. Yeah. I like this move, I'm trying to pin all his pieces, but what is my threat actually here? So I managed to persuade myself that my threat is to take on d4 and then to return to g7, what we saw in the game. Take, and I miss knight e6. And after this move here, white is solving all his problems, so...
it seems like white is maybe even slightly better, but at the same time...
Slightly, I think here I blundered greatly. For example, here, after exchange of all pieces, rook c8, knight c8, take on d4, knight e7, bishop b5, very strange. b3, f3. Can I move here?
Yes.
f3. I was afraid of this move. The plan is very simple, to play bishop g3, bishop c7, take on a5, then take on b4, and then to convert 2 pawns. For example, if I play the same like in the game, f5, bishop g3, take on d4, take on d4, knight goes to c6, and bishop goes to c7. And in this sharp play, I can take on d4, he can take on a5, but white is better.
And you no longer close the bishop on this side with f4, like you did in the game.
And after let's compare this position, comparison according to Mark Doretsky. Let's compare this position, for example, after g5, the bishop is trapped. The only idea is to play a3, for example, but after this pawn is very dangerous. White needs a lot of moves by the king to eat it, and these pawns are also vulnerable. So I think here I'm solid. And here, my opponent decided here after bishop e8, bishop e6, okay, he wants to lose the game. So why not? And after King G7, I think. Can you press it?
Yes,
here?
yes, of course.
Black is maybe is already winning here. I play knight of6, and then the bishop is trapped here. And after here, in this different called bishop ending. So I think the rules of the rule of two weaknesses here. One on f5, and second is here. And white might be lost, in my opinion.
And the problem is, if he goes a3, then you create another pass pawn.
Another pass pawn, and two pass pawn, will be enough to convert.
Well, this is the first time playing in the Grand Chess Tour. How do you feel after day one? Quite a solid +1. Also, you're the highest rated rapid player in this event.
I think I was second place.
No, Wesley dropped a lot of rating points, so now you're number one. How do you feel after?
I feel additional responsibility.
Yes.
Yeah.
What do you do to prepare for these games every single day?
I think the opening preparation is not so important for rapid chess. You should be mentally ready. Yeah? Mental stress. You need mental stress, commitment, and physical power.
Well, you've made quite an impression. Congratulations against Anton, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Merci.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Christian.
Thanks.
Great interview there. Korobov definitely very candid with his expressions during the game. And I think that happens a lot to us while we're playing. We think we have a good grasp of the position, then suddenly something goes wrong, and we have to readjust ourselves. And that readjusting can be very, very difficult. And I think he had the clarity of mind to see it several times during the game where his opponent blundered. It's okay, let's take advantage of this. Earlier, his own mistake allowing this move 96, which actually gave Vladislav the better position.
Yeah, great interview, no doubt. I love to hear from the wild cards as people we don't usually hear from, and he certainly is colorful and blunt, and that's what we like. And we've got final thoughts from Cristian Chirila over in Romania.
We have so many stories after day one. Of course, Anish Giri is in incredible shape. Vishwanathan Anand is making a push, and he's getting very, very close to those qualifying spots. Of course, Fabiano Caruana started a bit slow, but he picked up his game. And most importantly, I think psychologically, he's getting in tune with what the demands of this tournament are. And of course, you have stories such as Anton Korobov, who is just doing amazing. And he's coming up and he's talking about stamina and, mental preparation and so on. I think we have a very, very interesting group of people here, and I'm looking forward to the next couple of days. Let's go back to Maurice.
Well said, Christian. And I loved what he said in the interview, of course, at Korobov. He said mental stress, commitment, and physical power. It's all about making your presence felt, is basically what he's saying. You've got to come and bring it and show these players that you're not afraid. And he doesn't look afraid at all. He's showing his style, his power, his strength, and playing great chess. The bottom line, though, is about the numbers. Somebody's going to have to qualify for London, and there are players who are desperately seeking some points. Karyakin, he got blasted in that last game. And you see Giri, he needs to win this event and come into the top two in India. He can't control anything but game at a time, but he's doing so far a great job. So we'll see. Wesley So, by the way, I mean, he might be playing his way out of this event because of the greed from getting so much stuff, or maybe it's the satisfaction of winning in Oslo. So we'll see whether or not he can pick it up. It's an exciting day indeed. This kind of event, maybe most people won't watch because it doesn't have all the big name stars, but it's turning out to be an incredible show.
Well, I have been absolutely enthralled today, and if this is any indication of what's to come, we're going to be in for one heck of a ride.
Yeah, it's been a really fun day. I think several games to take note of. I especially like the way that Vichy played throughout the day. And even though he wasn't able to convert there against Mamedyarov with this blunder rook takes a5, I thought that his games were so instructive. All three of them, just the way that he played powerfully. I'm glad that I picked him as my choice. Not just because of the score that he has, +1 is pretty decent, but the way that he is playing in this game. And when Vichy is on fire, that is always such a pleasure to watch. And I think there's been a wonderful tournament so far, a great start of GCT Romania, and let's see how it continues.
Join us tomorrow, same time, same place, grandchesstour.org, and we're going to be starting at 2:50 in Romania. That is 6:50 a.m. here in St. Louis. Can't wait.